see here. We are asking the question. The majority of the world's real cinnamon comes from which country? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if we can make the phones work here. Do I click on the right or the left here? Do you remember, Casey?
I think never remember that.
I think it's...
hell.
Hell. All right, I'll try this one. Let me see if we have Dominic. Hey, Dominic, you there?
I'm here.
All right, excellent. It works. Dominic, the majority of the world's real cinnamon comes from what country, please?
Would that be Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka is correct. Hang on, Dom. We're going to give you tickets to see Vic DiBettito, who's going to be at the Keswick Theater February 24th. Tickets go on sale Friday, and details at keswicktheater.com. So at the box office, Black Adam was #1 with $18.5 million in the take, followed by One Piece Film Red. What's that?
What?
One Piece Film Red. Okay.
Go to the movies.
Wait, this lady in the front, anime.
That's an anime. Thank you.
There we go.
All right. Then we have Ticket to Paradise. Smile was 4th, followed by Pray for the Devil, Lyle Lyle Crocodile, Banshees of Inisherin.
Yes, that's that. We had the Independent Film Festival. It's about the guy, they're two friends, and one guy decides he doesn't want to be friends with the other guy, and will never explain why.
Colin Farrell, right?
Yes.
Brendan Gleeson?
Right.
Then we have Till, Halloween Ends, and Terrifier 2 rounded out the box office. All right, into some of the stories. We're going to start with a pretty disturbing one. Singer Aaron Carter died. He was 34 years old. At the moment, his cause of death is being investigated as of now, and the likelihood is it may be some type of overdose.
That's what everyone's thinking.
He had substance abuse problems. The pop star and rapper was found dead at his home in Lancaster, California on Saturday. He was the younger brother of Nick Carter, who's a member of the Backstreet Boys. Aaron started into the music world by opening for the popular boy band. He released his self-titled debut album in 1997 at the age of 9. Carter's second album, which featured the singles I Want Candy and Aaron's Party Come Get It, were released in 2000 and went triple platinum. We have a clip of the... who announced this? The Backstreet Boys?
Yeah, the Backstreet Boys and Nick Carter specifically.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, if you could roll that, Ryan, thank you.
Tonight we've got a little bit of heavy hearts because we lost one of our family members yesterday. Nick's little brother, Aaron Carter, passed away yesterday, and he's a part of our family. And we thank you guys for all the love, all your well wishes, and all your support.
So like Kevin said, we'd like to dedicate this next song to our little brother, Aaron Carter. You'll definitely beat this, brother.
Horrible.
You know,
horrible.
So he had his own reality stuff going on, shows, and he was... There are a lot of people trying to step in and help him, and he kept backsliding, and sadly it caught up with him.
He also made television appearances on shows like Lizzie McGuire and Seventh Heaven. Carter continued to release music and had stints in reality TV, including House of Carters in 2006, with Nick and their 3 sisters, BJ, Leslie, and Angel. Leslie Carter died of an overdose in 2012. She was 25 years old. Aaron Carter released his last album, which was called Love, in 2018, his first full-length album in 15 years. But he also struggled with drug addiction and rocky relationships with his family. He had multiple stays in rehab. He was arrested for driving under the influence in 2017. In 2019, he publicly admitted that he had a huffing addiction and had struggled with addiction to multiple drugs for years. That same year, siblings Nick and Angel both filed for restraining orders against him, citing increasingly alarming behavior. And just 3 days before he died, police had gone to his house because fans had called authorities for a welfare check after he appeared to be huffing on Instagram Live.
Yeah,
so
now they later said that wasn't the case, but that's what it looked like, or he said it wasn't, and I guess they were comfortable with that. He had also done, if you remember, in recent years, Preston, he'd done a couple of those Damon Feldman quote-unquote celebrity boxing matches. Yeah. I think he faced off against Betty White once, and then the...
no, he did not.
Yeah, and then Stephen Hawking. But they were yeah, so he seemed to be actually up, believe it or not. That actually seemed to be a highlight. He seemed to be doing well.
He leaves behind a son, which is terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Prince, he and his fiancée, Melanie Martin, welcomed the baby boy last year. So that's just horrible to hear about that. All right, lighter fare. Millie Bobby Brown and Henry Cavill have a friendship with healthy boundaries.
Yeah, they will only have sex every other day.
No. Brown spoke with Deadline recently about her strict relationship with the Witcher star, who she's worked with on both Enola Holmes movies. Comparing Cavill to her Stranger Things co-stars, she said, "It's different because I grew up with Noah and Charlie. I met them when I was 10, so for me, it does feel like your schoolmates. And with Henry, it feels like a real adult relationship, like a really good friendship, a really healthy one that we have terms and conditions." No.
No, she's 18, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
She said, "I know Henry. He has terms and conditions with me. I'm not allowed to ask about his personal life. It's like, Millie, shut up, no." And I'm like, understood.
I think why people bring this up is because Cavill's involved with, isn't it his girlfriend 19 years old?
I don't know. Whereas with the Stranger Things kids, she said it was different. There are no boundaries because it's like we are all siblings.
Well, you and I set boundaries immediately.
Yes.
You know, we said, listen, there's this sexual thing going on. We can't succumb to it.
No, we can't give in because it would be bad for the show. By the way, I watched the Enola Holmes movies over the weekend. Lovely, adorable, cute.
Yeah.
She's adorable.
She's super talented.
She makes the movies great because she is so just adorable. I can't think of another word for it.
And he's playing Sherlock Holmes.
He's
right?
Sherlock Holmes,
right.
yeah, and she's Enola Holmes. So I enjoyed it.
And who's playing Larry Holmes?
There is no Larry Holmes in that. There's Mycroft Holmes is in it, but not Larry Holmes, the boxer.
This is our cousin. He's a boxer.
Yeah. So she's enjoying that relationship with Henry. Let's see. Over the weekend, Kris Jenner's daughters celebrated their mother's 67th birthday in style. Her style, to be exact. Kim, Khloe, Kourtney, and Kylie, all dressed up like the matriarch of the family to wish her a happy birthday.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Isn't that nice?
So fun.
Oh, I dream of living with that family and then drowning myself. In
an Instagram story published on Saturday, Kim shared that the theme of Jenner's party was "Dress as Your Best, Kris." The Skims founder wore a glittery green gown to emulate Jenner's Christmas card from 10 years ago.
Let's do that for Kathy's birthday. We'll dress as
just like her. Oh, what outfit would I choose, man? I don't know. I think the one with the apples on the boob.
You can wear the apple
That's my
t-shirt.
favorite.
There you go.
She said, and we did a music video in it. Khloe represented Jenner's platinum blonde era, where Kylie channeled Jenner from the 80s, and Kourtney dressed as Jenner's character in Ariana Grande's Thank You Next video.
What do I get to be?
Jenner's granddaughter, Northwest, also shared a TikTok in which she transformed into the Kardashian star. So they did that. It's cute.
I cannot hear enough about this family.
Mm-hmm. Wes Bentley, the actor, opened up to Page Six recently about his heroin addiction.
What?
In the aughts that he had, and how
Yellowstone, right?
And how Robert Downey Jr. is the guy who helped him get clean.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. He said, "I was in the deepest throes of my addiction and in the worst place and at death's door, I guess, or at risk of it, and I saw him be so bold and brave and open, and it saved me," he said. So I thought, if I do that too, I can maybe pass that on to somebody else. And he's been sober since 2009. Now, what I don't know, I think he just saw him from afar.
And that was it?
Going through his success story. I don't think that he actually stepped in and helped him out, but he used him as an example.
Well, people don't, and we've talked about this many times, Robert Downey Jr. was gone. He was off the rails.
Oh, yeah.
All sorts of stuff. Mm-hmm. He was in front of a judge every other day.
Yeah.
And it was, oddly enough, it was Mel Gibson who stepped in and helped him get on the straight and narrow.
Sometimes all you need is just an example. No, well, that, but no, just an example of like somebody doing it, and you're like, okay, if that person can do it, I can do it.
It can be done, yeah.
I remember watching a documentary about Robert Downey Jr. just like last year, and I'd forgotten how often that guy was in court.
Oh, God.
I mean, he was constantly in front of a judge.
He actually became a lawyer at the end of it.
He should have.
By osmosis.
So Bentley shared that his addiction started shortly after starring in American Beauty. He said, I never had money before, so there was a lot of combination of things that I wasn't prepared for. But Robert Downey Jr. was kind of his muse for that. All right, on the opposite end of things, Ashton Kutcher and Savannah Guthrie competed against each other in a beer chugging contest on the Today Show on Friday, as Kutcher prepared to run the New York City Marathon on Sunday. He said, it's pregame, you're carb loading, or actually Guthrie had said that to him. Carson Daly added, that's how you get those last 0.2 miles right there. Kutcher ran the marathon to raise money for his foundation, Thorn, which aims to protect children from sex trafficking.
I know a lot of people, it seemed like a lot of people on social media from this area went up to compete in the marathon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Is it one of those things where you have to qualify for it, like a Boston Marathon?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly prestigious, but I
Really?
think
You have to qualify for the Boston Marathon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
you
no
don't
kidding.
you have to sing one song.
I didn't know that. Wow. Rebel Wilson took to her Instagram stories on Saturday to let fans know that she and her girlfriend, Ramona Agruma, are not, in fact, engaged.
What?
She said, thanks for the well wishes, but we are not engaged.
Well, I'm returning that gift.
She wrote this over a video of herself with Agruma at Disneyland. This comes after multiple outlets reported that the pair were engaged after less than a year of dating. I'm sorry, Mel.
Mel is furious.
They are not.
He bought them sweetheart champagne glasses, Preston.
They're not engaged. Sorry, Mel.
By the way, if you want to get the absolute cheapest gift possible, the champagne, the flutes, you know, you go. They're like boxes of them, like in Boscov's and stuff.
Is that worse than wind chimes?
Yeah.
Oh,
That wasn't
no.
even on your register.
That's a good call.
Wind chimes are worse.
Yeah.
Because
I had,
you might feel obligated to put them up and then regret it immediately.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can smash the chimes with a hammer. I mean, you can smash
The glasses, or you can just stick them somewhere and never use them,
Or
which is
re-gift
what
them.
we did.
Yeah.
Yeah. What most people do.
Yeah.
That china that we used.
Never.
Never, I don't think. I mean, it's really nice. But I will say, the first wedding I ever went to as a grown-up, an adult, my
Right.
buddy John, I feel like I owe him another gift because,
It was crappy.
yeah.
What'd you
I
get
didn't-
him? Wind chimes.
Like, I don't even think I got him something on the register. Like, I think I just went to, like, Strawbridge's and, like, I'm like, here's a plate.
I did that. Before I knew about the register,
Yeah.
I would just go buy. You know, I'd buy like a Batman statue or something. And if you don't want it, yeah. But no, it's the whole concept of the register was
We need this.
alien.
Or
Yeah.
we this is what we want.
You don't
And he
need
didn't know
this?
about that.
Yeah.
That's why Kathy always registered for the dream catchers.
Yeah.
God. I think I hate wind chimes just as much as the dream catchers.
Aw, we'll put
Yeah.
that on your registry.
So, by the way, please start sending Kathy.
No,
wind chimes.
no.
And Dreamcatcher.
Let me tell you a quick story. My roommate in college loved wind chimes, and she would hang them outside on our front porch. And my bedroom window looked out to the front porch.
That's not fair.
So I would take them down and throw them on the ground, and then every day they'd be hung
They'd be back up.
So finally, I just cut them.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Well, I hated them.
Yeah. And
They kept me awake, Preston.
Did the notion
Did you
of
ever-
going to her and saying, could you move those? Did that ever occur to you?
No, at this time we didn't really have a great relationship. We do.
I wonder why.
We're fine now. No, it
You're
was
fine
prior
now?
to that.
Yeah.
Did you ever tell her about the wind chimes?
No, I don't think. I
Right now you
mean,
did.
she had to have known. I mean, it was literally right outside my window, and then all of a sudden one day they were cut down.
Why didn't
She
she?
took my sandwich out of the refrigerator, so I crapped in a birth control pill.
Yeah.
She probably thought it was like a raccoon or a squirrel got up there.
the
and-
wind.
No
yeah,
way.
the wind.
She wasn't stupid.
Why didn't she put them up outside of her window?
Well, because it was my room faced the porch, so hers would. her room was upstairs
about
on like
the
the
back
third
of the
floor or
house?
something. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it was. Listen, it was a logical place to put it. I just hated them.
Okay.
All right.
Are you sure she liked them and maybe she just didn't like you and hung them up there on purpose?
That is a possibility.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see what else we have here. People reports that over the weekend, One Day at a Time actress Valerie Bertinelli changed her name on Twitter to Elon Musk, who, of course, now owns the platform, and wants to charge $8 for a blue check mark. She wrote, the blue check mark simply meant that your identity was verified. Scammers would have a harder time impersonating you. That no longer applies. Good luck out there. So she claimed to be, she changed her name to Elon Musk. And Sarah Silverman did the same thing. She changed her name and profile picture to imitate Musk as well. And she wrote, I'm a freedom of speech absolutist, and I eat duty for breakfast every day. So that was her tweet. Have your
Okay.
duty for breakfast. We also have Bachelorette host Jesse Palmer spoke with Us Weekly on Saturday about Gabby Windy splitting from Eric Schwer.
I know you're deeply invested in this story.
Very much
and
so.
I know that it means a lot to you, but we're talking about the Bachelor Nation world.
Yeah, I'm a Schwer guy, by the way, so I like
You're
Eric
Team Schwer?
Eric Schwer. Less than 2 months after the pair
I love you so much.
got engaged on the show. And
That music was hurting my ears.
yeah, I'm sorry, it's very loud. He said, I spoke to her yesterday.
like when you touch my pee-pee.
I spoke to her yesterday, spoke to Eric this morning, and I know they're still trying to kind of work through things, so just giving them the space that they need, he told the outlet. They are two amazing people.
They're amazing.
And everybody saw the potential in the relationship and just wish them the best for whatever that is, whatever that means.
Whatever I'm talking about.
Wendy and Schwer confirmed the news that they were going their separate ways on Friday.
Have you seen any of these things? Have you invested more than a couple of minutes in any of these shows, The Bachelor?
Not in years.
Yeah.
There was a couple of years ago where I did get caught up in one of them. I forgot. It might have been the Hannah Brown one.
Yeah.
Remember
that
her?
was a popular one, yeah.
I do remember watching that a little bit. But it was always by accident. It was always like, if it just something else was on and the TV was left on that and I happened to stumble in.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's always Rolling White from Wheel of Fortune. I have one or two cats on my lap, and Wheel of Fortune goes right into it.
Okay.
And so, Nick, you've been a victim of that as
That's
well.
exactly how I end up watching it. And then you and I would commiserate the next day. But, like, inevitably, we somehow we end up watching like a half hour of it.
Well, yeah, because it's such it can't do anything but make you feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
Well, I do get angry.
Yeah, you get angry, but the ability to attach to put a verb in a sentence or all those things that we take for granted.
All right, I got 3 stories of things that are wrapping up. Entertainment Tonight reports that Westworld's 4th season will be its last. HBO confirmed the news in a statement writing over the past 4 seasons. Lisa and Jonah have taken viewers on a mind-bending odyssey, raising the bar at every step. We are tremendously grateful to them.
Were you watching?
No. I watched the 1st season and then I was done.
I thought it was good. 2nd season, not so good, and so I cut it out.
Said along with the immensely talented cast, producers, and crew, and all of our partners at Kilterman, blah, 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 blah. So anyhow, they said that according to the Hollywood Reporter, the cause of cancellation lies in the show's viewership numbers, which dropped from 12 million during the 1st season to 4 million during the 4th.
Well, what they've been doing now is they've been actually taking, the big question used to be who was watching the streaming, what were the numbers like for streaming?
Yeah. Right.
So now they've started to get a handle on it, and they're applying the same surveying method. So they're the ratings for television, cable, and streaming are handled the same way now, and so you're starting to see when they can say, yeah, but they're watching on the stream. Well, now they can determine, no, they're not.
I had heard that the Westworld season 3 was really good, but I didn't want to suffer through season 2 to get there.
Yeah.
Rachel Brosnahan took to Instagram on Saturday to bid adieu to the marvelous Mrs. Maisel after 5 seasons. Along with a photo of Midge walking out of the bar where it all began, she wrote, "That's a series wrap on the marvelous Mrs. Maisel. That this thing was lightning in a bottle. Cast, crew, creators who got to time travel for 5 years together. It changed my life. I'm eternally grateful, and I'll have more words later, but for now, thank you and good night." That's another one. I watched the first 3 seasons, and I don't know what's the next one.
I mean, honestly, with the glut of stuff that's available, it's got to really stay consistently good, or else I lose interest quickly.
Yep.
Unless it's of the standard of, like, Bachelor in Paradise.
Oh, of course.
And, yeah.
Yeah, that sets the bar.
That's the bar.
Yeah. And then one last story, and then we'll get to clips, which, by the way, I don't have, Casey. I don't have the...
Mystery clips?
Mystery?
I don't know. If I don't get them between now and the end of this story, it'll be mystery clips.
Oh, it's the greatest situation ever, mystery clip.
On Friday, Colin Mockery announced that the 12th season of the CW's Whose Line Is It Anyway? Revival will be the last. So he said, "Hey, everyone, I hope you're enjoying the current season of Whose Line. In January, we shoot our final season. Thank you for all the support over the years. Mockery appeared on the British version of the show in 1991, joined the U.S. version in 1998, and then returned for the CW revival in 2013, and has appeared on there regularly since. I honestly didn't even know it was still on.
Well, that's probably what hurt it in the ratings, is that no one knew it was on.
Yeah, I remember those first few years of that show. Absolutely loved it.
It's great.
Just great sketch, improv comedy. I mean,
that they've been come to known as.
That they had been come to known as and are known as. So, but that's kind of sad that it's going away. All right, we're ready for clips. They're not mysteries.
Damn it.
I got them right here. All right, Something in the Dirt is an emotional journey into the seduction of conspiracy theory. Here, director Aaron Moorhead tries to explain the genre of the movie. Hit it, Ryan.
We jokingly have called it Pineapple Express, like pie meets Pineapple Express. So there's kind of like a stoner comedy aspect to it, but there's also an obsessive rabbit hole-ish dark mystery to the whole thing as well.
Shut the f*** up!
Something in the Dirt is out in theaters now. Here's the next clip. In Causeway, a soldier experiences a traumatic brain injury during her tour in Afghanistan, which forces her to return home. And in this clip, Brian Tyree Henry talks about working with co-star Jennifer Lawrence. Go ahead, Ryan.
We really got along immediately and just broke each other open in the best possible way. She's very giving, when it comes to scene work, and just as a person, it was immediate. It was a no-brainer.
Didn't fire. Here, let's try that again. There you go.
Causeway is out on Apple TV Plus now, by the way, if you want to see that. There you go, your entertainment report. Our first one, it's done. We got it done here at the Camp Out for Hunger. So here we are on day one of the Camp Out, our 25th year of doing this. We are in the Xfinity Live region near in the sports complex right here. It's easy to find. It's a big-ass tent.
Best setup ever.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. The tent looks phenomenal.
Our friends from Dunkin' are outside serving up coffee and stuff. We've got all different kinds of activities that are taking place this morning that we would like you to be a part of. We got special guests that are stopping by. If you have the time, this weather-wise by far the best day. We have good weather all week long, but today's flat out balmy.
Yeah.
This is wonderful. And you can come, you can ride the rides here. Skelly's Amusements here.
Absolutely.
And you can ride the Pharaoh's Fury, which is a giant ship thing that goes back and forth. It does this. This is our signal, those of you who are here.
Yeah.
And then we have the Can Drop, which is the Campbell's Chunky Can Drop, and you can ride that as well, which is my favorite ride out here. Actually, I love them both.
They're amazing. We have seats in here. We have high tops. We're good to go.
Yep.
So the camp out that you might have been to prior to COVID, and remember, it's back with improvements.
Yep. We're going to do a Y100 reunion in the 8 o'clock hour. Old friend, because we started this whole event 25 years ago on Y100, so we're going to reminisce with some of the staff members of the radio station, and we are going to hang out and have a good time. And by the way, breakfast this morning is courtesy of our friends from Wilson's Secret Sauce Barbecue Restaurant. And they're going to be serving up brisket, egg and cheese, bacon, egg and cheese, and egg and cheese sandwiches. Great barbecue plus vegetarian and gluten-free options. You can check them out on Township Line Road in Upper Darby. So breakfast is on us. It's on those guys this morning.
You mix that with some black coffee.
Yeah.
You'll be so regular today.
Yep. Absolutely. So please stop by, get some food, drop off some food.
Yes.
Have a good time this morning. I'm going to strike up the band as we're taking a break, and we're happy to have our friends from Chico's Vibe who are back for the Camp Out for Hunger. What's that? Yeah. Thank you. Back at the Camp Out for Hunger, performing live all morning long. We'll be back in a second on MMR.
Preston and Steve on 93.
We get up at a ridiculous hour of the day, before 4 a.m., and Impossible Foods is now bringing more to the table. This time it's plant-based chicken nuggets.
I've had them.
Oh, wait, you have? Because so have I, and they were the most disgusting things I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, then I've had different. So Hip City Veg has the best chicken nuggets I've ever tasted, and there's no chicken.
Okay, so this was sort of like, it looked like it was dark meat, but it wasn't meat. It was plant-based, and it had like a breading around it. It looked really good, and I was like, oh, I'll try this.
Right. Not good.
Like, what is this? What is this texture? What am I eating?
So they use
plant or
seitan.
not?
I guess it is seitan, right? The often used for chicken substitute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the Satan actually cooks them.
Wait till you try this.
But they're Casey. They're excellent. We actually put them out at a party.
Yeah.
And people had no idea.
So we have a vegetarian living in my house. My oldest is now a vegetarian, more pescatarian, but we have a lot of Impossible meat in our house now.
Right.
And we do the Impossible ground beef a lot, and it's damn good.
I love it.
Yeah, my wife will make.
And Preston's right in the. It's not exactly. But the taste, I like.
Yeah,
I like
good.
the Impossible taste.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily taste exactly like beef or pork or whatever it is they're trying to simulate, but whatever it tastes like, tastes good to me.
Yeah, when you're making things like nachos, like my wife will make nachos for, the household, and she'll crumple up the Impossible burger meat or whatever on there. You can't tell the difference.
Dude.
Not when it's got the cheese and the salsa and everything else with it.
I'm telling you, that Impossible cheesesteak from Wilson's
Unbelievable.
was fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't stop eating it. It was excellent.
Get me the biggest cheesesteak fan in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Sit them down and give them one of those.
And don't say, all right, tell me if this tastes like meat.
Right.
Just say, eat this, and does it taste good?
Yeah.
That's the difference. So somebody who is, a hardcore meat eater might say, this ain't no meat or whatever. No, just set that aside. Does it taste good or not? Okay. And because that cheesesteak at Wilson's Secret Sauce is fantastic.
And what was the ingredient?
Loved it.
Was it seitan?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't
think
know.
he uses Beyond or Impossible.
I'm not sure exactly what he uses.
I think it's Impossible.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at what I had, and this restaurant changed, right? It was one healthier restaurant to the next, and they had chicken on it, and so they were called chicken. They were called chicken strips. Well, now they're just called strips, and so I ordered that thinking I was getting the chicken, and then realized, but it says plant-based, so it's a plant-based strip. It doesn't say exactly what's in it, but I'm assuming it's similar to what you're talking about.
Plant-based strips, Mommy.
So Impossible Foods is describing this as having a golden, crispy breadcrumb. Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm interested in your chicken strips.
Stop it.
What's that special ingredient again?
It's a little
breadcrumb.
Do you guys buy that? Because I just made some.
It's great.
Here's audio of the chef, Preston.
You're gonna be my regular stuff.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
I think I like your reaction more than the actual flub itself. You're like, I just can't believe you just said that.
All right, having golden, crispy breadcrumb coating.
You're working in the kitchen today. Where's something low cut?
And a juicy and springy white meat texture. How was your weekend, Jackie Bam Bam?
Oh, good. How was yours, Press?
Very relaxing.
Right.
How about you? Did you relax?
I heard you tried on some jeans. I was getting worried about my leather pants and my roostered hair for the MMRBQ, more importantly.
Do you ever wear shorts?
Nah, but I do shave my legs if you need to know.
Okay.
But wait,
No doubt.
Why? Why do you shave your legs if you're not wearing shorts?
No offense to Steve, but I think the hair should be on the head, nowhere else.
Okay.
So you shave everywhere?
Everywhere, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Armpits?
I've been trying to do a contest or a little promo with Casey Boy, but it's just not happening. Sales department. I want to shave Casey Boy.
I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I don't want to
You
do
should
that.
come get laser hair with me.
Oh, you get your beads
remove it
lasered.
permanently?
Yeah.
I follow you on social media. I'm like, where does she get this done at? I could do that.
Oh, come with me.
I will.
All right.
Do you shave your armpits?
Cut that out, what she just said, Casey.
Do you shave your armpits?
I do, yes. You want to take a look? Yeah.
Yeah, they're short.
All right,
Yeah,
there you
sure
go.
enough.
Very nice.
Okay, he's a shaver. He's
Your ass crack?
He's an O'Hare guy. You're one more step closer to Romano, man.
Yeah, Romano.
We have that in common. Wow. Okay, so this is interesting. Chrissy Teigen has admitted, listen to this,
Her again.
she underwent a cosmetic surgical procedure to have fat removed from her cheeks.
Okay.
Per a recent Instagram story she shared.
Isn't that kind of her look? She does have
She's
kind of
very roundish cheeks. Yeah.
Clearly a beautiful woman.
She wrote, I did that Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal thing here, she said.
The Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal?
I guess so, yeah. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. She
I can't say
Dr. Diamond Buccal Fat Removal.
That's amazing. I can't do that.
Dr. Diamond Buccal Fat Removal. Dr. Diamond Buccal Fat Removal. Dr. Diamond Buccal Fat Removal. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Now do it backwards.
I can't do that. Fat Buccal Diamond Doctor.
Wow.
Well, I left out removal fat.
way to go.
Removal fat buccal diamond doctor. I'm reading it. I can see it written here. So
Still good.
Still pretty good.
Removal fat buccal diamond doctor.
I will say this after Dr. Buchal's fat removal, that she looks different.
Yes.
Well, it's sort of that what we were talking about. Who was it yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
It was Tori Spelling.
Tori Spelling. It's
Terrence and Phillip.
Yes, it gives that Terrence and Phillip look.
If you do too much, it looks like she got not like almost too much. It's,
Right.
You know, she's
Not as
flirting
much
with
as
it.
Tori.
With Dr. Buchal's fat removal?
Wait, what's buccal? Because his name's Diamond. What's the buccal?
Dr. Diamond Buchal's fat
I assume the buccal is the kind
Procedure?
of fat.
Oh.
It is, or the buccal fat removal.
So it's Dr. Diamond Buchal's fat removal.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
Okay, it's not plural.
Maybe someday they'll have a Dr. Diamond buccal fat replacement.
Yes, and fill those cheeks back up again.
Exactly. Theater royalty in the form of Kristen Chenoweth, Julie Taymor, and Lin-Manuel Miranda welcomed back boisterous audiences to Wicked, The Lion King, and Hamilton for the first time since the start of the pandemic, making Tuesday as the unofficial return of Broadway. Chenoweth surprised the crowd at Wicked by appearing on stage for a speech at the same stage where she became a star years ago. And she said the fitting line, she said, "There's no place like home."
Right.
Coming back there. And the crowd hooted and hollered and gave her a standing ovation. You could hear him hoot.
It's not a hoot.
Several hoots and a couple of hollers. That'd be kind of scary.
It would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I think that the actors would walk off the stage.
Taymor, the director and costume designer for The Lion King, congratulated her audience for the courage and enthusiasm to lead the way. She said, "Theater as we know it is the lifeblood and soul of the city. It's time for us to live again." And Miranda at Hamilton summed up the feeling of a lot of people when he asked, "I don't ever want to take live theater for granted."
And by the way, I did not write Hamilton. I have to know. Yeah. You know, Preston, I have a love-hate relationship with Broadway, and because there's wonderful things to see.
Yeah.
But those theaters are designed for people from the 1870s.
Yeah, they're tiny.
And unless you're a dwarf.
But it is super exciting going
It is
to one of those
amazing.
shows.
It is amazing.
It is also super expensive to go.
Oh, my
to
God.
one of those
$200 or
shows.
$300.
It's insane.
Yeah.
The first time I went to Broadway, I had gotten comp tickets, okay, because of my job. I was a music director, and it was for rent, and rent had a
Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger, live from inside the Bimbo Bakeries USA broadcast tent on 93.3 WMMR.
Sponsored by Xfinity. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
And now, back to Camp Out for Hunger.
Chico's vibe. Yeah, let's give it up for Chico's vibe, everybody. That music that's going on when we're in commercial breaks, you want to come down and be a part of the party, you can be here in our tent.
Yes, it is open. There are seats. There are people here.
Yep.
The band is playing. It's the camp out you remember.
Wilson's Secret Sauce serving up some breakfast. We got coffee. We got you covered, man. We want you to come down and be a part. So please, and it's a gorgeous day today. We're going to take a look at the forecast in a little while. Right now, let's take a look at traffic, see what's happening there. Kathy, over to you, please.
First, we'd like to thank a few people who are helping us with the camp out. GBCA, Light Action Productions, IMS Technology Services, Skelly Amusements, Shapiro Fire Protection, Stauffer Glove and Safety, Broadcasters General Store, and Lex Electric Company, and UPS Rental, powered by Shore Power. We've got two accidents, one on the Schuylkill, one on 95, both causing an issue this morning. 95 northbound. You are stopped between Allegheny and Cotman. The accident blocking two left lanes. It was closed at one point. You can at least squeeze by it now. South on 95 jams from Academy through to Bridge Street. On the Schuylkill now, westbound. You're stopped from the Boulevard to Belmont, where the accident is off to the shoulder. On the eastbound side of the Schuylkill, you're slow from 202 into Belmont, Montgomery to the Vine. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, volume building from Virginia Drive to Fort Washington. The Blue Route northbound slows from 95 to McDade Boulevard, the Baltimore Pike to Media Bypass southbound, from Media Bypass to Baltimore Pike, and then Henry Avenue between Wises Mill Road and Summit Avenue. We still have that accident, the one on Easton Road at Glenside Ave. That's now cleared. And then in New Jersey, you're jammed 42 North Coles Road to 295, 55 northbound from Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Acme. Bring out all the fall flavors with Acme. Explore fresh recipes, discover fall inspiration, slow down and fall into flavor at acmemarkets.com/fall. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. We love the support that we get here at Camp Out for Hunger and helping get the word out about this event. So I want to thank our friends at PHL 17. Alex Butler is on site doing some coverage, getting the word out, which is always great to do. You know, on a Monday morning, we begin this thing. We need to get everybody aware that this event is taking place and to please come and be a part of it. Of course, we've been hitting it pretty hard ourselves, you know, in preparation and with the assistance from Acme and Xfinity and everybody who's jumping on board. And also thank you to WPVI, Action News. They are here doing some coverage. Anybody and everybody that can help out, we appreciate it. And that includes you guys as well. If you know are on social media and you want to post about this, please let people know that the event's taking place.
Yeah, and as we said, we had sort of a constrained situation in the past couple of years. But as you said earlier today, Preston, you said it so well, that the core of this event is bringing the food here. And we want to get that back up and going again, so it's not this remote thing, because there is something very tangible about dropping food off and knowing it will go to feed people. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and one of the things we love to see are people bringing their kids down. We've literally watched children grow up during this event. We've watched children grow up to be like, you know, getting close to middle-aged adults.
Oh, gosh. Oh,
We
God.
actually attended a retirement party for one of the babies who came to the first one.
It's the 25th year we've been doing this, which is amazing. So we're going to welcome a guest, and I have some music to bring her on if this all works out properly. Ryan, could you... Officer of Philabundance, Lori Joe, is here with us. A lovely woman who needed a lovely song. I know it's about an extramarital affair, but, you know.
I used to think it was about my parents.
Nice to see you, Lori.
Great to see you guys. It's been 25 years.
Yeah.
Who's Lori's?
25 years. It's
There
been
we go.
25
She's just being
years.
quiet.
Woohoo.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
you know, it's the whole mood music you started with.
Right.
So
yeah.
I'm so excited.
25 years. Now, how long have you been CEO? You've been 4 or 5 years now?
Just 2.5.
2.5, that's
So
it?
this is my first real camp out with the audience.
That's right.
Yes.
Lori, you started, it was year one of COVID.
It was in the middle of COVID.
Yeah, and you were impressed at that point, but you ain't seen nothing.
I know. Look at this. The band,
Yep.
the rides, the audience. It's so good. It's so
Would
good.
it be far off the mark? And I'm going to kind of know what the answer is going to be. We always talk about the necessity for the Camp Out for Hunger. You fear being hyperbolic, you know, but this year has got to be...
It's the worst.
The worst.
It is the worst. We thought that after COVID we'd seen the worst of it, but we've all been to the grocery store.
Yeah.
So a year ago, I know we're going to have our Tyson friends on next. A year ago, it cost me $55,000 to buy a truckload of chicken. This year, it's $120,000.
Whoa,
So you've seen it in the grocery store. So what's happening is more and more people, and there are folks who are food insecure, they have jobs, they lost their side job, or just things are more expensive with inflation.
And
so,
it's permeating at different levels. So
Every
you
level.
always talk about, you know, that person has got to make that decision about what bill to pay, whether they, as we're moving into the winter, whether to heat the home or to put
Right.
food on the table, or parents foregoing food so that their kids have food.
Yeah.
These all seem like, oh, they're abstracts, but they're not.
they're real. In our region, it's about 500,000 people. In the city of Philadelphia, nearly 1 in 3 children are food insecure, aren't able to eat each night. It's terrible. So the need is greater than ever, and that's why we're excited that the 25th is going to be bigger than ever.
Awesome.
Yep, that's what we're hoping for. And we've gotten a lot of advanced support. And we're going to, like you said, Tyson is, we're going to get our reps from Tyson's Chicken up here in a little bit. And we're going to see these companies, these corporations step up and do these great donations. And we're going to gladly welcome them with open arms. But we want to remind people of the nature of the individual donations and families coming down here and being a part of this whole thing.
That's right, and we have a very special opportunity this year. One of our incredible donors has said is that for the first group of people who go to our website and give $1, $5, whatever, they will match it up to $25,000.
What's that now? I'm sorry?
So we have a donor that says if you go on our website and just donate $1, $5, $25, they're going to match it up to $25,000 because it's our 25th anniversary.
Then we got to get that to 25.
We
for
have to get
sure.
that. So just go on the website, give $5.
All right, so go directly to philabundance.org?
That's right. That's right. And it's going to unlock this challenge of $25,000.
So, by the way, we should mention that here on the site, you can also, with Acme, you can purchase food.
I love it. Please come down. You can purchase a bag of food right here and donate it with the pink shirts.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of opportunities for that. We have a whole bunch of people out there helping to take stuff out of your vehicle and load it in. So, what you guys have been able to do is phenomenal. But I know you're always looking for help, and we always get asked about how people can help Philabundance after this is all done with dispersing the food and helping in your kitchens. How do people find out that information?
I encourage everybody to visit our website, philabundance.org, and you can come down and volunteer with us. So we're going to get all these pounds of food that we're going to have to sort and then give out. So come down and help us over the next several weeks and couple of months.
So, the city kind of had a rough weekend, and, we lost something to Houston on Saturday night. But apparently, Lori, we beat Houston in something.
We
and
sure
what was
did. We beat them off the field. So we had a challenge going with the Houston Food Bank, and they are twice as big as we are, but we are Philly and we are mighty, and so that's right? And so, they bested us on the field, but our donors bested them off the field. We raised nearly twice what they raised for our people. We're number one.
So there will be a parade, I know.
There will be a parade, and their CEO has to wear some Philabundance gear. How embarrassing is that going to be for him?
I love that. Absolutely. All right, so philabundance.org.
I'm sorry. I
yes.
have one other.
Yeah, please.
I know you guys have a lot going on. So we're really excited to announce, this is the first, nobody knows this yet, but we have a board of directors. We're a nonprofit, and there are a bunch of really smart, incredible people who have design and advise our work and provide strategy. And our brand newest board member is someone you know.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
It is Marissa Magnotta.
What? What? I didn't know
that. The crowd goes wild.
We know she was doing that swinger stuff, but didn't know about this.
And, she just doesn't have enough on her plate already.
Oh, my God.
Guys, we're not keeping her busy enough. So I said, with all your free time.
Yes.
Could you come help us out?
Well, you've got one of the crown jewels of the Preston and Steve show helping you out then.
It's incredible. We're so delighted to have her. And we're just delighted to have all of you as supporters. What you do is incredible. Folks know not only do we beat Houston off the field, but this is the largest food drive in the country.
Yeah, it's a biggie.
What you all started and built is incredible. So you're helping so many people in need, and we're just so grateful, and we love you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Come and be a part of it. Thank you. Lori Jones, Mrs. Jones. Music one more time if you got it ready, Ryan. We got to do Mrs. Jones on the way out. I don't know if you have that or not. Yes. To a donation that we're excited about, and Lori had mentioned it a second ago, and we love having these guys involved. And we have from Tyson, Tyson chicken and all the meats and everything.
Oh, yeah.
We have our buddy Jeff, who is here. Jeff Duda.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, Jeff. How you doing, man?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you. Thanks for having us out here. Happy 25th anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you?
A long-term married couple here. I love
Totally. Absolutely. We love our relationship with you. And by the way, you always bring out some. Steve's always excited about the meatless chicken nuggets.
Meatless chicken nuggets. It's all I can do from sticking my tongue down your throat. I have them all the time. They're so effing good. I mean, they're great, and they heat up quickly. And my wife was blown away. I was like, take a crack at that. What do you think that is?
That's awesome, Steve. And, corporate gives me a nice little talking points, but how do you come back from sticking your tongue down my throat?
Right.
I don't know how to come back from that.
You can use that if you want.
I will. But no, you're referring to our raised and rooted plant-based chicken nuggets, which we had up here last year. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to bring any hot food with me today because actually our national sales meeting kicks off today, and I'm headed to the airport directly from here.
Oh.
But I wanted to make sure we had our priorities straight, and we've got a tractor trailer of Tyson food right out front here, ready to go over to Philabundance when we're done here today.
That's fantastic.
A tractor trailer.
Yeah, so we've got, and it's not just chicken that's inside there. We've got breakfast sausage in there from Jimmy Dean. We've got Wright brand bacon in there as well. So there's a lot of different brands that you don't associate with Tyson Foods.
The Tyson product line is extensive.
Correct.
Yeah.
And based right here in Philadelphia, we have a huge impact on the economy because we have 2 facilities right in Philadelphia with the original Philadelphia Cheesesteak Company. And then we also have locations in Vineland, New Jersey, New Holland, Pennsylvania, and this tractor trailer came out of our Pottsville, Pennsylvania location.
That's awesome.
All within the listening area.
Oh, that's amazing, man. How many people do you guys employ in our area? Do you have any idea how many it is? It's got to be huge.
In this general area, probably close to 2,000 employees as you go over it. Yeah, so it's I joke with the folks, our corporate is down in Springdale, Arkansas, and that's where I'm headed to for our national meeting. But I tell folks, I said, they don't realize what the impact Tyson Foods has here in the greater Delaware Valley, just from those 5 or 6 different locations that we have in the area here.
Well, you guys have been so generous and so great, and again, I say you can never not be a part of the Camp Out for Hunger. We won't accept it. But and please relay our thanks to everybody.
I certainly will. And from a personal standpoint, I've been with you guys since you guys were out in Plymouth meeting. How many years have you guys been here down in South Philly now?
This location has to be...
2012 was our first year.
10 years.
Yeah,
10 years at this location.
So again,
10, man.
By the way, Jeff was at the Philatrunk car event yesterday.
We were at the car show yesterday with Jeff Walton from the Porsche Club.
Yeah.
Members from the original Garden State Corvette Club and Living the Dream Corvette Club were out here. We probably had about 50 Corvettes out here, but getting to see the Porsches, the Jeeps, the Teslas, a couple classic Jaguars out here.
Are you a vet guy?
I'm a vet guy.
Okay.
Very much so. So
all right.
It's a great hobby, and it's a great way for us to help bring product down to you guys without bogging down the volunteers out here like we used to do during the week.
It used to be such a great event when you guys would roll up with all those cars, and then we realized, okay, it got too big. I mean, that's a good problem to have. Things get too big. So Jeff Walton took it upon himself to organize that Philatrunk car event.
He's amazing.
And does it the day before we begin. And so that was yesterday. And we'll get Jeff down here at some point this week to get his totals on donations and all that
I want to hear what the totals were.
Yeah.
We got here and to your point about Jeff and leading it, they had the Valley Forge Fire Company with 2 Valley Forge fire trucks leading all the Porsches in from Concha Hawkins. So it was really cool seeing that coming down 76. And we sat out here at the traffic light on Broad Street trying to get into the parking lot as all these Porsches drove by. But it was really a fun time yesterday.
Excellent. And by the way, Jeff, so I have it just written down as Tyson. What's the official name? Is it Tyson Meats or Tyson?
Well, it's Tyson Foods.
Tyson Foods, thank you.
In the food service side of the business. So we've got multiple sides of the business. Like the tractor trailer that's out front here has an IBP logo on it. So IBP is our fresh meat side of the business.
Oh.
So we have our whole fresh meat side of the business, which is more in the food service space. Think hotels, casinos, cruise ships, things of that nature. And then we also have the retail side of the business, which is what you would go to at your local Walmart, your Acme's, and have the consumer go and purchase it.
Right.
And like I said, I'm on the food service side of things, so I call on restaurants, hotels, things of that nature. Chicky and Pete's here locally.
Sure.
One of our biggest customers. Great partnership with those guys. And we're involved. Then you got into the college and university segment, K through 12 segment.
The aerospace division,
right?
Putting nuggets in space.
Yeah.
That would be a treat to do nuggets in space.
Nuggets in space. I love it. All right. Well, listen, Jeff, we loved your continued support. You guys are a wonderful company. Anything else you want to mention before you're
done?
done?
The only thing I also wanted to mention is that today on this tractor trailer load, it's a 26,000 pound donation, and throughout last. Thank you. So in 2021. Again, got to go off of some of what corporate told me to say. We had 64 million meals, 64 million meals donated in calendar year 2021, which equated to $16 million worth of food. And then as far as our disaster relief is concerned, I'm on part of the disaster relief team as well. So with the events down in Florida recently with Hurricane Ian, we donated 1.1 million pounds of food there, which was $3.6 million worth. And again, whenever there's a disaster in the country, Tyson is out there trying to, help wherever we can with what we can provide.
Nice.
Wow.
And that's
amazing.
just another way we do it here today with Philabundance. So
excellent.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations on 25 years.
Thank you. Jeff Duda from Tyson Foods. Thank you, sir. So, we're reminiscing about the 25th year of doing this. Our goal that year was 1 ton of food, and Jeff just stepped up and donated 13 tons of food in the first hour and a half that we're on the show.
That first year,
man.
I mean, we're going to be reminiscing throughout this whole week over the whole trajectory of a quarter century of campouts. But it was as austere as it could be.
Yep.
And I mean, again, to have this be our best setup ever seems completely appropriate.
I agree. Listen, we got a few minutes. We did have another guest standing by, but he's running late, so we got some time that we can kill. So we should probably chat a little bit about the weekend's festivities or lack thereof of festivities and events. Well, listen, man. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think we do have to, because I noticed something that Nick had posted on Instagram, and I just want to echo that. You know, the fact that that the Phils made it and went as far as they did gave me so much entertainment over the past 3 weeks or so. 2.5 weeks, however it was.
As a month, really.
Yeah, it's been so much fun, and I hope that those guys. I know it's gotta suck for them because they played as hard as they could and they came up short of what their goals were. But I'm really proud of that group of guys. And also the Union, for crying out loud, for making it to the championship as well.
Yeah.
I was just I'm heartbroken for them, but I'm really happy for what happened leading up this whole thing. Think about it. If you want to talk about the Phils in particular, going up against Houston was completely 100% undefeated throughout the playoffs. And we cut them. Our guys cut them twice, something they had never felt this entire postseason. 2 losses they gave them from a team that barely made it in the playoffs. That's pretty freaking awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well against a great team. The Phillies did. And last night, I don't know if you saw this, Preston, but the team gets back after losing the World Series. And Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, 2 of the biggest, most recognizable stars, were outside the ballpark, right across the street from where we are now, just signing autographs, taking pictures. I mean, they get it. They get what what Philadelphia is all about. It really was disappointing. It hurt a lot to lose the way that they did on Saturday night. I think that there were a few ways that they maybe could have won the series, but all that's 20/20 hindsight. I think I had more fun with this postseason run than I maybe even did in 2008 when they won the World Series. It was such a blast from beginning to end, and it sucks to lose that way, but man, was it a great month.
Yeah, and those guys, Schwarber and Bryce in particular, like really did embrace the city. And we love that, right?
Yeah.
As fans, when the players actually embrace the city and get it, and there's a big old hug going back and forth, but also they love each other. And I had heard, I guess I saw maybe on Twitter that like after the game was over on Saturday night, Houston was obviously celebrating on the field, and the Phils went back into the clubhouse, and they just kind of sat around the locker room, just having a couple of beers together, just talking and reminiscing about the season and what a crazy season it was. Dude, they fired their manager.
Yeah.
They were below 500.
In June.
In June.
Not that long ago.
Yeah.
Do you know, to me, it's analogous to, there was a short-lived reality competition show called Flirty Dancing.
Yeah. Oh,
Jesus.
And Flirty Dancing.
Are you relating it to that?
Yes.
Oh.
And Kathy, hear me out.
All right.
Would I rather the show succeed and win Emmys, or was it just enough to have it for its 6 or 7 episodes? Yes. And I submit having a little Flirty Dancing was better than not having it at all.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, right?
Wow. If you can flirty dance, you're living life, man. And even if it's fleeting flirty dance.
But I think
fleeting flirty dancing.
The most telling thing, though, is exactly what Nick said. Would you give up that just, to not have any of it? In other words, not to go through the pain of losing.
Yeah.
I saw more people having more fun, more families getting together and just having those special moments. And also, how does this portend for what's going to happen next year? These players have become that much more endearing and in our hearts. So look at next season. It'll be something that much more.
No, it was. It was so much fun. I mean, the last couple of weeks, it was just great. But I'll tell you who I really want to give a hug to, and I don't know his name, but the guy who slipped in penalty kicks for the Union.
Oh, my God.
I feel like I need to find him and, just make sure he's all right.
The way that the Union lost...
It was awful.
It might have been worse than the way that the Phillies lost.
Oh, it was totally worse.
They had the win in extra time,
By the way, this is why soccer sucks.
That's right.
I mean, it needs to be sudden death.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
golden goal is a possibility.
And why have a separate type of game to have the outcome determine the outcome?
Why
like
not do skeet shooting?
Yeah. I mean, honest to God.
It's the best way. It's the worst way to win. It's also the worst way to lose. You know, on both sides, the way that the Union, like if they had won that championship, it would have been nice, but like that's a crappy way to win.
Yeah.
And the guy that slipped, Kath, I felt terrible for him.
I was watching with my brother, and first of all, I was like, what is going on? What are they doing now? So he was explaining everything to me. He's a huge soccer fan. But then when he slipped, I was like, oh, God, this poor guy.
So I watched the whole game, and then after the first half of the overtime, I had to leave my house and go to, my daughter was in a play. So we found the stream. My son and I were listening to it when the Union went up in overtime. I thought the game was over. I thought, we just scored, we won. I honked my horn a couple times, like a celebratory honk. My son turned it off. He's like, all right, cool. And I'm like, no, I want to listen to the post-game stuff. Like, you know what I mean? And then, so eventually...
They lost in the post-game.
So eventually, it took them like a minute and a half to get it back, the stream back up. And they were playing. I was like, wait a second, it's not sudden death? Like, that to me makes zero sense whatsoever.
But again, a phenomenal... in these cases, we're teetering on they're great to begin with, but they're right there. It's going to happen. Yeah. It's going to happen.
Do we know if Coach Curtin might be able to come by this week? If they're going to be
Marissa's
back?
working on him. So I would say, yeah. I mean, he came here as a student. When he was a high school student, they cut class and came to the camp out. So
seriously?
Yes.
Yeah. And I feel bad talking to any coach or player who who's obviously it didn't work out. They had their sights head high and they don't really want to talk about it.
Use
but
my flirty dancing analogy. Maybe that.
Right.
That'll help them.
Here's the deal. I took my daughter to Game 5 on Thursday night. Okay, and the Phils didn't win that game. It was a rough game, but she had the best time, right?
The pictures you got are wonderful.
We went early. We watched batting practice. She got a ball during batting practice. She was hugging me during the game. It's not like I was like, get over here, kid. No, she was hugging me. You know what I mean? So just for that memory alone, completely and totally.
That's what I was saying last week. For the people who spent $4,000 on a seat, it was worth it.
I need to buy my child's love.
Yeah.
But
I know it's exactly.
She knew I had tickets, right? And she was like, "You're taking me, right?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I have 2 kids and a wife."
Yeah.
I'm like, or 3 kids.
You have 3 kids.
I have 3 kids and a wife. 2 other kids and a wife.
Hey, honey, how many kids do we have?
One of them is really forgettable.
Actually, one of them couldn't go, so she had to.
We have a kid named Ronaldo.
Who is this?
My daughter was in her play, and it was Tech Week, so Casey wasn't able to go to the game, so she had recused herself. So, but it was hard. I'm like, how do I pick one child over the other? So I went with the one with the better grades.
You do?
Oh my God.
What? She worked hard for it.
Do like the
Straight
Joker.
A's get you something.
Take the pool class.
Yeah.
We're gonna have auditions. Well, you had to pick a way.
Yeah.
Either that or it was some kind of a lottery drawing or something. I guess you didn't want to do that.
No, I didn't want to do that. But,
Did you guys have any feelings driving down here today and seeing the ballpark?
No.
I didn't think about it.
So dark.
No.
I had a boner.
I don't know.
That's different.
That's weird.
That's not what
I'll
we're
tell you
talking
this.
about.
Well, men usually do have them early in the morning.
You were thinking about flirty dancing.
Yeah.
Flirty dancing.
Yeah.
Nick, it's such an achievement, and I completely understand. But it's so good that they got to where they got. And we were talking to Brazier about the whole thing, as you kept saying, and I think rightfully so, playing with house money. And then to get this point, when the season starts next year, they're going to be playing to a much more packed stadium more consistently.
Yeah.
And these guys now are that much more on our radar.
I got to take my 75-year-old dad to a game, and Casey, I was lucky enough to go to Game 3, and they won that one, and that was the 5 home run game, and it just won 7-0. And to see my dad, who has limited mobility and has had a rough couple of years, jumping up and down and enjoying the Philly celebration together, to me, I'll have that for the rest of my life. That was pretty magical. But yeah, seeing the stadium today, just a couple of days ago, this place was packed with Phils fans, and it was a total party atmosphere.
It's the ephemeral nature of
yeah.
sports. It's that.
But this is why I hate Twitter. Okay, because A, it's a cesspool, but B, I was trying to heal yesterday, and every time I went on Twitter, I was seeing tweets from like the night before. I'm like, why is this? Like, it was just a constant reminder of what happened.
Don't go on Twitter.
Well, listen, that's what I do.
I know.
I'm trying to,
I know.
But like, I just didn't need to be reminded about everything on Saturday night that things didn't pan out.
I know.
I have a technical question for you. Do you use the latest tweets button or the home tweets button? Because
I didn't know there was a button.
If you click latest, it'll do it by chronological order. If you click home, it'll be tweets that are popular and fit the algorithm and all that hoo-ha and nonsense.
Check it later on. Yeah, Casey's pulled up his phone.
Why don't you write
get to
some
it later.
software right now?
But it does help you avoid some of the crap from the night before if you want to.
Well,
there you go.
The reason I want to wrap is because we do have our guest who is here.
Oh.
And so I guess Marissa, can we get him in place, and we're gonna chat with him next. Case, give me some music as we want to welcome our next guest. I don't know what to bring him on with, but something big. Ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to have a guest joining us here for the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger, and he's been here before for this event, and he's back again. We love having him anytime. Celebrity chef, Mr. Robert Irvine. He's coming over to give some love. Good to see you, sir. We're going to get him in place on the microphone here, but he's a very popular man. He's walking around shaking hands, and we're excited that he is back.
He's a good luck charm, isn't he?
He is a good luck charm. We always do well when he is here. So let's get him in place, get his headphones on and everything. Yo, Irvine.
What's up, dude?
How you doing, man?
So listen, I brought a special guest all the way from Munich, Germany.
Oh.
His name is Edwin List. He's my first executive chef ever.
Your first executive chef?
My first executive chef.
Huh.
Yeah.
And so what is he doing for you now?
So we have this big event tonight, and I flew him in for this event. And,
spending his money.
Somebody's got to do it.
So he's coming in to help me and have some fun and spend a couple of weeks here.
That's excellent. The event tonight, let's go ahead and talk about that right now. Tell people all about it.
Beats and Eats. We probably raised about $1 million for veterans and first responders tonight, and wheelchairs and dogs and all those kind of things. RobertIrvineFoundation.org.
Yes.
So yeah, it's exciting.
I'll
Really
tell you
exciting.
this:
Nice.
that you do great work with that. You're always involved with things that benefit the military. Having this event back though in full vigor, and you haven't had the opportunity to do that for the longest time. I mean, it just kept getting more and more popular as you went along. Had to stall a little bit, but I have to imagine people are foaming at the mouth to be a part of it.
It's crazy. You know, we did the parade, the Veterans Parade yesterday.
Yes.
It was unbelievable.
Oh, I'm sure.
Unbelievable. Just have people out and doing things right. And Beats and Eats, when we were a couple of years down, now we've got 500 people tonight. Gonna spend a lot of money, have a lot of fun. Great chefs, great food. Mark Robert from OAR and his team are there. So,
is Edwin cooking tonight, or Edwin, are you?
He's cooking. He just doesn't know it yet.
I hope I can help.
Okay.
What's your specialty? What is your cuisine that you specialize in?
Well, you know, I'm cooking since 45 years now, so I basically I'm all rounder. You know, I'm doing anything.
Everything.
All right. He's actually a European master chef, which is very unusual, by the way.
What kind of master chef?
A European master chef.
Okay.
So when I was on the cruise lines way back when, there's a very famous chef, Alfred Goldinger, way back when, and he said, "Oh, Irvine's never going to make it as a chef," and he said, "Yeah, I'll beat him. I'll make him good."
And there you go. That's it. All right.
Here we are.
Wow. So yeah, you're once again in Philly. You got here a couple days ago. You said you went to the Veterans Parade. You were out doing a signing event for Robert Irvine Spirits.
Yep.
And how's that going? How's your alcohol line?
These are for you, by the way. Justin promised liquor, but he bought bars.
Oh.
But there is a shipment of liquor coming to you guys.
Ooh, nice.
So it's coming.
I did recently have some. We made cocktails with it at Boardroom Spirits.
Wow. Yes, I know that.
Yeah.
How do I know that? Because Justin told me that.
Yeah, it was great. It was so much fun.
She got hammered.
Well, it's a good place to get hammered. Good food, good drinks. You know, life is good.
You've been hitting any restaurants when you're in town? What do you do?
So last night, he landed at 7. We got into park last night.
Okay.
And we were there till, I can't tell you this morning.
Right.
But,
yeah.
So what about all the shows? I mean, you have 90 million different shows. What is the status of
Well, I leave tomorrow for a Restaurant Impossible up in Rome, New York. And then we've got a lot of things coming for 23.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of which, you did one of your shows at Wilson's Secret Sauce, and they're here today.
Yes, I know. I just saw them.
Okay, yeah. I think they made you the sea brisket, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it.
Wait, the sea brisket? What was that?
It's made of horse.
No.
It's a lobster roll and a brisket sandwich at
Stop
the same
talking
time.
about me.
Yeah.
25 years.
Yes.
Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
20 million pounds of food.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And a beard. 20 million pounds of food and a beard.
And a ponytail.
And a ponytail.
Yeah, what's with this? I mean, come on.
Honestly, this is like pandemic haircut, and I need to shave. I'll be clean. Next time you see me, I'll be clean shaven.
Got it.
So,
all right, good.
Well, you know, obviously your life's been committed to charity work and food and stuff like that. The importance of putting a meal in someone's belly, the almost absurd concept that people in this country are going to bed hungry and kids are. It's just disgraceful. But the one thing that is so inspiring is that every year, no matter what the economy, Robert, no matter what the situation, these people step up and donate. Can we ask you to get people motivated to come on down here?
Hey, guys. Anybody listening to Preston and Steve right now, Camp Out for Hunger, you've got to come down here. You've got to donate some cans, some cash, some time, whatever it is. Get down here because every can that you, or frozen food, whatever it is, helps somebody. I'm here, and today, you get $10,000.
Stop it! Robert Irvine!
Yeah, Robert!
You shifty bastard, you.
Yeah, it's $10,000 for Camp Out for Hunger.
Wow. All right.
You guys do so much work for charity. It's a big deal for me. So
10 grand. That is fantastic.
That's terrific. We love it.
Oh my God, you are the best. We weren't expecting that, but we do highly appreciate that. And of course, Lori Jones.
There's a strange man kneeling in front of us.
We're setting up something, hopefully.
We're just super grateful that you're here, and
Yeah, that's a payback for all the years you've come.
Yeah.
He's kneeling in front of you.
We're gonna
listen.
We've never done this on the air before,
but
live oral, right here.
Sex for Robert Irvine.
Yes.
It's a new show called Hummer Impossible.
I think my wife would approve.
Yeah.
Just give her a break. No, we're trying to. I didn't even know they were going to do this. Are we going to try this game?
We should try.
Oh, you guys.
Robert, you should be our lab rat here.
Oh my God.
Last year in this thing, I mean,
can
now we're playing games after I've been drinking tequila.
Well, we try to play a game with all of our celebrity guests that we have come by, but I didn't even know they were going to bring this out here, and I don't even know. I don't know if we can do it or not.
Is it doable? Wave us off.
Oh my God, that's it. Okay.
We have audio. I don't have video yet.
All right. Do you guys want to see the experiment here with
Hold on.
Robert Irvine?
I'm gonna walk over here.
All right. This is keying off a game we talked about on the show, Preston.
Yeah, it's called the Trombone Challenge. All right, and so it's a video game. Sorry, Edwin, I'm gonna come in here behind
No,
him.
not the rusty trombone.
No. All right, so what we're gonna do? I've never played this before. That doesn't even look like it. Is that it?
All right.
Oh, this is gonna go well.
Yeah, this should go perfect.
ABBA and military music.
Are those songs?
Oh, you might know this.
Okay, so essentially what you do is you try to play the trombone along with a music track. The problem is, this is reverse. Dude, it's not gonna work.
All right.
Hang on.
Well, at least we have the beginnings of it in place.
Yeah, that's Robert blowing in the microphone. We're not gonna do that.
Oh, no?
No, it needs to. We need to test. We need to beta test
Listen,
it first.
we have extraordinarily low standards, and it's even too low for us right now.
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
No, but you know what? I can play a different game with Robert real quick if you want. I do have a pyramid game that we could do.
Let's do it.
All right, we're gonna play. $10,000 pyramid, the old game. It's real simple. I'm gonna give you clues. There's 7 words you're trying to identify within 30 seconds. And if you don't get them all, then we're not going to take your donation, okay? That's how it works.
Well, I can tell you right now, 0.
All right. So I'm going to give you a couple categories to choose from. You pick which one, and we'll go through and we'll see if you can execute it, okay? The categories are as follows. That's a big bush you have. I love oral. We've got a squirter or Huge Johnson's. Which one of those?
We've got a squirter.
All right, we've got a squirter. All right.
That's the one Mom would have picked.
All right, these are things that squirt. All right, things that squirt. I need 30 seconds on the clock. Casey, are you ready?
Oh, maybe.
All right.
Casey's still cooking in a crock pot.
It's funny you should say that, because I was thinking about that last night and how much you loved the kielbasa that I made in the crock pot. You loved it. So, shush.
All right.
He's cracking up.
Here we go. You ready? 30 seconds on the clock. All right. This is a kid's toy. You fill it up with water and you shoot it.
Water gun.
Yes. This is a citrus...
lemon.
Yes, that is correct. This you put on a hamburger. You squirt it out of a...
Ketchup.
Yes. This is, if you're going to water the yard, you squirt it out of a...
Hose.
That is correct. This is a... calamari is what kind of animal?
Squid.
Yes. This is... you put it on a hot dog. You squirt it on there.
Mustard.
Yes. And this is a citrus that grows on a tree. But
Orange.
Yes! Boom! 7! We can now accept your $10,000 donation to the Camp Out for Hunger.
I'm going to bet they have nothing like that in Germany.
Right, Edwin? Nothing like that in Deutschland. No. All right.
I couldn't even follow it.
All right, well, listen, we want to thank
The only
Robert for
thing I
being here.
understood is beer.
Edwin as well, the Beats and Eats tonight. Robert, your website, please.
I don't even know. What is
Robert Irvine.
He doesn't.
What is it?
You go to beatsandeats.co for the information.
RobertIrvineFoundation.org. No, I thought he meant my email. RobertIrvineFoundation.org.
That is right. Or beatsandeats.co.
What's your phone number and home address?
1-800-HOT-BABES.
All right, we love you. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate you guys.
Nice to meet you, Edwin. Let's hear Robert Irvine and Edwin List here at Camp Out for Hunger. Well, all right. We'll eventually figure that game out. We'll work it to where we can have somebody play, but I thought the pyramid thing went all right anyhow. All right, I think we need to take a break, right? Chico's Vibe, you guys in place? All right, we're going to break. We're going to come back. Don't forget, we're going to do a Y100 reunion this morning. We got B-File coming up, more donations, people to meet. Ladies and gentlemen, Camp Out for Hunger on MMR. Enjoy the hell of the show. It was amazing. And I'm like, we should go back and see that again sometime. And then we went to go back and see it, and we paid for tickets. I'm like, oh my God.
They offer packages though that are actually really good deals. That comes with dinner at, like, you can choose from a number of restaurants and things like that. So at least it's
hotels sometimes and an organ transplant.
But just anything in New York.
Anything in New York.
You get a cheese sandwich, and they're like, that'll be $14. You're like, what? It's a cheese sandwich though.
Oh man.
Oh, that's right. We're in New York.
One last story. John Mellencamp revealed to the Indianapolis Monthly that in addition to recently recording, he and Bruce Springsteen actually painted together. He said, Bruce and I have done 2 paintings together.
This is my house, and this is the smoke coming out of the chimney, and this is me and my family holding hands, and that's a daisy.
He said, we have a...
That's a turkey. I made it with my hands.
He said, we have a painting that we worked on for 2 days straight.
Yeah.
He said he painted one side, I painted the other.
That's the whole.
And he also said Bruce had never painted at all, and he was really good, really into it.
Have you seen any of
Mellencamp stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah.
He's accomplished.
How come
Now,
my turkey looks better?
I don't know if he does realistic stuff or not, but he definitely does some cool
impressionistic.
Things. Yeah, it might be considered impressionistic.
Excess paint, and it blends all this together.
Yeah, this is it.
There we go. We're painting mountains, as you know. You always want the top of the mountain to be more distinct than the bottom of the mountain, because at the bottom we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution.
So before I knew that I had ASMR,
right,
and I was a teenager, I would sit there with Bob Ross on, smoke a little herb and just sit there and
Get
just
lost.
absolutely zone out into it and have no idea why I liked him so much.
Did you ever get inspired to attempt to paint along with him?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
I have no artistic ability whatsoever. I had, at a younger age, I had tried. I had a friend who was a decent artist, and he gave me a canvas and Steve. There was a house with chimney coming out of it, and Daisy and the family. I mean, it was just terrible. It was horrible.
Curly smoke coming out.
Yeah, just bad. The sun in the corner.
Yeah, with the lines coming out. Yeah.
With the rays
Hey,
coming out
son,
of
you
it.
can't see the whole sun, but it's a quarter.
Anyhow, he said he said about Bruce. He said, I was surprised at how hard he tried. He was like, "How do you do this, John? How do you make this
This is
work?"
terrible.
We're trying to.
It stinks. I can't draw. Why'd you make me do this? I don't want to do it. This is stupid.
Like a little kid.
I can't draw.
This is stupid.
I tried to draw a cat. Why did you make me do this? God damn it.
He just starts stamping in
Don't want that.
in one spot.
Let's play with the ball. Stupid paint.
He would say,
Told you I don't want to do this.
He would say, "Hey, John, how do you do this? How do I make this work?"
Stupid.
He said, "We're
It
trying."
doesn't look like anything. I'm not good.
No, you are.
I'm not.
No, you are.
I don't like this.
Trust me. It looks good.
It's not that bad.
He's throwing a tantrum.
He'd rather go outside and play.
Yeah.
You've never done this before. Cut yourself some slack.
I can't. I'm stupid.
You're not stupid, Bruce.
I feel stupid.
You just need to work a little harder.
I want some milk.
Okay, we'll go get some milk and then we'll try this again later. Okay.
Bring it in the purple cup.
John. Hey, that's important to a kid.
Oh, of course.
He said, we're trying to figure out how to sell it and give the money to charity. He said, but I was proud of him. He went after it.
Do I get a gold star?
Very proud of you.
I know, but you don't like it because you didn't put it on the refrigerator. So you say things that are not true.
Oh my God.
If you liked it a lot, you would put it on the refrigerator, and you did.
I'm bringing it
and
to
then you
work.
make me feel stupid.
I was so busted
Oh, wow.
from the refrigerator to the trash can. What? Why is this in here? I was like, oh, that was a mistake. I don't know what happened. It must have come off with some of the other stuff. I'm so sorry.
Oh, my God.
I keep that stuff. Cappy throws it away. Jace, come over to my house. We'll appreciate it. Whenever you guys are ready, this is Froggy on MMR. Here we go.
I love nachos. Nachos from 7-Eleven. I know that they're bad for me, but when I eat them, I'm in heaven. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. Liquid topping tastes so good. Post band practice, I buy them. I eat them in Fiona's kitchen. Best worst nachos in the world. They're the only thing I want. 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! You would have some if you could. Seven-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! I think they taste pretty good. 7-Eleven nachos are like $4.20. That's a funny number, but I should know the price by now, but I really don't. And the cheese is so good, it's all bright orange. Yeah! Oh, nachos! And cheese! Yeah! 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 Wow! 7-Eleven nachos.
I love that. I love the lyric. They taste pretty good.
I love it. And the original recording, I couldn't hear everything where you go, I highly recommend it. I love that. And by the way, you know who's a fan of this band? Nikki freaking Six is a fan of Froggy.
He's our best friend. I love that guy.
He wanted a Froggy t-shirt, right? Isn't that the deal? Did you guys get him one?
Oh yeah, we were like, he was like, how much? We were like, do not even worry about it. We were like, for you, it's free.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my God, that is the best. I love it. So I want to hear. So when we ask somebody to do a song for us, to do a jingle or whatever, you never know if they'll go, yeah, right, whatever. But these guys were like, oh, of course, we'll totally do that. So we were totally psyched about that. Did it take a while to come up with something, or was it pretty easy to come to you immediately?
It kind of came to us immediately. We kind of used the riff we had in store. We just didn't know what to put lyrics with it, and we're like, this is the perfect riff to do it with. And we had 2 drafts of the lyrics, but we came up with something good.
Okay.
And yeah, we're really excited.
So the world debut.
Yeah.
And what is the title of the song?
No title
No
yet.
title.
It's the
No
Preston
title.
Steve
All right.
song.
All right. So I'm excited for this, and I want to make sure we get a good recording of it. This might be our only chance to get it. Unless it ends up on an album.
Sure, in the future we will record it.
All right.
yes.
We appreciate that.
November. I guess it's November now.
It is.
Soon.
By the way, let's check this out, and then we'll find out where any gigs and things like that are coming up. So can we get the Preston and Steve song?
Sure.
All right, let's check this out. Froggy, I'm so excited they're here this morning. These guys, they got heart, man. I love it.
Real
All right,
deal.
whenever you're ready.
We got to have that.
It's Friday. Did you hear that at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's our new Friday anthem if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was outstanding. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said in the middle there.
The third part was no school for me, Mom. I don't want to go. I just want to listen to the radio.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, we need that. Yes.
Old
absolutely.
school angst. I love it.
Love it. We're honored.
You guys have any gigs coming up that we need to be aware of?
New Year's Eve at Philabundance with Colleen Green and Joe Jack Talcum. It's
Okay.
going to be awesome.
Yep, it's our biggest show.
And something early December in the works, not fully planned out yet.
We're
but-
actually taking November off to record a little something.
Yeah,
Very nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, will you keep us surprised to what your dates are, and we'll get them out for you, man.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
thank you.
People who love straight up punk are gonna love this this energy that you guys have.
So that New Year's Eve show, all ages show, or
Yep,
is it?
all ages.
Okay. Speaking of ages, how old are we all here? So Morgan, how old are you?
18.
And Brooke?
I'm 18.
And how about you, Fiona?
17.
18, and 17 years old.
They're so damn good, though, man. They really are. It's great.
Hey, what are you guys doing the second or third Saturday in May of 2022?
Nothing that I know
guess
of.
we're
all right.
free.
Yeah, just
I'm free.
keep those Saturdays open. Just
Dude, that would be awesome.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
like, what is he talking about? What is
The
second-
barbecue.
Got it.
And then barbecue.
Sometimes it takes
Froggy.
Well, this morning I quit my job, so I know I'll be over.
Oh, my God. Wait, Brooke, did you quit your job to be here?
Well, not exactly, but today was just the day where everybody was like, do it. Just do it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Like
that's
an
so
hour ago.
punk. That's so punk of you. I love it. And you're wearing a Ween shirt. That's really cool. Have those guys reached out to you at all? Or is it not a Ween shirt?
We've been talking to Gene Ween's son about maybe collaborating on our album. That was a while ago, but I hope he's still interested.
right.
Yeah,
I love Ween
Ween's
so much.
great, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember there was Push Little Daisies.
Yeah.
Was their,
They're out of New Hope, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm a roses are free kind of guy.
I'm a very chocolate and cheese and God Ween Satan girl. Those are my favorites.
Excellent. All right, well, one of the songs we requested, I got a nice slice of pizza here ready for this, was Pizza Ball.
Oh yeah.
What's the name of your LP or your EP that you have, your album?
Sopa de elote translates roughly to corn soup or corn.
Camp Out for Hunger. Having a good time on day number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Chico's Vibe. Live music in our commercial breaks. You can be a part of the party. Just come down here to the Xfinity Live Complex. You'll see the big white tent. That's where we are, the drop-off point in front. The rides, the carnival rides outside. My God!
The camp out is back.
It's back, baby. And traditionally, Monday is like the least attended show of the week. We got a great crowd out here this morning already. I love it. Usually have like 8 or 10 people. We got a nice group here this morning. By the way, want to mention real quick that if you didn't bring food to donate, you can stop by the Acme Donate and Go tent. It's on site to support the Camp Out for Hunger. And our friends from Skelly's Amusements have the rides open from 6 to 10 a.m. this morning if you want to come and ride, and then again from 5 to 8. So if you come by this afternoon, the rides are open. You can bring the kids.
Well, today is a perfect day.
It's wonderful. And thank you to Wilson's Secret Sauce Barbecue Restaurant for bringing by breakfast this morning. They are fantastic. You can check them out, Township Line Road in Upper Darby. Let's take a look at traffic, see what's going on. Kath, what you got for us?
First, we want to thank Bimbo Bakeries, Philly Photo and Film Equipment Trucking and Warehousing, United Rentals Power and HVAC, Keys Towing, and Indre Recording and Production. We have an accident on 295 northbound. You're stopped from 42 to Route 70. The accident is off to the shoulder, so stick with it and you can pass by it. 42 north, heavy 41 to 295. 55 northbound, jams Deptford to the 42 freeway. We've got a problem still on 95 northbound. It's this accident that's got 2 lanes blocked at Cotman Avenue. You're jammed, actually stopped back to Girard. And then on the southbound side, one straight line from Woodhaven to Bridge Street, and that's really just a gaper delay and normal volume heading in this morning. On the Vine, westbound, you're slowing near the Schuylkill Expressway, Schuylkill eastbound, slowing from 202 into Belmont, Montgomery to the Vine. Westbound side, heavy from Passyunk to South Street, the Boulevard out to Gladwin, and then on the Boulevard, southbound, expect delays from 9th Street to Wissahickon. This traffic report brought to you by InvisibleFence.com. Invisible Fence Brands Containment Technologies helps keep your pets secure. As part of their pre-Black Friday sale, get $300 off your system through November 15th. Schedule your consultation at InvisibleFence.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. 25th year of this event taking place, and we're excited about being back again in full form for the 25th year. It's important that we have this whole thing.
It's so right. Yes, absolutely.
Because, you know, we had to kind of stunt things the last couple of years, but we still had a tremendous outpouring of donations, and that continues on, and we're hoping that this will be even bigger and better than ever.
Yeah, there were a couple of key reasons to that success, and as we're going to be getting to that in just a second, but the fact that you said earlier, Preston, that everything that was the initial predicate for this camp out was people feeling compelled to donate food and bring food down to the camp out site. That's we're returning to that today. We want to see you come out. The tent is here. The band's will be playing all that stuff. It's I think we need this. We need this full camp out experience.
Agreed. And before we get into the bizarre file, we've had people step up in the past few years to be a huge component of Camp Out for Hunger, and we're excited to have them back again. We'd like to welcome now. I have 3 names on here, so I don't know who I'm going to mess up, but we have Dana Ward, Rena Shields, and Kristen Lewis from Acme, who are here this morning. All right, who did I get wrong here?
You got Dana and Raina.
I got Dana right or wrong?
You got Dana right.
Okay.
And this is Raina.
Okay, good.
Dana and Raina. It rhymes.
In the morning. Dana and Raina in the morning. I like it. So listen, thank you guys. Once again, as I said, it's been several years that you guys have partnered with us now. And it's been a component that we were surprised at. Not surprised. We were delighted at what a boost it gave to us. And the Head Start was a revelation that came a few years ago, and especially when you were able to instill the whole at checkout, being able to donate and round up like that. I mean, it was a game changer.
Yeah,
it was just huge.
Absolutely essential.
Yeah. So how did it go this year? I mean, you don't have to give us a total just yet. I do want to get that in a moment. But did you see a nice surge of people coming in to help out?
Yeah. Raina, do you want to take that?
I tell you what, we're excited to be here. We're excited to be here, Acme. Woo!
That hurt.
No, that's absolutely fine.
It's good, though. It's good. So, yeah, leading up to this, we about a month out in advance, we put the word out. And did you guys start to see people immediately?
Yes. Yeah, we're starting to see people. We appreciate this time with you, Preston and Steve. This is our 10th year with you guys. And again, happy anniversary, 25 years. But we're seeing people come. They're asking us even before it was starting. They said, hey, when are you going to have it? Are you having it this year? And we're just excited to see people willing to donate. And
Well, I have to tell you, Preston, I'm sure you saw, we all saw a flood of social media of people in front of our cardboard cutouts participating. Again, as Preston was mentioning, at the point of purchase, you get the option to donate to the Camp Out for Hunger. I've donated. So I'm a Mermaid Lane Acme guy. I go there all the time, and every time I purchase stuff, I donate as well. And this goes all the way through to how far along do we take it?
all the way before the day before Thanksgiving.
So when everyone is hopefully, and we know times are tough, but purchasing food for the Thanksgiving meal, we should get a nice bump at the end of this. And thank you for doing that.
And also, Steve, one of the things that we have too with the Mid-Atlantic Acme is we have called the Break Room. It's our Facebook page, and they've been talking about it. It's for the associates that work for the company, and they're shouting out, they're showing what they're doing, what donations they're getting, and how customers are excited about it.
Is there a competition amongst the locations to have the biggest amount raised?
There is. There's always a healthy competition between all of the stores. And a lot of them are here. The District 5 team likes to show up every single year. The team has a great time with it. We have a great time with it. We're here, we love it. We're back on site this year, which is a huge win because for 2 years we weren't. Come on down and see us here or see us at the registers in the stores.
Now, I understand you started a promotion yourself this year called I'll Break My Leg for Food.
That's exactly what's going on.
That's so generous.
Dana, why are you on crutches?
I had ankle surgery a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
So I get my cast off on Wednesday, but I never miss camp out. I'm always here, and this year's no different.
Thank you for being a broken individual that has come to camp out anyway.
I mean, honestly, the fact that you do that, and we cannot overstate the importance of Acme and the relationship that we have with you guys and how easy to work with you are. Obviously, it's we're Acme customers as well, but to have you as invested in the community, in all the communities, resonates. I mean, you really walk the walk. And so thank you again for what you guys do.
Yeah, of course. And we were talking about the competition. Here in the building today, we have district managers and teams from South Philly, South Jersey, the Jersey Shore, Delaware, and Maryland. So they're all here today to
Who's up next to break their leg?
Yeah. Come on, step up. Dana's done it. All right, Dana and Raina, you ready to give us a total?
We're ready.
Let's go.
Right now, currently, we're sitting at $535,000.
$535,000? That's insane.
And it ain't over yet?
No, we got all the way to Thanksgiving to go. That's fantastic.
That's okay.
That's every one of you stepping up and making a donation.
Now I have a boner.
Now you have a boner.
Yes, I know you had a boner earlier.
Yes.
I now have a boner.
Listen, and it's a charity boner, so
Yes.
it's not disgusting.
That's the best kind of boner
Yes.
there is, actually. You guys are amazing. You're incredible. We love our relationship with you. Ever since we, partnered with just having food to be able to purchase here in the parking lot and then donate it immediately if you didn't have time to stop by a store, to this advancement in the fact that you can pay at the register. It's just been huge. And you guys keep coming up with cool, innovative ways to help us out. So thank you so much from the bottom of our heart.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Dana and Raina from Acme, thank you guys.
They're so good. I mean, it's so easy to work with, too. They're fantastic.
And it continues through Thanksgiving. That's absolutely incredible. $530,000.
And that's literally, a person stepping up one by one to that keypad and saying, yeah, I'm going to donate. That's what makes it so phenomenal.
Even if you just round it up. I mean, if it's 5 or 10 cents or whatever it is, if everybody does that, then you get $500,000.
And we
it's
were
amazing.
to Lori Jones earlier, who runs the whole damn thing, Philabundance, and she was saying, again, and we want to not be hyperbolic about it, but she says this is easily the worst year ever. Yep. That's even after the COVID stretch. So all this generosity, you think, well, my donation's not going to matter. You could not be more wrong.
Yep.
Everything is needed.
All right, well, listen, with that, we have some other things to do. We are going to get into the Bizarre File, and Ryan, I'm ready to do that now, please.
WMMR presents presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Do I have a sponsor for this?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's that.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
That's what I asked you, and you shook your head no. Campbell's Chunky Soup brings us the camp out, or the.
I don't have the sponsorship with me, but
Okay.
it is sponsored by Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Thank you.
Yummy.
Well oiled.
It is. You know what? You're going to be tempted to use a fork,
No.
but you're going to use a spoon.
Yeah. St. Paul police say that a freak work accident resulted in a man losing part of his leg on Wednesday. Just before noon, officers and medics were called on a report of a possible pedestrian versus a vehicle crash.
Wow. I assume the vehicle won.
Yes, the medics and officers arrived to find that this was a cable installation work site. Police said workers had listen to this. All right, workers had a cable across the road at the time of the incident, and vehicles were allowed to drive across the cable. It is believed that the cable somehow became caught on a passing vehicle, and then the cable ensnared a nearby worker around his leg, and the cable pulled him into the street, and he collided with the side of a pickup truck.
Jesus, have you ever crossed over something like that and wondered if the car would pick it up?
Sure.
Yeah.
Due to the wire being around his leg, it is believed that the tension in the wire severed his leg around the knee.
Jeez.
He's taken to the hospital. Police said his injury is not considered life-threatening. Authorities are investigating the circumstances of the incident. 2 Denver firefighters are being suspended after having a woman declared dead when she was actually still alive. On June 24th,
Well, there's a thin line.
2 firefighters went to help Denver police officers with a welfare check of a woman, and one of the officers went inside to check on the woman, came out and said the woman had lividity, which is bluish or purple discoloration of the skin seen on a deceased person, not deceased.
I have bad news. She's deceased.
Dude.
Is she dead? Deceased is different.
So she had lividity and fluid leaking from her body.
Is it possible she was just part of the Blue Man Group?
And that she smelled like she was decomposing.
Yeah, that's deceased, all right.
Lieutenant Patrick Lopez said...
Are you actually a man or are you a Pez dispenser?
Said the officer told firefighters that they didn't need to go inside because the woman was obviously dead. Lopez told his crew to stay outside. He told firefighter Marshall Henry to call the Denver Health and ask for a field pronouncement of the death from an emergency room doctor, even though neither of them had assessed the woman themselves.
Oh, boy.
Henry described the woman's condition to the doctor as being in an advanced state of death, and the order says Henry answered the doctor's questions as if he had personally assessed the woman. The doctor then provided a pronouncement and time of death.
Yeah, sure.
The order says the fire department crew left, and a police officer went back inside to look for weapons. While he was there, he noticed the woman was moving. He then called for Denver Fire and EMS to come back, and she was taken to the hospital. The order says that Henry realized his mistake and notified his district chief.
Whoa, you shouldn't be moving so much. You're dead.
Lopez also told his superior. The officer denied telling the Denver Fire crew not to go inside, and the investigation revealed that it was more likely than not that Lopez had lied to his supervisors in order to shift blame to the officer. He was demoted from lieutenant to firefighter and given a 14-shift suspension without pay.
You've had your fair share of stories where they got it wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And someone was embalmed or buried.
It does happen from time to time. 2 people face misdemeanor charges after stealing from a clothing store, but that's just where the story begins. According to the Springfield Police Department, the 2 people stole merchandise from the Ross Dress for Less store on Saturday. In their haste to make a quick getaway, officers say the thieves crashed their cars into each other. After they hit each other, the thieves left on foot and were quickly located by officers. No one was hurt in the crash.
We really have to work on our getaways.
An officer says that they will be facing misdemeanor theft charges. All right, how about this one? Kath, I don't know if you saw this or not, because it took place in Bucks County. A Philadelphia man is behind bars for allegedly riding a Ben Salem Township School District bus as it took students to Ben Salem High School. Did you see this?
No, I did not see this.
So it
I was
happened.
trying to think of a reason why this could be okay.
Yeah, it happened.
Did he get on to and trying to pass as a student?
Well, it's very strange. It happened at 6:45 a.m. on Friday. Police say 40-year-old Elliot Smith boarded the bus to Brownsville Road at Brownsville Road and Weldon Avenue on Saturday.
I'm only 6 years old.
On Friday, he sat alone. Officers say a student texted their parents saying there was a stranger on the bus. The parent then called the school district, and district officials immediately called 911. Officers intercepted the bus at Galloway and Merchantsville Mechanicsville roads, which is at least 4 miles from the initial stop. A parent who didn't want to be identified said she got a brief email from the school on Friday. The message said an incident happened on the bus. It required police to respond, but there is no safety concern at the time. Smith is charged with unauthorized school bus entry. They said he had an active warrant at the time of his arrest, but would not specify what it was for. He didn't talk to any kids or touch anybody while he was on the bus. He just got on the bus.
And they didn't see him get on?
That's what I don't understand.
How does the bus driver let it full of not unless it wasn't an elementary school, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Well, that's absurd.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You can't get on.
I believe it was elementary school.
My wife comes to the stop to wave goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Ben Salem High School.
Oh, all right.
So high school.
All right.
Maybe it was a young-looking guy. I don't know. All right, then one last story. The other day, journalist Nicholas Crum was on the ground in Chile to report on a recent robbery when, quite unexpectedly, he became a victim of one himself. The culprit in this case, though, was a bird.
A bird?
Yes. So while the camera rolled for Crum's report, a parrot passing by evidently saw an opportunity for ill-gotten gain, and she took it. The parrot flew in, landed softly on Crum's shoulder, but it didn't stay a Disney princess moment for long. Without warning, the parrot then grabbed the earbud from Crumb that he was wearing and then took off with it.
Well,
like he yanked it out of his ear and left.
There's a certain symmetry to a parrot attacking Crumb, right?
Yes, I guess so. Like a cracker crumb?
Yeah.
So the little bird's crime couldn't have been more brazen, especially given that it was all caught on tape, yet she seemed to have no regrets. Fortunately, Crumb took the theft in stride and was able to finish delivering his report later on with the help of the cameraman.
And then killed the parrot with a hammer.
Crumb actually managed to recover his stolen earbud, which had been dropped on the ground nearby. The parrot, however, remains at large. They did not beat him with a hammer, but maybe they're looking to do that. Get away from me. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the first bizarre file of our Camp Out for Hunger 2022.
Quite nice.
Oh, thank you.
You can't see it, but people actually standing up and weeping.
Oh, my goodness. It happens to even me sometimes.
Sometimes we have to stop them from coming to grab you and carrying you around on their shoulders.
It does, but, nonetheless, we do what we can.
We soldier on.
All right, so, by the way, I forgot to mention this. We have a new Word of the Week prize this week. We have beer for a year from Victory Brewing Company.
Wow.
Pretty sweet deal. So we'll do the regular things like the letter of the day, stupid question, lesson learned. All that stuff happens during the broadcast, even though we're doing a special live event. So we're excited for our next segment because we here on the Preston and Steve Show get to reunite with some people we haven't seen in a long, long time.
People who were there at the very first Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, we're going to do a Y100 reunion here on the Preston and Steve Show in just a little bit. So, yeah, we're excited about that. We see a few fans of the old radio station, radio program that are excited about it. So, with that, I think we should take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We're all right here, Xfinity Live, South Philadelphia. Camp Out for Hunger, Chico's Vibe in the studio. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah, we just kind of picked.
I love it.
Corn soup is fine. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get one more song out of Froggy this morning. And whenever you guys are ready, we want to hear Pizza Ball.
Woo!
Yeah. All right, let's do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in live at the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger, this is Froggy.
Chowder. It was what he was known for. And it tasted so freaking good. I had like 10 bowls of that clam chowder. And I tell you what, I woke up in the middle of the night and I said, Mom, and I threw up all over the floor. Someone carried me away, and that's all I remember from that night. Yeah! Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That's
so great.
I had to shoot the confetti for Froggy in the end. They finally got pyro, man. I love it. You guys are the best. You are so much fun. We love that you're doing just straight up, just in your face pump.
Yeah.
It is the best. And thanks for writing a Preston and Steve
Yeah,
show
of course.
song. We'll make sure we have information on them on our social media accounts, and you can check them out. Let's hear it from Morgan and Brooke and Fiona. This is Froggy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
You got it.
We love you guys.
We love you.
Rats continue to run rampant in the neighborhood. It's happening in the 3600 block of Germantown Avenue. Residents say the rats are living in a vacant lot that's not being attended to by the owner. Right next to the lot is a barbershop that's owned by DJ DeSinga. He says the rodents are burrowing into the ground and under nearby buildings. He says complaints have been made to the city, but not much has been done about the problem.
Kathy, did you see that the rats actually started a barbershop quartet? It was amazing.
The rats are even finding their way into nearby homes. One resident said it jumped up on my couch and went onto the floor, and it had claws.
Wow.
I would die if that happened to me.
Listen to them. They're beautiful.
Good old days, 20 years from now.
Wait a minute. Can you speed that up?
Oh, my, these will be the good old songs that are on the...
I can't speed it up
Damn
while you're...
it!
Well, no, not while you're
I
actually
have to
playing
turn
it.
I shall work on it so we can get an actual depiction
Yeah.
of the rat barbershop quartet.
Yes, it would be, journalistically appropriate.
Right.
to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
that
come on
a
now.
little
We wanna
bit more
in
accurate.
part
if we
accurate.
can.
Exactly, Preston. That's why
Actually,
you won that
I
award.
think better than speeding it up would be like pitching it up. You know what I mean?
Well, whatever. Yeah, somehow or
yeah.
another make it higher. Can you do that? Or
I don't know.
It doesn't
Probably
matter.
not.
Good old these will be the good old days.
That just sounds like a key change.
Okay. I'm still...
It's all good.
I'm just playing with it a little bit here.
Listen, it was a threadbare concept to begin with.
You've never produced a rat barbershop quartet before, Casey?
Well, no, but you know
call
what?
yourself a major market producer.
I know. All right, so here's...
He was called the Phil Spector of rat barbershop quartet.
The wall of sound.
So with the cold
Wall of
weather months
cheese.
approaching...
Yeah, there you go. Now there
So good.
There's a Grammy. You're getting a Grammy.
That's perfect. One more time. One more time.
Oh, my God.
They're good. They're really good.
I never thought I'd start my day off this way.
They don't have much else to do. Rehearse their parts.
Yeah, that's why they're so good.
Well, I'm looking at the video of this, and we saw what we thought was a dead rat on our walk the other day.
No!
And well, it's confirmed. I'm looking at these videos because it wasn't huge, so we were
Right.
like, "Is it a mouse? Is it a rat?" No, it
These,
was a rat.
these are more like like field rats,
Right.
So if you get if you've ever been inside of the
Subway,
subway,
yeah.
you're gonna see much larger rats.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime now.
Even better.
You're so good.
Even better.
Those talented barbershop.
Hello.
That's just
And then they wear the most adorable little white pork pie
Straw hats
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are having fun with this. These poor people in Hunting Park are dealing with all these damn rats.
Kathy, you just have to laugh, and same with these guys.
Yeah.
With the cold weather months approaching, neighbors fear the rats will only get more desperate. DeSinger says that he doesn't know how he can bring people safely into his business if there's rats in the drop ceiling. A spokesperson for the Philadelphia Department of Public Health said officials have been in the neighborhood to inspect the rat issue and are currently working to get into the lot legally. It's unclear when the problem will be resolved.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you...
Rat. Hello. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime now.
I would go see a show like that for sure. Wow. I had a little adventure yesterday. Do I have time to share a quick story, or should we break?
Yeah, we need to be out. You got plenty of time.
5:42.
I wanted to share this real quick because it's fresh and we'll never get around to it if I don't. But yesterday I went, and I'm not going to say where exactly I went, but I went to a medical appointment.
Right.
Yesterday. It has nothing to do with my butt or my, none of that. It was
It's
something
more
else.
Botox-ish.
No. But anyway, so I show up for this appointment. It's a new appointment for me. I've never been in this place before, and I need to go and fill out some paperwork ahead of time.
Right.
So they asked me to be there about 15 minutes before my appointment. I showed
Sure.
up there about 20 minutes ahead of time. I walk into the reception area, and nobody's behind the reception desk.
Huh.
But I could get into that area.
Right.
It was a small little office that you come into, and there's a desk, and then the door that leads back to it was, like I said, it was a medical, so there's exam rooms back there. So I'm standing around, I'm waiting, and I wait about 5-10 minutes. Nobody's coming. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking around, and I look behind the desk there, and I see a pair of glasses there. I see a glass with a straw in it. I see a pen with some notes written down next to it. I'm like, people have been here. This is not, I didn't show up to the wrong places. They have 2 offices. I'm like, okay, I came to the right office. I checked. I made sure. I checked my time. I actually spoke to them shortly before I got there. But yeah, you're going to be here. So I'm like, I know I'm on time. I'm like, what's going on? So I'm like, all right, well, I'll sit down, wait a few minutes, whatever. I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. And it's just getting closer and closer to my appointment time. And as I'm waiting, an older woman walks in to the same office. She walks up to the front desk, kind of looks over there. And I go, hey, I've been sitting here for 15 minutes. And nobody's back there. And she had a little bit of an accent. She's like, well, they told me to call ahead.
Right.
And I call, and it says they're closed. And I go, yeah, well, nobody's here. She had kind of like, I can't do a Russian accent, but it was kind of like
I had the appointment.
Well, not that bad. But anyway.
I called on the phone to be here to get teeth looked at, and I come and nothing.
All right, so.
Who are you? With your Mr. Lyle Lovett hairdo.
So anyway, she's standing there, and she's.
And on weekends, travel to capital city and watch your ladies while they make a toilet.
So she's calling, and she's like, I'm going to call again. And she
Is that
calls,
okay with you, pretty boy?
While she's calling, the phone is ringing on the other side of the reception desk, and it goes to the voicemail, and it says they're closed. And so we're standing around, and I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm going to wait around for a few more minutes, and if they're not here, I'm going to leave.
But you saw like a cup? Like,
there were clearly signs, and the more I thought about it, I'm like, it looks like they left in a hurry. I'm like, because they left stuff laying out, and I'm like,
did you start CSIing the site?
Well, I said, I hope it wasn't an emergency or something like that. And she's like, I don't know. And I go, yeah. And I go, because look, and I started pointing out the evidence. The more I think about it, I'm like, well, maybe something did happen.
Did you slide the pencil into the barrel of the gun?
And the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, maybe something's going on back there.
Oh, wow. Now you're like, so you do these escape rooms, so now you're doing something.
I may need Mission Impossible.
Okay,
Casey, if you don't mind, because says that, and then she goes, well, if I could, I would go back there.
I would go back to the rooms.
And I go, well, I could go back there. So we slid a chair over.
You climbed through the window?
And I climbed up over the top of the desk. Now, listen, they don't know this.
Right, yeah.
And they know who I am, and they're hearing this on the radio now. So I jump up on top of the desk. And if they have security camera footage, they'll see this.
Oh, we want to see that.
So I jump over the desk. Right. And as I'm going back into the office,
doing it live.
Doing a great Beatles set.
It is hard to stop in the middle of a Beatles song, one of the all-time great songs ever written, but they do it anyway. I give them directions, and they wrap it up right. It's almost sacrilege that I ask them to stop in the middle of Little Help from My Friends.
I know. It's disgraceful.
All our friends are helping out, though, because we have this amazing event that's taking place after 25 years, so we're stoked that it's even happening at all this year after what the past couple of years have been like. So it's a beautiful thing and a wonderful event to take part in.
Yes.
I'm just getting caught up in all the emotion. Actually, I'm out of breath because I ran across the back of the stage.
Wait, me too.
You too?
I was like, oh God, I hope he talks a little bit because I'm really out of breath.
Oh my God.
There we go. Take deep breaths.
So emotional.
Let's get a look at traffic and see what is happening. What you got for us, Kathy?
Thank you to Bowder Audio Systems, Neumann University Videography, United Rentals, Reliable On-Site Services, Slingmax Rigging Solutions, Republic Services, Local 8 Stagehands, and Wisfis Bank for helping us at the campout again this year. 95 northbound, we still have an accident. You're stopped from Girard to Cottman, where we have 2 lanes that are blocked. Southbound is heavy from Woodhaven all the way through to Bridge Street. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound backing up 202 into Belmont, Montgomery to the Vine. Westbound side, you're jammed from Passyunk to South Street and then City to Belmont. In New Jersey, 55 northbound backing up Deptford to the 42 freeway, 42 north slowing 41 to 295, and then on 295 northbound, we're jammed 42 to Route 70. An accident just cleared from there. This traffic report brought to you by teethkeepers.com. Dental and vision plans for everyone starting at under $8 a month at teethkeepers.com. Go to teethkeepers.com and enroll today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Kathy Romano, traffic right here.
Thank you.
She stays up all night writing those reports.
She does them the night before.
The night before, so that they're perfect.
Yeah. Listen, before we have a few different guests we're going to bring out in this particular segment. We love anybody who comes by and makes donations. And in fact, this group had been a part in more than just donations the past couple of years, as we had some. Casey did a marathon of sorts, or what was your? Didn't you break a record or something?
Well, I mean, we called it from wells to shells, and we swam the equivalent of where we're at right now to Cape May, New Jersey, last year. And so last year I swam 2 miles on the first day, and then a mile on Tuesday, a mile on Wednesday, and a mile on Thursday. So I swam 4 miles last year in 4 days.
A couple of years ago, yielded one of the great Camp Out for Hunger photos.
Yes,
of
the breached whale.
Yeah, the breached whale coming up out of the pool.
I prefer to think of it as Wolverine leaping out of the bath.
That's right.
But we are happy to welcome back with a donation from Endless Pools. Please welcome Brendan Cunnell.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you, Brendan. Thanks for being a part of Camp Out once again.
Absolutely. Happy 25 years.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And listen, bringing out that endless pool when you guys did, that was a bit of an operation. That thing is not a small piece of equipment.
No, usually about 3 days to get everything set up. So it takes a little bit. And we're sorry, Casey, that it's not here this year. Hopefully, again, next year we'll do something bigger, better, have the pool here for you again.
It's great, and honestly, what you really need to do is talk to his wife, because she won't let him have one.
We're still trying to get that pool in your home, Casey.
Okay. My neighbor got one.
His neighbor got one. Now you can have pool envy.
Yeah. Well, we got to end that. But you guys are coming by this year for a donation.
Absolutely. The most important thing, right?
Yeah, so we're excited about that. Anything before we get the donation you brought, anything you want to mention about the product, the company?
Sure.
To pass along to people?
We are a local company, Endless Pools. We're based out of Aston, Pennsylvania, so right around the corner. We do sell the pools nationally, though, so whether you're here, across the country, we are always looking to take care of our customers, though. Locally, obviously, so that's why we're here today. Always check us out as endlesspools.com.
And this is an exercise piece of equipment that you can set up at your home, and you can swim laps, you can swim for miles, but you can also just kind of chill out in it as well, right?
Yeah, we like to say we bring you the power of water. So whether it's swimming, exercise, family fun, we take care of whatever your particular needs are.
There's some amazing, you got to get over and see some of their solution. It's astonishing.
It is incredible. And you said water, and I appreciate
yes.
that. Yeah. Very well
we
done.
are local, like I said.
I noticed, right? More local than water. All right, so what do you have for us today? We are excited to hear about this, Brendan.
So today, from Endless Pools to you at Philabundance, a $10,000 donation.
How about $10,000, people?
Oh, I love that.
That goes a long, long way. That's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you guys continue to give back to your local community.
Yes,
you know?
we do. Yes, it's very important for us.
That's fantastic. How many people employed at Endless Pools, by the way?
So we're
Any idea?
about 200 people in Aston.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's even more than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Well, listen, we appreciate it so much, the support, and yeah, we'll get that pool back out here some year, and we'll do something again.
We're going to stock it with trout next time.
We could do it. We could do it. Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you very much for having us.
All right, let's hear it for Brendan Cunnell from Endless Pools.
They're really something. They're really cool.
So your neighbor got one, huh?
Yeah, he got one, and I filled it up with this week. And on Saturday night, I saw it, and it was up to 98 degrees, and I got to put my fingers in it.
Yeah. And then it was back to rake and leave.
I was super happy for him, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
Super
happy
happy for
for you.
All right. Well, listen, we're ready to move on with our next guest. We're excited about this because 25 years ago, we started Camp Out for Hunger. We've been talking about that a lot lately. We were in the Adams Mark Hotel parking lot in Bala Cynwyd with an RV and literally a 50-gallon drum that we would beg people to bring wood by so we could burn wood in it. We actually had Ed Rendell
and Timony
allowed us to do open burning. Which it was not legal in Philadelphia. He allowed us, he gave us a mayoral pass so that we could stay warm outside. And that's how we used to do the Camp Out for
Yeah, it was as bare bones as it could be, but it's where it all began. At that time, it was the Greater Philadelphia Food Bank, and now it's obviously Philabundance, which has gone stratospheric with everything. Yeah. But some great memories of that time, Preston.
And I think this was Marissa's idea, was to maybe call back some people that were there when we got started 25 years ago and were helped, the biggest part of putting the event on. And, now it's become what it is today. So we're happy to bring back to this stage the staff of Y100 is here with us this morning. So we have a bunch of people. We're gonna move them out. There's I think we got 10 staff members. Casey, who's going where? All right.
Well, Marissa was handling. Josh, you're going to hang over here.
All right.
On the microphones to our left, we have Joey O.
All right.
Liz Romaine, Jim McGuinn, Matt Cord.
Matt Cord.
Yeah. We're missing somebody over here.
Well, we're doing our best to get this organized, but we have a big crew that's here with us. And I'm going to make sure that everybody knows who is who, because we have some people that you would know from our air staff, but then there are people from our promotions department and so on that have made it here. Casey?
Then we also have Josh Landau, Kelly Gross, Steve McLean, Kristen Miller, Dan Fine, and Leanne Curtis.
Oh. Yeah!
It's Josh T. Landau.
Josh T. Landau. Well, let's start with Matt Cord.
Hey,
Matt.
Good to see you guys. You haven't changed a bit.
Not a bit.
Man.
We only see you every day down the hall at WMGK. But no, Matt, when Matt started working at Y100, that's when I started doing morning.
Right, I took your shift.
Yep, I did afternoons. Yeah. Matt came in, did afternoons, and I went.
Lame ass trivia and what was the other
my God.
feature I stole from you?
Was that like a comedy thing?
No, I didn't do comedy thing. I still don't do comedy.
All right, you did lame ass trivia.
Yeah.
That was my regular, but that's the only feature I remember. God,
all right, so I stole that one.
I've smoked a lot of weed between then and now.
You also did a home repair segment, did you not?
Yeah, you remember that. But we would also like to say hello, our program director, Jim McGuinn.
Yeah.
Jim McGuinn is the guy who hired me, brought me to Philadelphia, and actually got me and Steve together in the first place.
I was calling down to you, Jim, to find out about a job in New York. You said, I got a show that just started down here.
Yep.
Would you be interested in coming down and checking it out? And here we are.
And you lived in the Russian efficiency for many months while you were halfway relocated between New York and Philly.
It was the most austere apartment I've ever lived in my life because I didn't know how long it would go for. But yeah, it was, and we owe that to you. So thank you so much for that.
You guys first started working together when we were at DRE.
Yep.
And Preston, you had like an afternoon gig, and Steve, you would come down and do kind of comedic stuff together, and you guys had just amazing chemistry, and that would have been 95, 96,
96.
Something like that?
Yeah, 1996.
And can I say your radio name?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Kenny Knight. When I first met Kenny Knight, he was a top 40 DJ in St. Louis.
Yeah, Jim worked in St. Louis as well, so he actually heard Kenny Knight live.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I still hired you.
I know. It's insane. He told me, I'll never forget, he was moving to Philadelphia, and I called him and I said, hey, good luck to you. And he's like, hey, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you go in a studio and use your real voice and do a radio show?
Could you be human?
Yeah. And I did, and he hired me, and I came up and was a music director of WDRE and did afternoons, and changed my life.
Dude, I remember, so one thing about this guy, about Preston, I remember you coming to me at one point when the early days when we were working at Y100, and you said, you know what? I want to be somebody that makes a difference in the community. I want to be somebody who has a legacy. And you said, I want to be somebody kind of like Pierre.
Yeah.
That's what he said to me.
Yeah.
And we were talking about could you do mornings? And I'm like, can you wake up? Can you spend less time at the end of the bar? Is this gonna work? And I guess it's worked okay for you.
Yeah, it worked out all right.
Awesome.
You had to ask me more than once to do morning.
Well,
and I was
I get it.
Jesus, no. And I still hate the early morning part of it.
but it's the greatest thing in the world. It's the most fun job ever.
For the first hour of every morning, Monday through Friday, the only 2 words we say to each, hey.
Yeah, morning.
How are you?
That's
because it's like you got to get in, you got to eat up every second. And then we really, for the first time, start talking on air because that's how it works. So, yeah, and you always said the phrase that I think is the most apropos to this, you get used to not being used to those hours.
Yes, that's all you can do. And Jim went away, worked at WXPN here in Philadelphia. Went away to Minneapolis for
13 and a half years.
And now is back as the assistant program director of WXPN Motorsport Radio here in Philadelphia.
It is
just got back.
It is great to be back in Philadelphia, and it's great to be part of this. I mean, amazing. 25 years of Camp Out for Hunger, and thank you to everybody who's here for coming out.
Yeah.
And hey, if you're listening right now, get some food and get down here and contribute, because this is amazing what happens every year.
We'll go through a little bit more of those early days, but I want to introduce everybody else because, like, over here is Liz Romaine, who worked in our promotions department. Liz,
so great to be here.
You too. What have you been up to the past few years? I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, I work in public relations. I work at Vault Communications as a VP, just doing PR and comms.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, VP. Were you at? Wait, was it you or Kristen? It was at Five Below.
No,
Kristen was at Five Below.
I was at
Liz.
Five
Liz, you were at Five
Five
Below.
Below and GoPuff, yeah.
Okay, and GoPuff. Nice.
Look at you.
Well, we're happy that you came
I'm
back.
still in Delco, so.
Yes.
It's hard to get out.
Yeah, we don't leave. We don't abandon our counties.
No.
All right, and also over here is Joey O, our friend.
Yay.
Weekends at Y100. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Good to see. This is very surreal, seeing all of you, seeing listeners and old friends.
Now, you and Josh still work together on Why Not, correct?
Yes, we do.
Which is an online version of the radio station Y100.
Yes, we sort of consider ourselves like the lineage, like we have the timeline continues into us from DRE onward.
Wow, and that's got to be, is it just you two holding it down, or?
We have a lot of volunteers and different people to help us out in different ways.
And how many years now? Ever since Y100 went away?
It's a long branch of tree branches there, but we've been doing this version of it for 11 years now.
Okay.
12.
Congratulations.
12.
Josh says 12.
Well, then let's go over to Josh T. Landau, who is over here. Josh did weekends at Y100 as well, and you started in promotions, though, right?
Well, I was promotions all the way through. I also did weekends, overnights. I did production. I was kind of a jack of all trades, but I started, like when I first started, I was your intern for a few months at least in the studio. So you taught me a lot.
And then the beatings became too much. Yeah.
If you guys remember, Josh was the one who provided us the balcony to launch our very first sex doll out of in
the Vag Project?
The Vag Project.
Yeah.
So
it was my grandmother's apartment.
And she was there.
She was there. She was unwell and didn't know what was happening, but yeah.
Oh my God! Wait a minute. Your grandmother had dementia, and we were launching a sex doll from her.
I asked my mother and uncle's permission.
Okay.
They said it was okay.
Josh, I like the friend you brought over, but she just keeps your mouth open.
Oh my God! Are you still having fun with Why Not? And
it's great. I mean, we still get to play whatever new music we think we want to share with people, and that's a great feeling. So, and to be able to do radio on no offense to all of I mean, this is all amazing.
What we do,
but we do it on our own terms.
Sure.
Literally whatever we want.
I remember calling you. You were doing a Y100 segment on XPN, and I requested a song, and you played it for me. And it was the funniest text I ever got from you. You texted me, "I forgot how much this song sucks," and it was "Wild Horses" by the Sundays.
Oh,
great song!
I love that song.
It's a great song.
I don't remember that.
I do,
but that
I don't remember
that
much,
that is a good song.
Wow.
It was just a little sleepy.
All right.
Like midnight.
I got you. And behind Josh, we have Kelly Gross, and Kelly was our promotions director. Hi there, Kelly.
AG.
Haven't seen you in ages.
Haven't seen you either. It's lovely to be here. But what humble beginnings we had.
You were there day one, right?
Making sure that original iteration occurred. What do you think of the new digs?
It's really impossible to compare it. This is really extraordinary. I'm so proud of you and proud of everything you've done for 25 years. This is amazing.
Oh, thank you. Where are you nowadays? We need to because we haven't met these guys. We haven't even seen them since just backstage a minute ago.
I'm still in the area. I do interior design now.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Are you independent or?
I am. I work for myself.
Plug away. What is it?
Yeah.
Kelly Gross Designs?
Interiors.
Interiors.
Hey,
there you go.
Your office is always top notch. I think we need to hire you.
Thank you for saying so. But thank you for doing this. This is really lovely, and I'm really proud of you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kelly. Behind Kelly, we have Steve McLean, longtime sales guy, account executive, and Steve worked we worked with you at a few different radio stations.
Yes.
Yes, at MMR as well, right?
At what?
MMR as well.
MMR, yes.
Yeah. And now, Steve, what are you doing with yourself these days?
I am a retired cat dad, having an affair with Steve's wife, Claire, on a regular basis.
I see more of Steve than I see of Claire.
But Steve was you taught at Temple for a while.
Yeah, I still have one class that I teach at Temple. That's enough.
Okay. And how about acting? Are you still involved in that?
No, haven't done anything for a few years.
Steve is a very solid actor and a very solid voiceover talent.
Thank you.
Steve also salsa dances.
Ah.
Are you still salsa dancing?
No,
Oh.
no.
Wait,
I met Kathy
why
out
not?
one night. I met Kathy out one night for salsa dancing, and if you've ever seen her, she is phenomenal. Like, she is show quality. I count the steps in my head. I barely can do a turn, and I was so flattered to meet her out and have some fun, but so bad.
Do we have any salsa music?
Terrible.
Probably.
Would you got
some?
Why, we want to do an impromptu salsa dance? Hang on a second.
You got to ask Steve.
Steve?
No, he said no.
All right.
Are you
Well,
sure? Because
the moment came and went.
It came and went.
Yeah.
It's a moment in time.
We almost had
And
it.
I just am so proud to have had an association, not only with Y100, but with you guys and what you have done, and to have watched it like so many other people, just watch it grow year after year after year, and all of the people who support it and continue to just come out in a big way. It is really an amazing thing to watch.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, from MMR, and then at the beginning of MMR, we took a quantum jump forward with this. We started to realize, and Chuck D'Amico and Bill West and everyone said, this thing is started and it can only increase exponentially if we give it more room to do so. It's like when you raise apparently an alligator in an aquarium.
Yeah. Also, if you take a look right behind you guys, there's a gentleman with sunglasses on his head. That's Rodney Bird. He's kind of the one responsible for making this thing as big as it is.
All right, I would like to meet another member of the air staff. She's one of my favorite people. We only get to see her in the rarest of occasions. Nights at Y100, Leanne Curtis.
Oh, my goodness. Good morning.
Nice to see you, Leanne.
Good to see you. How are you?
Wonderful. So you...
Disappeared.
Yeah. You were so much fun. I loved listening to you on the radio.
Thank you.
That's the one thing we loved, listening to each other at Y100. And I wish Brett Hamilton could have been here today, but he had a work thing going on. But I was fans of everybody else's radio show. And when I did afternoons, Leanne came on after me. God, we had a janitor. You just used to abuse him so bad.
Oh, that's not true. Wait, did I? Oh, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you remember, Preston, but he did urinate in the bucket before he cleaned everything.
That's not good. No, you can. No, we say
he got caught. He got.
Oh, we can say that. Okay.
Like he got caught kind of living in the building and stuff like that. Yeah. And
when we were doing our step competition, we were going to walk across the country. We'd go down and find his sleeping area down there.
Yeah. By the way, people don't realize that the Y100 building in media had been a number of different things. I think it was like a pet clinic. It was a bartending school. It had all of these different weird things going on.
Yeah.
Now it's a dentist office.
Now it's a dentist office. Yeah,
right.
So.
But Leanne, what's going on with you nowadays? I know you're a mom.
Momming it, big
Just
time.
momming it.
Moms.
Yeah. And do you miss doing radio at all?
Oh, I totally miss it. I think about doing a podcast. I think about it all the time. And listening to you guys and being here this morning, it's like so. My favorite memories are with this group of people and all the things that we did at Y100. Looking out there and I see that Fez out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And all the different Y100 gear and the MMR gear and just the support is super cool.
Those Fez shows were out of control, man. We'd have like 50 bands. It was insane.
Yeah.
You know what's really wild with those festivals? I remember is that because they take place most often in August. Jim, the temperature would be
genius scheduler.
About what it is here.
And there would be a MASH unit set up in the lobby of people who had just sprawled out. And then people started to realize you can't drink that much with the rest of
Yeah. And I forgot, Leanne, did you leave or were you fired from Y100?
Oh my God.
Wait, Jim, which was it?
Okay, that answers the question. Casey and I weren't sure. It happens. The business. Hey,
I think it was a bit of both. Jim, do you remember? I don't even remember.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have had 2 kids probably, or the kids
I went to
that you have
DC.
now.
I went to DC 101, and then started a family. I have 2 great humans.
Oh,
yeah.
And not only that, Leanne has
And a golf cart.
She lent us a golf cart this week to use.
Yeah.
She owns a golf cart, which is pretty awesome. So, well, thank you for being here,
Yeah,
Leanne.
it's so good to be here. Good to see you.
Kristen Miller was in our promotions department.
Hello.
Hi, Kristen.
How are you?
Wonderful. How you doing?
I'm great.
You've got the old school Y100 shirt on.
I do. It's even Street Squad.
Oh my God, the Street
Yeah.
Squad. So we have the MM Army, and the equivalent was the Y100 Street Squad.
Yep.
And was that your ward, your charge? Were you in charge of those
yes,
guys?
I was in charge of the Street Squad. Yes, hiring all of the interns and sending them off to their little events, whether it was a concert or a bar or
We were on the street a lot.
T-Mobile store, whatever.
T-Mobile, yeah.
Do you remember not hiring me, Kristen, when I applied for the job?
Yes, I
In fact, your picture's still up on our wall.
do. Yeah, you're
Never.
not bitter at all. Not bitter at all.
Never.
And where are you now, Kristen? What are you doing?
I am a math teacher.
Really?
Yes.
Where?
Avon Grove High School.
Oh man, good for you. Molding
Yeah.
young
Be there
minds.
today, but she's not. She's
All right.
sick day.
Yes, my whenever I have parent night, like the open house, and they come in and I tell them that I used to work in radio and now I'm a math teacher because that's natural.
Yeah.
And I tell them that I work at a Y100 and they're like, "Do you know Preston and Steve?" And I'm like, "Actually, I do."
Actually, I
so
do.
they're very excited about that.
Nice. All right, and then one more guest we're going to welcome, our good friend, former assistant program director and jock as well at Y100, Mr. Dan Fine is here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you, Dan.
And marketing director. So
And
I
marketing.
have the joy of putting on 2 of these Camp Out for Hunger
Oh my
with
God.
you guys.
So, wait, you were a PD at one point, right? Or did I get that wrong?
Wait, what's that?
Did I said you were assistant program director? Were you as
Music
well?
director.
You're
same
a music
thing.
director.
Yeah, all
okay.
good.
That's
I'll make
right.
the promotion.
I get an email from you once a week. I don't know if you realize this.
Leave me alone.
No. You put together the because you worked at the radio station we're at now, and you put together the sales meeting on Tuesdays. So every Tuesday, I get a calendar invite reminder from you, Dan Fine. And I just noticed that like last week. I'm like, why am I getting an email from Dan?
Wow.
Very interesting.
You're
I
like
did
a
not know
lawnmower,
that.
man.
Yeah.
You live in the system.
Yeah.
And I had the pleasure of working with Steve back in the River Deck days.
The
It
River
was
Deck.
me and Steve at the River Deck
And
and Preston
Preston,
on the
yes.
air. Yeah.
Back at the studio, and that's where Steve and I met before we met in person. Steve, I'd never seen him in person, and I was talking to him on the radio. It was, you know what, Steve? It was a meet cute.
It was a meet
That's
cute.
what it was.
The great thing was that they wanted, so in New York, Bill Weston had been at the station that I was working at. He came after Q104 in New York. And so I'd come down from there, go to the Riverdeck Cafe, and it seemed perfect, a bar gig for someone who doesn't drink. But so we would do the thing, and we'd have this exchange, and it worked out.
Yeah, and I'm looking in between the people there behind us. There's Trish Long. She used to work at Y100. She's there. Matt Cowper, who is with us still, used to work at Y100. So there's other people that are reuniting besides the people that are welcoming, being welcomed to the stage. But that first year, Jim, I don't know if you remember or not, but our power kept going out in the RV. And
was that the year it was also like incredibly cold?
Oh my God.
It was like insane.
Well, we used to do it in December, I think.
I was gonna say, I noticed you're doing it before Thanksgiving now.
Yeah.
Smart
we learned.
move.
Yeah,
Smart move. Yeah.
we learned. But it would get dreadfully cold. We also had equipment with we didn't even have like one of those little promotion, $100 tents that you can buy
To cover the
equipment up.
With trash bags, we covered it. Do you remember? It snowed the one time.
We
We
had to cover
basically
the
just threw trash bags over a Mackie.
So if you remember, now at Target's there, but it was the Adams Mark, and we were at the lower parking lot in front of the Adams Mark. We were right by the billboard for the Marker, which was the restaurant. Every time that went on, the power in the RV would shut off.
Yep.
And
because we plugged into that thing.
We plugged into the same post that had that. And I remember Preston coming back one time, my wife, I'm changing. She says, "What happened to your thighs?" We would sit in front of that barrel of burning wood.
Yeah.
And I had like a 3rd-degree burn on my thighs.
One time I came back and we had been around so much smoke that Rochelle was pregnant with Parker, our first son, and I came home and I gave her a hug and she leaned over my shoulder and vomited because I smelled so bad.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I know. It was a wonderful moment.
That was when the pitch was like, come on down, bring some food and extra firewood.
Yeah, we would literally ask for firewood that we could come down and burn. And Matt, would you come down and check in with us? Or
I did the show there live a couple times.
Did you?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I remember one night being out and we were at a bar and the band, remember Stargazer Lily?
Yeah, totally.
So we were drinking, we were like, come on down, play live. And Jim's like, who invited them? We were at Pod last night and they seemed like they wanted to join us.
We would have Stargazer Lily came out a few times. We also had
Good Charlotte.
Good Charlotte played a show. Jim, you put that together. That was awesome.
Yeah, before they were anything.
Yeah.
And they'd come back again to now.
And they drew one of our biggest crowds ever. And we were like, oh my God, okay, this thing can be even more than just, a couple of guys sitting around a barrel.
At that point, we were saying, oh, how could it get any bigger? And here we are.
Yeah, so it was an amazing run from beginning until now. But like we just had, Acme just came in and donated $500,000. I don't know if you saw that or not. But it's like, our original goal was 1 ton of food, and then the second year we're like, okay, let's try 2 tons of food, and then after that we're like, all right, let's quit putting a number on it and just see what happens. And it's
in that
it's
first
ridiculous.
year, Preston, how many people came down with like they would actually make a sandwich? It was so sweet, but they'd realize no, we need non-perishable food items like I made this soup. No, we couldn't do that. But
and the main reason that we were at the Adams Mark in that location in Ballacoma, because the radio station was in media, was because all the TV stations were there. And we figured if we were right there, maybe we could draw people over. And we got Cecily Tynan to come over, if you
Set her on
remember.
fire.
She's been at every single one.
For 25 years. So she's going to be coming out this week, right?
That's what we hope.
Wow. Well, listen, we just thought it would be nice to bring the original crew back together.
Yeah.
And since we've got you guys here, I thought it'd be fun to try a contest out. We have people split up on the stage. We have 5 on one side. No, we have 4 over here.
Yeah,
4 on one side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need somebody else over here.
I think, all right.
All right, Leanne's coming over.
Yeah.
Leanne Curtis is crossing the stage.
Bring her.
We're gonna go Team A and Team B, and here's what I'm gonna do. We're calling this the Alt Rock Archives. Casey, give me some music underneath, if you wouldn't mind. Something to fill out the. Yeah, I'm ready to go. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, it's Eve 6, right? Yes. We're talking about any alt band. You can just default to Eve 6. So I'm gonna give you a title. You give me the artist that did the alt rock song. This would have been on the Y100 playlist. All right, so. You guys all need to decide amongst each other what the answer is going to be. So we're going to go.
You don't just shout it out.
No, you don't just shout it out. You tell each other. All right, we're going to go to Team A over here, Team B over here. Team A, here we go. First song is Feed the Tree.
Belly.
Ah, that's correct. 1 point for Team A. Team B, Brick.
Ben Folds 5.
Ben Folds 5 is correct. 1 point each. All right, back over to Team A. Big Time Sensuality.
Bjork.
Bjork, that is correct. Team B, Cannonball.
Breeders.
The Breeders is correct. Wow. Let's go back over to Team A. Pepper.
Butthole Surfers.
Yes, well done. All right.
Anne has been dying to say the word butthole on the radio for years.
All right, now be surprised. This is a tough one. Some of these are easy. This one's hard. How about this? Love Fool.
The Cardigans.
The Cardigans.
Oh my God.
Joey got it. All right, how about you guys on Team A? Block Rockin' Beats.
Chemical Brothers.
Yes, Dan Fine with the answer. So far it's tied. We go back over here. Brimful of Asha.
Corner Shop.
Corner Shop is correct. Next we have back over to Team A. Novocaine for the Soul.
Eels.
The Eels is correct. Back over here to Team B. Connection.
Elastica.
Joey's getting all of these.
He knows every single one.
All right, back over to you guys.
The Way.
Fastball.
Fastball is correct.
Good, Josh.
Back over here. Criminal.
Oh, Fiona Apple.
Yes. You can't answer anymore, Joey. And neither you two, or no, actually Dan's gotten a few of these over here. All right, how about this one? This is an easy one for you guys. Stupid Girl.
Garbage.
Well done. Back over to you guys. Supernova. Come on, Jim, you know this one. Liz Phair is correct, yes. Back over to you guys. Fade Into You.
Mazzy Star.
Well done, Kelly Gross. All right, back to you guys over here. How Bizarre.
Oh, how bizarre. OMD.
OMC.
Wow.
You got that. All right.
I'm thinking we need to switch it up here. They need to take turns, like Family Feud.
Ooh, okay. Well, I only have 4 left.
All right, so
let's do that right now.
Let's just keep doing what we're doing.
Let's just keep doing what we're doing.
Let's put a twist on it. Do everything the same.
Okay. Back over to Team A. Firestarter. Prodigy, yes. All right, how about you guys? Here's where the story ends.
The Sundays.
Yes, Matt Cord. A 6-foot
I just
DJ.
realized I'm on the air right now competing against myself.
Yes, you are.
And I'm pretty sure I'm losing.
Yeah, Matt Shield
By a
started 5 minutes ago.
You're also winning.
All right, we have 2 left, and you guys are going to get every one of these. Volcano Girls.
Veruca Salt.
Yes, and the last one, Your Woman.
White Town.
White Town!
A tie.
It's a tie. Where is he?
Down there.
Oh, wait, we have one more person. One person who could not be here, was totally essential to the Camp Out for Hunger, was our former morning show co-host, Marilyn Russell. She couldn't make it. She's out of town. This is her son, Matthew. All right, that mic's not working. Get over to this one on the stand. Hey,
Yeah,
Matt,
let's go to
the
one
one
on
on
the
the stand right there. Matt Russell.
How's it going, everybody?
How you doing, man?
Living the dream.
Nice to see you. Matt was but a child.
Yes.
When we started this show.
And then you made love to Marilyn Russell.
True. That's actually true.
That's true.
That's true.
We've suspected.
I do actually have mesothelioma now from the grunge fest that was.
Oh, really?
100 Studio.
Sorry about that, man. No, but listen, you recently brought, so Marilyn's a grandma.
Yes.
Matt,
You guys are all grandparents now, just so you guys know that. Like, I was like the baby of Y100, and now I have a baby of my own. So
So it goes.
What do you remember about those days when you were a kid and your mom was on the radio at Y100?
Well, I don't remember as much as she likes to flaunt over me. Like,
Right.
remember the time Michael Stipe held you? No, I don't. I wish I did. I really wish I did, but I don't. But you guys know my mom. She's a cartoon character.
She's great.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She texted me and was like, oh, you have to go to this thing on Monday. No details.
No.
Here's Casey's number.
Yep.
You show up.
That's Marilyn.
Yeah. She's doing dirt bike tricks in Tucson, Arizona while I'm here.
Marilyn's like, it is life-changing.
Yes.
What are you talking about, Marilyn? Small wonder. The sitcom will change your life.
Yes. That's a
Religious experience.
Yeah.
Marilyn, yes, everything was amped up just a smidge.
All the time.
No matter what with Marilyn. And we
She's
love
good
her.
at the dramatic
Yes.
reveal of sometimes nothing.
Yeah.
She's great. She's great. Yeah.
Dude, man, dude. yes, totally. Dude, man, dude.
You guys are really good at this. This is weird for me.
Well, thank you, brother. And we're happy you could be here to represent your mom, so thank you so
It's
much.
great to see everybody that I haven't seen in like 20 years. In
Yeah,
some
it's
cases.
been amazing. So, all right, well, listen, we do have to wrap up this segment. We have dragged it on quite a bit, but I am so thrilled that you guys could all make it down here. We love you, love you, love you. And thank you, Jim, for starting this that turned into what it is. So, you guys are the best. All right, Y100 staff, thank you guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. We have more of the Camp Out 100, more guests on the way. Make sure you come and see us live here at the Xfinity Complex in South Philadelphia. We'll be right back.
Yes. You don't know.
I might see, there may have been a crime committed here.
Or
I don't know. So
you might see some whoopee.
No. I wasn't expecting that. Or I'm going to be the hero
Yeah.
because somebody's being held hostage at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And I'm going to come in and I'm going to save
Russian
the
lady,
day.
go take care of it.
So I kid you not, I started thinking about my Krav Maga training.
Oh my God.
You got ready.
And I got ready and I jump over and I'm going, And I swear to God, I'm crouched down like this.
God, I hope they had surveillance video.
So that I would be able to move.
Be safe, hero.
Quickly if I needed to. And I'm like, I've got my back against the wall, and I'm turning and I'm peeking around corners. And I'm going, hello? Hello, you know, and I'm looking around and doing this whole thing. Now, where the big mistake in my training that I didn't do is I didn't grab some type of a weapon.
Yeah.
Some type of thing that I might have
Like
needed.
the
But
straw.
I literally am looking and I'm like, okay, you know, like the FBI would, I would, you know, quickly look at it and just move over the other way. And I walk through.
Morning show host, identify yourself.
It's okay. I'm a broadcaster.
This is the point in the horror movie where you're like, why would he do that? Why doesn't he just leave?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even think of that, Kathy. You're right. There's a demon.
Well,
in
you
the
want to try to
hallway.
save the hostages.
So I'm picking it, and there's like seven. It's a lot bigger than I thought it was back there. There's all kinds of rooms that I'm going through, and I'm looking.
The hell is this?
And eventually I see the office is at the end of the hallway, and I'm like, anything's going on, it's down there.
That's the room.
That's where they've got him.
There's a glow coming out from under the door.
And I'm thinking, I literally am thinking there's going to be a guy with his arm around someone with his hand over their mouth and a gun to their head or a knife to their throat. And I circle around and I look and I see that there's nobody there. And I'm like, you know, clear, you know.
Yeah.
So and right
And was
about,
the Russian woman behind you?
no, she stayed in the waiting room. She stayed in
Don't
the waiting
worry,
room.
I have your 6.
And so what I should have done is open the door so she should come in. She could come in and
Thank you.
and have my
Well,
6. But anyway, so I finally there was one other area I didn't go to, which was like it was like a closet. These doors, and I'm like, man, the bodies are in there. And I open it up. No, it's a giant nitrous tank.
Treasure.
I couldn't find anything.
You were back there for very long. What happened?
Nothing. I was looking.
It's a giant nitrous tank, and right then, I hear. Come back, come back, come back. I hear the lady yelling for me.
Oh, no!
She's like, no. She's like, someone's coming. I'm like, I'm busted, man. She's like, because I thought they were going to be in the room when I got out there.
Right.
She's like, no, I saw them go by the door because it had a glass,
a
glass out into the hallway, and there was another entrance to the back of the office back that way. She's like, I saw them go by.
Quickly.
So I come running back, and as I step back, they're making their way back into behind the desk, and I look up on the desk. And there's a giant footprint from where I stepped. And I casually walk over, Kathy, and I put my hand on, I'm like, hey, how you guys doing? And I'm wiping it off.
Clean it
while
off.
I'm talking to him. Never said a word about it.
And they saw you on the other side of the divider?
It was like I was waiting in the room the whole time where I was supposed to be. And they were just running late. They had another thing they had to go do. And so,
what did the Russian lady say?
I thought about telling them. I thought about saying, but I went creeping around in their office.
Yeah, nah, just leave
But
it.
it was the best intention. I thought I was
You
going
were
to be
worried.
saving the day.
It is kind of weird to not unless, did they say it was an emergency of some sort? They knew they had an appointment. Why not leave a little sign back in 5 minutes?
I don't know.
Maybe
I
it
didn't
was
ask.
lunch and they were.
No, it wasn't lunch.
No?
They had to go to the hospital or something was going on. But anyhow, you should have seen me. I was crouched down.
Oh, that's great.
I was crouched down like this. I was in the mode, and it was very surreal. But
That's amazing.
that was a bit of an adventure yesterday.
So that would have been great if they walked in.
Oh
you
my
come
God.
back. You've
What
got
was I gonna do, man?
You've got the nitrous tank on your arm.
Yeah.
You've got some of the tranquilizers and
And you and the Russian lady are.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah. I didn't know how I was going to explain it
Oh,
if
man,
they
that's
came
funny.
walking in. But I had the best of
Listen,
intentions.
the place was empty. I'm gonna save them.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, it was a great day. Bella Hadid is getting real about her mental health. The 25-year-old model shared a raw post Tuesday saying that her life isn't as picture perfect as it may seem.
Who's this again, Preston? I'm sorry.
This is Bella Hadid.
Bella Hadid.
Is that your favorite Hadid?
I vastly
Oh, come
last
on.
week was a Gigi week.
No way.
I have to admit it.
It's got to be.
Yolanda Hadid.
No,
well, that's the mom,
no,
right?
no,
No.
Now you're making fun of this legitimate thing here.
Which one?
Where do you stand?
One lives in the area, right?
Gigi's are
I think two of
local,
them. I
right?
think the mom and the daughter live here.
Well,
Which
I have
daughter?
nothing against Yolanda.
Which daughter, Kat?
Who's
Bella?
the-
Or
It's Gigi.
Bella or Gigi?
Who just had the baby?
Gigi.
Gigi.
So
I'm gonna say it one more time. Gigi.
She shared a video of Willow Smith that resonated with her. In it, Smith talked about her insecurities and not feeling good enough. Hadid had also included a gallery of selfies of herself crying and a candid caption about her mental health.
I'm so tired of on on TikTok and Instagram videos of people filming themselves crying.
Oh, that's not the first thing you think to do when you're
the crying reaction. Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that kind of person.
Yeah, and remember the mom who was busted with the
man.
kid in the front seat?
Trying to make her kid
Trying to
cry.
make the kid cry?
Yep.
There was I just watched one of somebody crying. And I was like, oh God, here we go.
Knock it off.
Another one, but wait, she was opening her own boutique. And that's why she was crying.
She was
like,
happy?
this has been a long road, and it's finally here, and I'm so happy to bring this to you guys because now you can shop all of my clothes in person.
Let's check in a year when she's crying when it fails.
My clothes. I was like, what is this?
Hey, a lot of small businesses.
I know.
Statistically. All right, well, anyway.
Not mine. My boutique is going great guns.
Hadid wrote, I love you and your words. It made me feel a little less alone, and that's why I'd like to post this. So she was commenting on a video of Willow Smith. Hadid reminded followers that they are not alone and there is always light at the end of the tunnel. She said, this is pretty much my everyday, every night for a few years now. Social media is not real.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, for anyone struggling, please remember that. Sometimes all you've got to hear is that you're not alone. So from me to you, you're not alone. I love you. I see you and I hear you.
Oh, it's just like the Na'vi in Avatar.
I see you.
Yeah.
Self-help and mental illness chemical imbalance is not linear, and it's almost like flowing roller coaster of obstacles.
Okay, now she's losing me.
Ups and downs and size to size. Listen, people obviously, struggling with
depression.
Depression is a real thing. It's terrible. But you've got conflicting things here. Social media is not real, she writes. Anyone struggling? Listen, you can find support on social media, but you can also find exactly what is pushing you down.
And
You know
pushing
what I
your
mean?
buttons. It is a construct. And we've said before, initially, when it had a much more benevolent, at least to me, it felt that way in the early, hey,
hooking
you're
people
on
up.
this too, hey.
Yeah.
And there is a very, very destructive part of social media now. If you're going to be on it, know the difference and don't let the heavy stuff bring you down, man.
She wrote,
Right,
anyways,
Yolanda.
not sure why, but it feels harder and harder to share my truth on here. Thank you for seeing me, and thank you for listening. I see you. I love you.
So look at this picture here on Instagram. You had to hold the camera.
All right, what we're looking at is a picture of her crying. It's a close-up of her tears. She's looking away, and I mean, that looks like a posed photograph.
Yeah, it does.
I have never cried and been like, hold on, let me get my phone.
I got an update to the new OS. 1 second here. Wait a second. Why is this thing going through?
Wait, the flash is on.
How do you flip the camera? I can't flip the camera.
You have to angle it just right.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is.
The light isn't right. Wait 1 second.
I need another one. Hold on.
Can you come take this for me, please?
Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm crying.
Yeah.
Seriously.
She keeps opening the wrong app that looks like the app for the phone.
No, that's not the Instagram. No, that's.
If you thought that Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga looked like a couple in love at the 2019 Oscars, it's because they planned it that way. I know that she has already said that, but he is finally saying something. He was talking to the Hollywood Reporter on Wednesday, and he had said that he wanted the performance to mimic the scene in the movie in order to help him manage his own fears about singing live. So I get it. Yeah,
absolutely.
He's playing a role.
And by the way,
he is in front of a bunch of musicians. Because it was, I'm sorry, it was at the Oscars.
At the Oscars, it's in front of the world, basically.
Yeah,
he's singing this song. They obviously have a very strong friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, it was So it's friends, lovingly,
and
you know.
They're performers.
Yes, they're liars.
They know they're playing a role. They're having fun with it.
They're paid liars.
So Cooper added, he said he shared just from a personal standpoint, it reduces the anxiety level.
Well, listen, we're very good friends with Bradley Cooper.
We are.
And we know the way he is.
Incredibly
And we
close.
know how nervous he gets in situations like this. So if you knew him the way we knew him.
Steve, I sometimes will just place my hand on his knee.
Yeah.
And just a little touch.
Yeah.
A little human touch.
Makes a difference.
Calms him down a bit.
Yeah. I can't believe you guys haven't brought up the fact that, like, Steve and I look at each other like that when we sing the Safelite song.
Absolutely.
We totally get
That's
that.
so beautiful.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I just thought I'd let you guys have that. I
Well-
didn't want to bring it out into the open.
I always say, find someone in your life who looks at me the way Casey looks at me during the Safelite song.
Yeah.
Can we get that right now? Can you guys do that?
Casey's so
I just love him so much.
Let's do it. We can do it. Ready?
You're at the microphone for a
All right,
dad.
turn away and then turn and look at each other.
Okay.
All right.
Hang
Just
on.
give us a
I
countdown.
got to get in the character.
All right, hold it.
Okay.
Everybody. 3, 2, 1.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Oh. my God. The
Wow.
lovely kiss was
That
blown.
was-
If we could get it, I don't know if it's possible to get a split screen on that or not.
And see, there's no
play that
real love there. That's all acting. They lie.
Well, you know what? You can't sing those words without being moved. They're not only repaired, but replaced.
Yes. As if the repair wasn't enough.
You fixed me, and then you made me all new again.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And they'll
I'll
come-
repair
they'll-
you. I will
I
never
will come
replace
to where
you.
you are
Yeah.
if you're at your daughter's dance recital.
That's right.
Bradley Cooper added that they kind of fall in love in that scene.
93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. President Steve Show came out for Hunger. It is day number 1, a Monday morning, and we are already off to a great start, having a great time and enjoying it. It is here for you as well. Come and see us today in person. Chico's Vibe, our house band here today. I'm going to tell you where and when you can see those guys in just a little bit. We are so excited to have them back. You can go to chicosvibe.com to get all the information about that band. Higher Than They are incredible. Let's have a look at traffic. See how we're doing now. Kathy, what's going on so far?
First, we want to thank EventQuip, Seabox Custom Shipping Containers, Gilbane Building Company, Thackeray Crane Rental, Worth USA, United Rentals, and A Clear Alternative Water Supply. 95 northbound, we still have the stop traffic between Girard and Cottman. However, good news is they've got the accident out of there. South on 95, slowing from Academy through to Bridge Street, Schuylkill Expressway, eastbound backing up 202 into Belmont, and then heavy from Montgomery to the Vine, westbound jams passing out to South Street. Slow again near City Avenue. Blue Route southbound backing up from the Media Bypass to McDade Boulevard. On the Boulevard southbound, that's jammed from Broad to Wissahickon. King of Prussia Road closed in both directions between Upper Gulf and Croton Road. And then in New Jersey, 295 southbound, so it's 168 to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Save big at Whole Foods Market. Get $3 off per pound of animal welfare certified boneless beef New York strip steaks through November 8th while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
You know, every year our engineering staff makes sure that we have things set up so everybody is comfortable and nice and toasty warm in the wintertime. It's like 1,000 degrees inside this tent. Something I never anticipated we would ever have to be dealing with at all. Casey's been over here fanning himself like he's a sitting on the porch, having a nice tea.
I just took my
tea.
I just took my little denim coat off.
It's hot as
of all people, I remember the first camp out I ever did with you guys, and I thought, they are nuts. It was snowing. It might have been that snowing year you were talking about. There was plastic draped over all of the equipment. We were freezing. I was not prepared at all. I had sneakers on. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I am so freezing right now. But now here today, 25 years later, I'm sweating.
The air that they have pumping in the back, could they pump that in the front?
Here, I know.
Well, open the doors at least. That'd be kind of nice because this kid.
Well, and we also have this giant heat lamp behind us.
Yeah. And we got the band cranking things up. So anyhow, nonetheless, it's a good problem to have because normally it's
I
the
just
opposite.
turned the AC on.
All right, thank you, Rodney. Just let us know in our headphones. He just turned the air conditioning on. So yay!
But this might be the most beautiful day weather-wise
ever
we've ever had at a camp out.
A week,
seriously, war child.
A week from today, by the way, Steve, the low is going to be like 25 degrees.
Oh my
so
God.
like, I'll take this being a little warm over next week.
Yeah.
And, this weather is perfect.
But Kathy's right. We did have. I mean, literally. We would both lose our voices on the first day. We've managed to beat that in the long run. But the snow, the ridiculous conditions, the equipment constantly geting wet, it was horrible. But here we are.
It's going up to 77 today.
Nice.
Seriously,
back off.
He's here, guys.
All right. We would like to welcome some friends here to make a donation and say hello. And we love these guys. We've been having them come by for years and for different charity events, not just Camp Out for Hunger. We want to welcome our friend is the VP of Consumer Connections at Penn Beer. We just call him the beer guy. John Dorenzi is here.
What's up, guys?
And the executive director of Families Behind the Badge, Mr. Mark O'Connor. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Doing great. Super.
Nice to see you guys. Dorenzi, how are you, bud?
I am great, guys. Good to see you guys as well.
Wonderful.
It's great. It is crazy warm out there.
I know. It's insane. And his microphone is crazy loud, by the way, if you could bring that down just a smidge. But listen, I want to thank you, first of all, John, because I know the World Series didn't end up the way we wanted it to, but you did give us a chance to send some listeners to go to that event.
Yeah, it was a great run. A little tired, it was a great run. They did a really good job.
Yeah.
But, hey, we would have had a parade on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we came up a little short.
I had forgotten about how tiring it is. Like, it's awesome. But, with our job, we're at work at 5 in the morning. You're staying up till 12:30 watching the games or whatever. It's a great problem to have. But it's like that month beats the crap out of you.
Yeah,
and you're
it was
working
crazy.
your ass off.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, a lot of eating and drinking, but it was working my ass off. But
Did I hear right? Did Xfinity Live run out of beer the one night? Like
they bought a lot of beer. They did run out of a certain couple certain brands.
Oh my God!
Wow! But yeah, it was insane. Tens of thousands of cases of beer.
Oh my
over
God.
there.
But regardless of the outcome, you wouldn't trade it for the world. It was
No
an
way.
incredible
No,
experience.
it was awesome. It was a great run.
All right. Well, Mark, a little bit about Families Behind the Badge for those who might. I know we ask you to tell every time you go on the air with us, but if you could tell people a little bit about it, that'd be great.
Sure. So the two main pillars of Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, we support the families of fallen and injured first responders in the greater Philadelphia and South Jersey area. And secondarily, we started a program called Police Youth Alliance after the unrest in Ferguson, Missouri, trying to connect cops and kids in non-enforcement positive actions. Those are the two big things we do. But we gave this year to over 40 different charities.
Wow. You guys do phenomenal work. With both my brothers, my younger brother currently law enforcement, and
Yes.
it makes a big difference, and all of that stuff. To the proverbial building bridges is a key element of making things better.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so important, and what these guys are able to do to connect police with children and with different people in the city, it makes a real difference. And we could show you guys some of the things that they do. It's awesome. It definitely brings the youth and the police together.
And the Bend to the Shore event is a big one too that you're involved in, right, Mark?
Yeah, our 35th annual this past July. Casey and the MMR team was 4th highest fundraising team.
Yeah.
118 riders, I think you had, which was great on a very hot day.
Man, it was hot. It was really, really hot, and but you didn't feel it until the last 5 miles. It was the last 5 miles when you're in that blazing sun and the wind in your face. But who cares? We're there for a greater good and a greater cause.
You said you forgot about it until you had to rip your balls off your thigh.
But no, and so I can't remember how many years ago it was, maybe 8 or 9 years ago. We got a staff email. Anybody want to do the tour to shore? And it was with Bud and Penn Beer, and I was like, I'll try it. I'll see what I can do. And I think we had like 12 riders on our team, and over the years, you ride with these first responders, police officers, firefighters, DAs, lawyers, all these people that are involved, and it's an entire morning spent with this community, and you just grow addicted to it, and you just want to do better the next year. And so here we are 8 years later, and a couple of $100,000 raised from Team WMMR, and you guys continue to give back to the community as well.
Yeah, well over $100,000 from Team MMR. So thank you very much.
That's another, you stick with it, things grow, and it keeps going, like the Camp Out for Hunger.
And now I am a cyclist. Before I was like, my cousin would call me a bicyclist, right? And now I'm officially a cyclist.
And all summer, I follow Casey on social media, and you see he does a 45-mile ride once. Like that's
crazy.
Great. That's just awesome that he continues to do that.
And speaking of continuing to do stuff, you guys contribute to the Camp Out for Hunger. You're here to make a donation this morning.
Yes, we are.
And what do we have?
And again, on behalf of the families behind the badge, we'd like to donate $10,000. $10,000.
This is a good Monday.
Wow.
And it's great, guys. $10,000 this year. We're up over $65,000 donating to you guys, and it's a phenomenal cause for Philabundance. And you guys are unbelievable at what you do. So this is just a very small thank you from us to you guys. So thank you so much.
You guys are incredible. Thank you so much, John. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mark. Families behind the badge and Penn Beverage, you guys are the best. So thank you. We will put that to good use. Love it. Let's hear it for them, guys. One more time. I'm always blown away by that, man.
It's amazing.
I remember Nick and I were talking like the first time we ever got a donation of that size. It was like one of the first was John Bon Jovi.
Yes.
Said, I'll donate $10,000. We were like, what? Yeah, it blows away. So it still blows me away. I still get that. Do we have our next guest ready to go? All right, we have musical accompaniment for our next guest. John, if you would, please. Chico's Vibe has a song put together. Oh, yes. Just for this man. He's standing up. He's doing a slow motion run.
Yo, Adrian!
Ladies and gentlemen, from NBC Sports Philadelphia, Mr. Michael Barkan.
Chico's Vibe, man. Vibing. I love it.
Yeah!
Son of a gun. Never took a lesson.
Are we going to have to
Not a lesson.
We're going to have to do that every time we have you on now?
Well, if you would, that would be awesome.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Me, I also call them Emily Barkan's wedding band. Not yet, but yeah. I've known these guys for about 15 years. And Ellen and I, my wife Ellen, just celebrated. Can I start talking?
Yes, go ahead and start talking.
I'm so sorry, everybody. So Ellie and I celebrated 30 years married in September. So I called up Denny I call him. I called up Dennis and I said, could you come by, park, and play Our Love Is Here to Stay, which is our wedding song. And it was like a Pink Panther episode, man. They're sweating. It's about 90 degrees. He's got a music stand, and Ed Mount's there with a saxophone, and it went great. They were unbelievable. He didn't know the words, but it's okay.
You don't need to know the words.
It's amazing.
Words just get in the way.
There, Gebby, I'm sorry?
Words get in the way.
Words get in the way. It was really about the sentiment, the music. Yes.
Well, welcome, sir. It's good to have you.
Thank you so much.
I don't want to alarm you, but over your shoulder right there, I think that's Kyle Schwarber sitting in the audience right there.
Where's the Schwarber?
Oh, no, it's just a dude with a Phillies hat on who's got a beard. I'm sorry. He's looking down at his phone. I thought you were Schwarber for a minute, man.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
You know how I could tell he was in a bunt formation? Oh, come on. That's not right. I can't explain it.
All right, well, listen, we had mentioned earlier, obviously, a couple of glaring things to talk about sports with you, sir.
Yes.
Did you hear the Phillies didn't win?
What?
I didn't want to break the news to you.
Stunned.
No, but you know what? Nick had posted something on social media, and I echoed it earlier this morning that regardless of the outcome and how disappointing that ended up being because our hopes got up so high, it was so much fun. The past 3 or 4 weeks have been so much fun to watch what those guys have done. I'm always going to take that as what happened this year in baseball.
It was like music. It was so unexpected. It was so beautiful that we thought, look, I had them making the playoffs, and I don't want to say I have to say that, but at the outset of the season, I thought 87, 88 wins. They added a wild card team, and I thought they would have a good shot to make the playoffs or at least be in it the last weekend, and it turns out that they were. And I came on the air for the postgame after they were eliminated from the World Series, and I said, let's go back to October 3rd when they lost the first game in that doubleheader at Washington, and Washington stinks, and they lost to them 13-4. and we were disgusted. Oh my God, the season's over. Then they ran off 3 straight wins. They clinched it at Houston that first game with Nola pitching, and we were off to the races. And it was so unexpected. It was so magnificent, I thought. And I know you were all there. I saw all your posts. Wasn't it great?
It was so much fun.
I've covered all the sports, Preston, and I've been to all the championship rounds. You got 3 games at home, in your hometown, in your home ballpark. It just sings. It's the best.
And one of them was just the biggest blowout. Just the most. It was
Game 3.
Hilarious to watch.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, and again, I keep, and we talked about it the last time you were in the studio. There's something that happens. You get reminded you can do it. You get reminded that, you've got some really wonderful players on this team. Not that anyone was dismissing them, but there's a magic there. And that just says, okay, so this wasn't the year, but we've got next year. I know that's the old fallback, but you just saw a demonstration of what they can do.
Yeah.
So that's got to be that much more encouraging.
And here's the other question, Steve. Does it matter how they get there as long as they get there?
No.
In other words, if I said 106 wins and they won the division going away and they still got to the World Series versus 87 wins and getting to the World Series, they got to the World Series. Now, the expectations would have been greater. We would have liked 2 more wins had they won the division. I'll take the way it ended.
It's like the Astros cheating. You got to do what you got to do.
Cheaters. I hate them. You know what I mean? They shouldn't have won. I'm launching an investigation, and I will report back to you later on in the program.
Thank you.
Michael Preston referenced this earlier, but the Astros had 2 postseason losses. And who were they against? The Phillies. This team, when you go back when it's a month's worth of baseball, I had honestly forgotten that 6-2 win against the Cardinals in the first game of the postseason. They're down 2-0 going in the 9th inning, and there was story like that after story after story. The Harper home runs obviously were huge, and we didn't get the Rhys Hoskins that we wanted in the World Series, but in the NLDS, Rhys Hoskins was incredible and had some amazing moments. So it really was a likable / lovable team, and I had so much fun over the last month.
Me too. And when you think about this lineup and how it produced, some guys were struggling, other guys were picking up. Castellanos, for example, he struggled throughout the season. After May, he really had a tough time, but he had some key hits in the NLCS.
And catches.
Right, you're right. He saved the season twice.
That catch
you can make
that he
an
had
argument.
In Game 1 of the World Series, the catch that he had in the bottom of the 9th inning saved that game, and then they won that game in the 10th. So if Nick Castellanos doesn't make that catch, the Phillies I don't even know if they win a game in the entire series.
Yeah.
That was a game-saving catch.
So, and it was like that throughout the series and throughout the postseason, and that's the beautiful thing about baseball is guys pick up for each other. You can't have the entire lineup hitting at the same time. But I will say, back to my earlier example, had they been playing as they did in the postseason, they might have won the division. That's how good. This is what we expected from the outset.
Michael, do you think that these guys can be somewhat satisfied with what they did for the season? I mean, I know they got this far and they had their sight on the brass ring and nothing else. But when you come up short, can they pull back later on and maybe go, you know what? We did pretty damn good this year.
I think to a degree, but I don't think guys like Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber and Zach Wheeler and Zach Eflin and all the other, Aaron Nola, they're not built that way. Right. They're not built that way. And so there's only one way to do it, and that's to win. You win, you're the last person standing, the last team standing. That's satisfying. Other than that, look, you listen to these guys after the games. You listen to Rob Thompson. He was asked earlier in the season, you're the first Canadian manager to go back to Canada and manage a game in Canada. I mean, how's that feel? Right. I really didn't think about it. Yeah. Maybe I'll think about it sometime. And that's, you see the same thing with Jalen Hurts. I mean, Jalen Hurts, they could win by 40, win by 1. It's like, we still got to get better. There's so many things we got to do to get better. That's what top athletes do, think, and say.
That's true. I just hope they hear what people like us and others are saying. That,
they do.
That thank you for the ride.
Absolutely.
It was really, really cool.
Did you see Bryce Harper, Preston? Yesterday, the team got back. Last night, I guess they were at Citizens Bank Park. It was dark. There was a handful of fans. I think it was a handful. Maybe it was more than that, greeting them. They could have taken their bags and said, "See ya." Yeah. And they didn't. They stayed with the fans. They took photos with the fans, and they realized how loved they are by this fandom in this city.
That's great.
And that will always be. That will always be.
Now, when you're done with your hard-hitting investigating on the cheating scandal this year and the World Series, see if you can straighten out this whole sudden death. There should be a sudden death goal in Major League Soccer.
The golden goal.
That needs to happen.
It does need to happen. It's unbelievable that the Philadelphia Union, and congrats to the Union. To Jim Curtin,
another great performance.
Alejandro Bedoya.
Yeah.
Corey Burke.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I just looked those names up.
Isn't your actual name Alejandro Barcan?
Yes, Alejandro Barcano. Muchas gracias, senor. But to watch this, to watch these guys play the game with their excitement and their joy, and to go all the way out there, get to the final game, and to have it. And by the way, the goalie who was called into action, he's from Philadelphia. For the other team, John McCarthy.
Yeah.
This kid, I mean, I'm shaking waiting for him. And Jim Curtin actually complimented him as a Philadelphia kid after the game. But you're right. I agree, Preston. There needs to be, I want to see the play for the win.
Well,
I don't want to see a kickoff
also, though,
or
again,
shootout.
We're not bereft of another major big story with the Eagles. I mean, that's a sensational.
They play football, right?
Yeah, they're the
football team.
Yes.
Eagles?
Yeah. But how weird is that? And I was saying to either Kathy or Marissa before we came on, I was saying, isn't that bizarre? Because in the spring, Sixers are going to the playoffs, or hopefully the Flyers are going to the playoffs, and we kind of forget about the Phillies. Oh, yeah, you know what? Once July comes, we'll really warm up on the Phillies. But for right now, we're focusing on the other teams. And that's the way it's been for the Eagles the last month or so. I mean, we're certainly paying attention to it, and that we know what the score is. But oh yeah, they played Thursday night. Houston stinks. They're going to win that game. 8-0. Let's we'll wait till the Phillies are over. And they became the team that was, I can't believe I'm saying, somewhat overlooked during this period of time.
Yeah, it was I said it was kind of like, oh, the Eagles won again. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was it.
The Eagles won again. And then we'll see what happens Monday night, a week from tonight, against the Commanders. Yes. So it's exciting.
Yeah, it
really is. A great time to be a Philadelphia sports.
It has been one of the most exciting years ever in my experience, as far as just having multiple places to tune into and cheer for. You know what I mean?
Oh,
beautiful thing.
Without a doubt. And I always say that in a city like Philadelphia, and I guess to a degree like Boston and Chicago and New York in particular, we kind of define ourselves like a little bit, our collective self-worth by the success or failure of our teams.
Right.
And when our teams do what the Phillies did, when our teams did do what the Eagles might be able to do this season, again, we kind of got a little extra spring in our step.
But that's right.
And that's not nothing. You know, it's not. And I think I said this the last time I was with you, I heard that crime was down when the Phillies were because people were watching the games. They weren't out on the streets, you know, causing trouble. They were watching the games.
If we could just win a steady conga line of world championships,
that would be great.
This would be a Valhalla.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I think that would be an awesome thing. But that's what sports can do for a city. Sports can do for
even criminals love sports.
Even criminals. That's the tagline. Even criminals love sports.
Wow.
Let's do that. Set that to music. It's beautiful. Even criminals love sports.
Hey, Chico's right can play for you.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
That'd be wonderful.
I know it. But it just absolutely. And now, you know, we turn to the Sixers. We turn to the Flyers, and that'll be fun. Yeah.
There's the
Flyers.
Right
Yeah.
there.
They're warriors.
We got the Devin Booker and company in town tonight.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, do we have some Flyers stopping by today, Nick?
Yeah, we're going to have 3 guys stopping by this afternoon. We're going to have Tony D'Angelo, Scott Lawton, and Joel Farabee, Beezer, stopping by. They're going to be here from about 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. taking pictures. So come down, make a donation. You get a picture with a current Flyer. And then we're going to have a whole bunch of Flyer stuff happening tomorrow morning, too. Scotty Hartnell's going to be here.
Wow.
JJ, Jim Jackson, and then a Flyers pep rally.
I love it.
Before the game against Craig Berube and your St. Louis Blues tomorrow night.
As long as you have Lawton.
So the Flyers are coming by today between 2 and 3. That means our sports aficionado Pierre Robert is going to be conducting that interview.
Right. They'll be leading the interview
with those 3 people.
And I have put in the request for the guys to do the can drop this afternoon.
Ooh.
So they are. We're trying to convince them as we speak.
And we've never done an afternoon version of that either.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I'm excited about that.
It's different atmospherically as the day wears on. How fast that will fall.
Yeah.
It's sure it'll be.
It's warm here. Normally I come here. I'm
It's
freezing
getting cooler.
My kishkas years off. You know what I'm saying? I'm freezing, and this is kind of nice.
I think in all sincerity, Michael, it's great having you at Camp Out. To me, it feels like Camp Out when you're here, and you bring the energy, and it's just, for me, it's a great way to kick off the week.
Can I just say something? I heard you all talking about the origination of Camp Out.
Yes.
How Eddie the Rendell let you burn wood in the back, you know, which is what you do is unbelievable. And I think a lot of times it gets lost in the shuffle that there are people out on the streets and there are people that do not have enough to eat. And this is a party, and rightfully so, and it's a week long. But what you do for our community is so, for 25 years now, is absolutely amazing. And you feed the hungry in this city, and they love you for it. And I love you for it. And we all love you for it. And you take it so seriously. It's a beautiful thing.
That means a lot.
Well, thank you,
Alejandro.
And then, yes, thank you, Alejandro. And then, you know, we put it in the hands of the capable people of Philabundance. They're amazing. They're the ones that get it out to the masses.
Absolutely.
And if you do know someone who is food insecure, make sure you tell them about Philabundance and that there is no shame in reaching out and getting a hand when you need help. And that's what the organization is there for. So we're happy to support it, man.
Food insecure.
Yep. Well, good to see you, my man. Thank you for being here.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me on. Here's to another 25 and 25 after that.
Yes.
Love it.
Beautiful stuff.
Michael Barkan. NBC Sports, Philadelphia. All right, Casey, question.
Yes.
Are we talking to someone else now, too?
We are supposed to. Yes.
All right.
As a matter of fact, Marissa's bringing our next guest up to the stage.
Hey.
So yesterday we had an event in the parking lot here that used to be, it morphed into this event. It used to be a bunch of cars driving by here in the evening and dropping off food. And not unlike our Camp Out for Hunger, it started off as a smaller group. And then as the years went by, it got bigger and bigger. And then it got ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then it had to be moved to a completely different time outside of the Camp Out for Hunger broadcast times. And our buddy that we're going to welcome to the mic ended up doing a car show that takes place the day before. This is our friend, Mr. Jeff Walton.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you.
President of the Porsche Club.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you for moving this event to midsummer. It was awesome yesterday.
Isn't it a better idea? Oh, my God. All right, so speaking of this type of weather, you had it yesterday for the car show.
It was awesome. It was awesome. And I just want to thank all the volunteers. They put us through so quick that when Pierre and Brent Porsche finally rolled out of the bed and came over, there was hardly any cars left.
Wow. Wow. All right.
So I do have some totals.
Yeah.
Okay, we had all kinds of clubs. So
yeah, that's what I want to hear, too. Yeah,
we'll start off the low scores. BMW came in with 360 pounds. Tesla, 535. Mountain Roo and Jaguar. Mountain Roo is a Subaru club. They both came in at 628. Blacktop Villains, 1,005 pounds.
Nice. Wow.
All the Corvette clubs together brought in 1,307.
Nice.
Pine Barren Venom Jeep Club, first time out, 1732.
Wow.
Yeah. All Mustangs, Valley Forge, and Bucks County came in at 1732. Savage Off-Road was, again, 1752. Cabot, they were one of our sponsors, 7,500 pounds.
Whoa!
Faulkner Auto Group, they were a big sponsor, 33,716.
Oh my God!
Jesus. Porsche Club, okay?
Yeah.
We had a few Porsches there yesterday. It was 74,771 pounds.
That's insane.
For a total, just under 70 tons, 139,470 pounds.
Wow, 70 tons of food. Here come the cannons. That's huge, man.
Thank you.
Wow.
You can't say it's not needed this year, but man, that's amazing.
That is massive, dude. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you. Thanks to you guys, and we have to change that name now. It's more of Glamp Out for.
There you go. I like the sound of that.
Because the stage and everything is great. Thank you for all you guys do, and let's beat this year's record.
Thank you for being an innovator and putting this all together. You do all the heavy lifting on this thing.
Yeah, we had the autocross yesterday as well. We raised like $1,000 for that.
No.
We had everybody going through the autocross, trucks and station wagons. It was fun.
That's awesome.
Wow, huge. All right, thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank
Love
you.
it. Jeff Walton, everybody.
Porsche Club of America. And that's somebody who could start their own event. You know what I mean? Eventually he took their donations to this event. They made another event to help this event. It's all this domino effect, man. It's what makes this thing happen.
But as you said earlier this morning, we were so thrilled to have these incredible donations coming through on Monday. But again, this thing lives and dies by the individual donation.
Yeah.
So if you can get out here, we would love to see you because, as you heard Lori earlier from Philabundance say, never seen it this bad.
Yeah. Steve, by the way, with 25 years, this is the Preston and Steve radio history. It's the story of our radio lives.
Yes, it is.
There's a group that have these WDRE banners back in the corner. That's the station that Steve and I started at. That's
first.
Amazing that you guys still have those. Thank you for bringing that out.
And
That's
they're
a
in good
treat.
shape, yeah.
They're in really good shape. I need to hear the story of how they ended up with those. Those are like 30 years old. That's unbelievable.
They're probably the only 10 that the station had.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Well, with that, let's take a break, gang, because we got to come back with more. We have more people to get to. We have the bizarre file and the other things that we normally do, but Camp Out for Hunger is underway and it continues. Pierre Robert's going to be here. Brent Porsche is going to be here. You can come by in the afternoon and see us. We'll be right back from Xfinity Live on MMR.
I was a foolish singer, yeah, playing in a rock and roll band.
Preston and Steve.
This is actually the first time that they rehearsed. They sang the Chicken Pot Pie song, Preston.
Wait, do you want to do Safelite repair like that now? We're looking at the video where they're kind of heads leaning against each other. Oh, no. Oh, yes, we're going to get this now.
Hey, go on. Well, you got to come behind because you got to come behind me because you're taller.
Like this? Yeah. We are getting this on camera, right?
Yeah. Well, where's the camera at?
Here?
Yeah. Can you count us off, Preston?
3, 2, 1.
Safelite repair. Safelite replace.
Dear God in heaven.
Wow. How was that? Was that good? Thank you.
I was convinced.
Bravo!
Thank you. Can I just... We are involved with other people.
Yes.
We're just, I have the deepest respect for Diane, and I know Casey.
And
loves
Claire.
her, yeah.
And your cats.
And my cat.
More on the creepy side for me.
You don't know what that song means to us.
I know, I guess.
Sounds a little jealous, does she not?
I'm getting that. We have
I think
to look.
you guys. I don't think you were harmonizing though. I think you were in unison on that.
Our hearts were harmonized.
Our hearts were.
So the monetary donations for Camp Out for Hunger continued until the day before Thanksgiving, and the final tally of money that you donated at Acme Markets is $1,454,710.
Just amazing.
And that added to our final monetary donation, with everything added in, for Camp Out for Hunger this year was $1,802,000 to help feed people in this area.
Oh, my God, another banner year.
$1.8 million, and you put that on over 2.3 million pounds of food.
I mean, again, another situation where you figured, how are they, how are we going to get to that point? How are we going to top the miracle that was last year? And look what, people just step up. They're amazing.
Yep, it's pretty incredible. So thank you. Before we get into our concert announcement and music news, Nick, what were you laughing so hard at right before that started? Or do we even want to know?
You want to know.
Okay.
I would just want to take a seat, Preston, and I got my little chair here.
Oh,
and I didn't do it again. Oh, there we go. And somehow, Casey found a way to rig it so that it just slowly descends.
I took video. I took video.
Okay.
You did?
How'd you do this?
All right, so stand up and you'll see.
Because it'll go back up.
Yeah.
So there's a handle that will allow you to lower the seat, and I assume he taped it, right?
He tied it.
I tied it with a bandana.
That took work. I'm impressed.
So it just sinks down slowly.
I was just so glad.
Cool.
I didn't know how I was going to react, and I was just so grateful that it didn't
slam down
and have you fall.
You got to be careful.
All I heard was everybody in on this but me?
You had your headphones on. I think.
saw Casey come over here and tie it, and I go, "Are you trying to kill him?" And he goes, "No, but his chair will sink when he sits in it."
Where did you get that idea?
I don't even know.
It came out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere. I saw the bandana sitting there.
Okay.
And Nick wasn't there. I was like, I wonder if I could. I mean, it was like lightning fast how the synapses were firing.
Okay. Not as permanent, but definitely some pain involved. Florence Pugh, the actress, recently pierced her nose, but confessed that she fainted in the process.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Really?
She captioned an Instagram photo that says, "When you want to be a cool grown-up and get a cool new piercing and you instantly fail, go green and then faint."
All right, so Kathy, did you faint when you got your not your ears pierced, but like you got your belly button pierced? And...
No, I didn't.
She had a nipple pierced.
I didn't faint.
I didn't want to bring that up.
What's that?
I didn't want to bring
How
that
can you
up.
not bring that up? You're obligated to bring that up. Are you kidding me?
Case, my problem is looking at it. If I see it happen, I'm out like a light.
Okay, so Florence went with the septum, the middle part.
Okay.
Okay. I dig. I like a nose piercing, like the
off to the side.
Yeah, the nostril.
Yeah.
What do they call it? That's usually a stud, is it not? Yeah.
Stud.
Yeah, the septum thing, sometimes it looks like you got boogers hanging out of your nose.
It's just gross.
I don't like that. Yeah, the
But I
booger
do
thing
like-
is real.
I do like the stud.
Yeah.
I think that can be cute.
It's good if you're a bull. I think it works quite nicely.
My girlfriend has one.
She has a
Wait, the
septum
septum?
piercing?
Yeah.
She does?
I didn't know that.
I never even noticed.
Yep, she has it. She doesn't wear it all the time, and she removed it for several years, and then put it back in recently, and it never closed, which she was surprised by.
Wow.
I was.
Oh.
Yeah, but looks good on her.
What does she wear? Is it a hoop?
Like a little hoop. Yeah,
There it is.
A little hoop.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I don't like that. I just prefer the stud. But so speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull.
Startling revelation on the Preston and Steve show this morning.
Okay.
Casey Boy, producer, admitted he used shower rings to look like a bull. We go down to Jimmy Lukaszewski outside of One Ballot Plaza. Jim, what's going on out there? Crowd has already started to form, Tom. People want to get the exclusive on the interview.
Okay.
Can I go down for an interview?
All right, so let me ask you this. Would you look in the mirror and make noises?
Well, I don't know about the noises, but everything I did. Dude,
Did you make a face?
I spent so much time in front of the bathroom mirror as a child. I used to pierce my own ears. I would I'd spend a lot of time making faces and
Wow.
I know.
But I'm
You guys make fun of me.
Yeah.
And then he would go back to college.
I was just curious what level you took it to. Would you actually stomp on the ground?
No.
You never do anything
That'd
like
be
that?
stupid, Preston.
Yeah, come on,
Come on.
man.
He was just making faces in the mirror.
It's just silly. By the way, to make Casey feel better, if you've ever taken a shower ring and pretended to be a bull, text in and let us know.
please
about
let
it.
us know.
And if you have one now and you could do a picture, we'd love to see
Yeah,
it.
that'd be great.
Without a doubt, I am not the only one to ever do that.
No, listen, I'm sure. I'm
Without
sure
a
I've
doubt.
done it, for Christ's sake.
Somewhere in America
Yeah.
has done it.
There's probably a commune of people who do nothing but that.
Here's a supportive one.
Is that a BR commune? Yeah, that's a bull ring
Here,
commune.
this says, I used to pretend I was the bull in the Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And this guy, he and his cousin used to put helmets on and use red tablecloths to charge at each other like bulls. But he
One
didn't
was a
think,
bull and one was the matador.
Yeah.
He says, didn't think of the shower curtain ring, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The accessory you never knew you needed.
I know this is like Hollywood celebrity news, but why did they put the ring in the bull's nose? What was that all about?
You know, I think that's how they would actually lead the bull.
Yeah, I think they could
Oh!
connect. They could connect a lead to it.
Okay.
And
That makes
or they could
And most
essentially leash them up somewhere, and,
All right.
and they're not going to go anywhere.
And isn't the fact that most bulls are goth, sort of? They're
Yeah, I
with
think so.
cages and stuff.
Yeah, they do the
Most
ear
of them.
Yeah.
stuff
body
too.
mod.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Nick, anybody texting in? One person said they've done the shower curtain ring in the nose thing, but I don't know if they were pretending to be a bull or not.
No,
It
could have
does
been, yeah, something
Well,
entirely
I
different.
don't necessarily. I wasn't. You guys said I was pretending to be a bull.
Well,
I
were
you
just pretending
said-
to the piercing?
No, you did.
Well, I got the idea from the bull, right? Like
I got the
I
idea
never
from
made,
the bull.
I got the idea. I didn't.
Why don't you pretend that you're me?
Let the court record show that Preston, you asked if I made noises like a bull, and I did not.
I thought that was
I
after
would like
you
to have audio
intimated.
from what we spoke about earlier because you said I
Yeah.
would look in the mirror
Yeah.
and pretend to be a bull.
All right, let's check it. We
we
have
have
a
to-
way of finding
We
out.
have to check the tape. You
We
may
do.
be right. But
Well, what did you do?
I put a shower ring on my nose like an idiot.
For what reason?
I don't
To look like a bull.
To look like a bull, I guess. I don't know.
That's what I think he said.
All right.
But we could be wrong.
But I
Maybe
didn't
we just
pretend to
assume.
be a bull. There's a difference. There's a difference between trying to look like a bull and
pretending to be a bull.
Yes.
Pretending means you would adopt a lifestyle.
And I would not do that.
Right.
Because, bulls are ornery creatures, man.
I don't like the way they live.
They're ornery creatures, man. Yeah, that was my Lebowski right there.
That's what I thought you were doing. Like you almost sounded like Austin Powers.
No, that was more Lebowski than anything.
They're ornery creatures, man.
I'm a Brahma bull, baby.
Kathy, I'm trying to reel this back.
You are?
Yeah, I'm trying.
You started it.
Jesus.
Holy moly.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to move on to another story.
Okay.
We'll wait and find out that we'll find the tape.
Don't
here.
worry, we'll go back to this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it may run through the entire show this morning. We have a clip of you from earlier on the show,
all right.
so we'll see. Let's see what this is. This was Casey. Let's see if he says he would pretend to be a bull or not. Here we go.
So speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull. Okay. Like I was a bull. I didn't
For the
say
very first time.
I think there's a difference between pretending to be a bull and
Adopting the lifestyle.
I didn't go.
One could say that there's a point at which they sort of Venn diagram a little bit.
So if you put on clown makeup,
Right.
like a full clown makeup, the wig and everything,
And I didn't do the voice and all that stuff.
you're not pretending to be
I'm
a
just
clown. at that
dressed like
point.
a clown.
Okay, so you're dressed like a
There we are.
Whoa!
Woo! Yeah! Whoa!
Oh.
There it is.
Chico's about, yeah, go ahead, play something. Yeah, why not? Whatever you want. We don't have.
How about chopsticks?
All right, I was back there playing with the band when we ended. So
You were great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they're great.
Play Brick House, man. That was a blast.
And acapella, how about that?
Oh. All right, I'm out of breath. It is. I literally ran from that end and then back to here. 9:59 with the Preston and Steve show here at Camp Out for Hunger. Sometimes it doesn't go exactly the way you planned it. Let's have a look. Traffic, look over there. Let's see what's up in traffic.
95 southbound is slowing from Cotman through the bridge on the northbound side from the Betsy Ross Bridge to Cotman, the roadway. That's through the construction zone. And then also another one set up in the right lane north on 95 between the airport and Broad Street. Schuylkill westbound jams Vair Avenue to South Street. And then slow Gladwin to Conshohocken eastbound side delays from Montgomery Drive into Spring Garden. The Vine westbound slowing from Broad to the Schuylkill. New Jersey Turnpike northbound left lane construction set up between 168 and Route 73. Southbound at 73, the left lane closed with construction. This traffic report brought to you by InvisibleFence.com.
She always gets very sexy
Man, I
when
was-
she talks about InvisibleFence.com.
Invisible Fence Brands Containment Technologies helps keep pets secure. As part of their pre-Black Friday sale, get $300 off your system through November 15th. Schedule your consultation at invisiblefence.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR. But wait, hold on.
Okay.
Still
There's
me.
Still more to come.
Still more to come.
She's that turned on.
We need to thank MJ Corp Screen Printing and Sign Shop, Spurs Fuel and Heating, Pepsi, Five Below, the Royal Group Mid-Atlantic, Cash Cow Vending, Planet Fitness, Philabundance, and all of our Camp Out volunteers who are outside collecting all of the food for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, doing a great job.
Thank you, Kathy. All right. Is there anything that I have not mentioned yet that I need to mention, Casey, as far as our hourly love and all that stuff?
You know what? We do. Well, let everybody know what they can expect when they come by this afternoon.
Yeah. All right. Later on today, we are going to have throughout the day because, Pierre's coming out here and broadcasting live. Brent Porsche's broadcasting live. So we do have meals that are set up for those who come by and donate. First of all, refreshments throughout the day brought to you by Pepsi. So they're supplying that. Jersey Mike's is going to be providing lunch. Nice. Come by and see Pierre. Grab a sub, man. Yeah. They've got the perfect sub, whether it's made Mike's way or your way. Jersey Mike's, you could be a sub above it. And then for dinner, later on tonight, I saw him here just a little while ago. Only got to say hi for a moment, but our buddy Steve Wilson, Wilson Secret Sauce Barbecue.
So good.
Bringing more than your traditional barbecue. They are doing dinner tonight. So come by and get a bite to eat.
Hang out, and of course, you can go see them at Township Line Road in Upper Darby or online at secretsaucebbq.com. And by the way, Steve Wilson and company, they walk the walk. They contribute and donate to so many different groups and organizations.
Constantly.
After the Hurricane Ian, Steve loaded up the truck and headed down there and just to feed people. And so that's the type of person
they also did some looting, too. But that's... Yeah, no.
We're going to overlook that part of it. But nonetheless, if you don't bring food to donate, you can stop by the Acme Donate and Go tent, which is outside, to support the Camp Out for Hunger as well. And the amusement rides from Skelly's are open. You can ride until, well, they just wrapped up. But again, today from 5 to 8, they're going to be here. And maybe they'll be by early because, as Nick said, we have some Flyers players stopping by. And we're going to see if we can do a game with them.
Joel Farabee, Scott Lawton, and Tony D'Angelo stopping by around 2:15 or so. And we have put in the request for them to do the can draw.
All right.
And they have not yet said no.
Well, that's a good sign.
Yes.
We'll let them get here before they say no.
All right. Before we get to the Bizarre File, we have a guest who is stopping by to make a donation from Key Bank. We have Yusuf Tanis, who is here this morning. Hold on, your mic's not working. We need the guest mics on, please, for Yusuf. Try that again. Yusuf, how you doing there? No. Oh, boo! Yusuf, hang on. They're not saying boo, they're saying Yusuf. All right, we're going to use this microphone over here. Liz, it's day one, and we're working on getting all our
By the
stuff
way,
together.
Preston, they had to put this whole site together in half the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, now we can hear you, Yusuf. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Wonderful.
Congratulations on 25 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's crazy. We're finding it hard to believe. 25 years ago, this thing started. But you are here from Key Bank. Could you tell us a little bit about Key Bank for those who may not be familiar? How many locations you have, where you guys are, and all that?
Absolutely. So thank you all for being here. My name is Yusuf from Key Bank. I cover the southeastern Pennsylvania market. And Key Bank is a large regional bank that covers 15 states across our footprint, 1,000 branches. And we have long supported Philabundance and our local communities here in eastern Pennsylvania, and we're really glad to be here.
Excellent. How long have you been with the company, Yusuf?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been with the group?
With Philabundance?
No, with Key Bank.
I've been with Key Bank for 6 years.
Okay.
I've had a chance to work in many different markets, Pittsburgh, New York, but this is by far my favorite place to live, so shout out to Philadelphia.
Beautiful. And we love that you guys have partnered with Philabundance for all these years because you know what a great organization they are.
That's right. We have partnered with Philabundance. We have teammates on our at Key Bank that are on the board. And we have long supported this organization, and we are here to donate 45,000 pounds.
Oh, my God! 45,000 pounds. That's amazing.
Just had no understanding of actual weight. So these wonderful kids out there at the Plymouth meeting, and out there they're raising food, and they've raised 22,000 trillion pounds of food. Like, these are not even real numbers.
No.
And that they raised in equivalent the weight of the entire North America.
not.
But they misunderstood and treated it as a glory hole.
The
Oh, man.
rescuers said
No, we're trying to ascertain if you're alive. We appreciate the offer.
the rescuers said that miners were believed to have pitched a tent.
See?
See? With plastic and made a fire inside a tunnel to fend off cold. The miners were waiting inside and relying on each other with hope as they heard the sound of a blast from the rescue, according to authorities. Now, the miners subsided on instant powdered coffee that they brought with them.
Extra coffee. Actually, I thought this was going to taste bad, but it's really good.
Oh, my God.
When they went to work by drinking water falling down the shaft after using up the coffee.
We got water, we got coffee, we got glory holes. We're living the high life.
Mm-hmm. So they made it out alive. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah. How about this story? A woman having dinner at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Manhattan stabbed a male patron after becoming enraged by his arguing with an employee Friday night. I mean, they've got some big steak knives there.
They sure do.
And she took one of these and stabbed this guy with it. The 24-year-old man began squabbling with a worker at the Uptown Market Steakhouse, the Upmarket Midtown Steakhouse, just after 10 p.m. and made such a scene that it disturbed diners at nearby tables, including two women enjoying a meal together who told him to quiet down.
I think I'm going to have to stab them.
When he didn't, one of the ladies grabbed a steak knife and stabbed him in the back with it.
That's insane.
She and her friend then fled on foot without paying for their bill. They were last seen. Maybe it was an elaborate dine and dash. Yeah.
That's exactly it. I've used that same tactic.
They were last seen heading east on West 51st Street. The man was taken to a hospital in stable condition and is expected to survive.
I once shot someone in the foot to skip out on a bill at the IHOP.
Wow. So they've gotten away with it so far. Authorities in Arnhem, the Netherlands, will soon authorize people to shoot paintballs at wolves to make them less tame and more afraid of humans.
What?
According to reports,
Why not laser tag?
Paintballs will enable rangers to track the animals as well.
Oh.
The decision by the government comes after a video posted on social media shows a wolf strolling past a family in the region's Hoge Veluwe National Park. The spokesperson for the province said that one of the wolves in particular appeared to be looking for people. Environmental organization Philabundance has accused park officials of feeding the wolves because if they become too tame, they can be classified as problem animals and culled. So this is their way of doing it without having to cull them for
Right.
Yeah. It's pretty wild because I saw the video. This big wolf just kind of wanders over to a family of three.
They're gorgeous animals.
Oh, my God.
They are wolves.
They're terrifying, yeah. All right, and then...
There he is. There's Baltar.
We'll do one more story and wrap it up. A man stealing stored wire high up on a power stanchion in Plainfield Township suffered a severe shock and burns when a live wire arced through him, throwing him from his perch about 50 feet up. The man had secured himself to the tower, so he dropped like 30 feet, and then he swung and struck the structure before hanging in the air until his screams were heard by hunters.
That part was fun.
It's not clear how long the man was up there before he was found. The rescue attempt was dispatched just at about 5:45 a.m. once power company shut off electricity to the line, and that apparently was a process getting the right utility to the site. Township firefighters were able to bring the man down with their ladder truck. The man who's in his 40s was badly burned as the electricity surged through him. They said he's going to have a tough road as far as recovery goes. It's a long road.
It's a long road.
The man was talking on his way to the ambulance. He claimed he was deer spotting, not stealing. But he was actually after wire that's stored on the tower in case the work does need to be done on existing lines.
So he told a fib.
He told a fib. He's a liar, too. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you.
He's desperately trying to find.
I don't have long road. It didn't make the transfer.
That's all right. Don't worry. All right, that's it for the bizarre file. Okay, are we doing anything else, or are we taking a break?
No, we're going to meet some guests.
Okay, we are going to meet some guests. All right.
And
is
they're
it
good guests?
Is it our friends from PHL 17?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to welcome to our stage. As this is very fluid, we have to let things flow like a fluid.
We are like we're like when they put Moses in the basket and he just floated down the river.
Yeah, you have to. The river has to.
We are Moses.
Well, it's a long road. Yep. There we go. And our Moses music to bring them on. Please welcome
Jenna Meisner, and meteorologist Monica Cryan, the Delco duo from PHL 17.
Good morning.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Thanks so much for having us.
Our pleasure. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you as always.
The Delco duo.
You know it.
I love that. What part of Delco?
Both of us are from media specifically.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, everybody's hometown.
That's where Y100 was for all those years. And by the way, I don't know. I Instagrammed, I believe, at your because you do the show at
Yes.
Delco Duo, and you guys talk all things Delco. You got the friggin' king of Delco right here.
I know.
You got.
That's what we hear.
You need a guest position one time. Yeah, Casey is all Delco.
We've never had a guest on the Delco duo, so Casey,
might have to
you
bend
got to
the
be our
rules.
first.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who else you should have as your first.
But so the premise of it is like we talk all things Delco, but it's really about solving people's problems, or they send us issues.
Think about Dear Abby.
Yeah. Right. And then we give them advice. So if you think you could give advice,
Yeah,
Casey.
we'll call it Dear Flabby.
Dear Flabby. There. See,
Okay.
that
works.
Yeah.
So the people that are looking for advice, do they have to be from Delaware County?
No, they
This
can
is
be
you
from
guys are from Delaware.
anywhere on the map, but we just give it a Delaware County twist on
So
how we
you-
respond.
You have the prism of Delco to put it through, and do you believe that advice yielded the Delco way is a more valid type of advice?
Yeah, I definitely think it'll help everyone solve their problems the Delco way. You know what I mean? So you can be from Montgomery County, you can be from Philly, but we give a Delco piece of advice, and sometimes it can be rough around the edges.
Okay, all right, but that's good. Sometimes you need to hear the real truth. Yeah.
Yep.
Is this like marital advice, or what
It can
are
be
people looking
anything. You can have a problem with your neighbor, a coworker, a spouse.
Yeah,
it could
we
be
just-
an inanimate object. It doesn't
Okay.
even have to be a person.
Yeah. Like we had one this Saturday about parking. Someone kept parking on the sidewalk, and so they couldn't get around. And so they said, what, should I confront my neighbor? And we said, no, it gets dangerous.
Yes.
You really can't trust your neighbor. They might get mad at you.
Wow, so they were parking on the sidewalk.
Yes, on the sidewalk. They have parties, and all the cars in South Philly go onto the sidewalk.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. And they'll use the most bizarre areas for parking.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Now,
we just helped them, and we said, do not confront your neighbor. They might not be nice.
Was there a solution out of it, though? Did you suggest setting the car on fire?
6 people got shot.
Yeah.
Jenna said to call the PPA.
I said to call the PPA. That was my solution. But we have to put a disclaimer with this. The advice is not always the best advice. It's just what we think
what we would do.
Right. I think that makes sense.
As the Delco duo.
Has anybody gotten back in touch with you to tell you that how successful the advice was that you gave them?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, people email us all the time, and sometimes they'll just talk about what they would do in that case. So we got a ton of emails from people telling us, here's how I would have handled it, not like you guys.
Or here's how you made the situation much worse.
Much worse. I'm divorced and my car's on fire.
Exactly.
For a while, we flirted with the idea of Kathy doing something like that. It was almost like, Kathy's court or something to offer up
Yes.
some unfiltered advice.
Yeah, it was like somebody called in for, they were like fighting, and I said I could be the judge between it.
Yeah, relationship-wise.
Give them,
Because
blatant
obviously
advice.
we just are so successful and we know what we're talking about. But
Absolutely.
Just fun.
It's funny though. Think about what was Dear Abby's or Ann Landis. What were their qualifications? Were
Yeah,
they-
right?
Yeah,
I know.
I don't
as
think
far
you
as we
need
know,
any
they-
qualifications.
Right. There you go. And they certainly didn't. And they're legendary for whatever the hell they do.
We just have a lot of thoughts and opinions.
Right,
So
right.
that qualifies.
If people want to reach out with a question, how do they do that?
You can email us, delcoduo@phl17.com. That's how we get a lot of ours. But I also
social
said,
medias.
I said, just DM us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And Jenna agreed. And then all of a sudden she's like, well, my messaging doesn't work. I'm like, well, what? I've been telling people to message you for like a year now.
Well, that's why you have to communicate periodically.
Right. And we keep everyone anonymous. Now, we know who you are, and we may be judging you, but we won't let everyone else know who you are.
Right.
So you guys are also you're on in the morning as well. You don't.
Yes.
And we were on the same time, so
Yeah. We do the weather and traffic for PHL 17 morning news, and we don't give our thoughts and opinion on that. That's
No.
just general information.
You'll never give advice during like a crime recap or something. That guy should not have parked on the sidewalk. Back
Right.
to you.
could offer the investigator
Straight
some
to
advice.
Yeah.
Is there anything you won't touch as far as the subject goes where like I'm not weighing in on that?
No.
Pretty much anything
Nothing's
is
off
open.
limits. Nothing's off limits.
All right, so now that people know, now that your social media is working again, you have really profound. And so the show is on Saturday nights, correct?
Saturday nights at 11:30. Like Monica said, since we're on in the morning, we can take a different tone on Saturday
Right.
nights at 11:30 than we can during the morning. So it's really fun to have a different type of freedom.
If you're looking for an alternative to SNL.
You can take it down. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That show has no history.
Exactly.
Monica, you being a meteorologist, it is unbelievable
Oh my
weather
gosh.
today. Today's the last day of this really good, toasty, warm stuff, right?
Yeah, soak it up. This is your guys' nicest camp out for hunger, right?
Well, the day.
Ever.
Yes, the day is the weather's phenomenal.
And I can actually say that's verified truth because we could reach a record today. So there's.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So for the rest of the week, I'm committed now for the rest of the week. I dressed up for you guys and for the Y100 reunion, but I want to wear shorts for the rest of the week. And I am firmly committed to being winter shorts guy.
I love it.
All right, so is that feasible?
No, it's going to be cold.
All right.
It's going to be cold.
All right.
Yeah, it's getting down to the 30s overnight,
Yep.
starting tomorrow, I think, or something like that.
Tonight it's going down to like the 40s. Tomorrow only in the 50s. So soak up the 70s, guys.
The thing that we mainly want to keep an eye on is because Wednesday night we're doing this food trucks and fireworks event out here, and I think we're looking good for that, right?
Yeah,
For
I mean,
Wednesday?
the nice thing is it's clear skies.
Oh, excellent.
It's just temperature.
That's all we need. Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's all you need.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys for being here and covering this event. We appreciate it.
Oh, we love
thanks for
Camp Out for
having us.
Hunger. We
It's
love it,
wonderful to
guys.
see
Thank
you.
you for all you do.
Monica and Jenna, thank you guys for being here. From PHL 17, the
Thank
Delco
you.
duo. I love it. All right, we need to take another break, right, Case?
Yes,
And then
sir.
we come back. What are we doing? Lesson, question, trash, music, news,
All of
that
that,
stuff?
yeah.
All right, so we'll break. We'll come back in a second. The live entertainment is still continuing with Chico's Vibe, and we want to remind you that it continues broadcast with Pierre Robert and Brett Porsche. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Amber?
Not much. The Christmas trees. The prices have been so crazy the last like 10 years or so.
Yeah.
We kind of started a new tradition in our family. When we go out to get the Christmas tree, we go up to them. We just ask them for show us the ugliest Christmas trees that you can, and we kind of make a game and see how pretty we can make it.
So you
And we usually just
like
give them to us.
like Charlie Brown it up then.
Yeah,
I love
as
it.
early as we can get it, and I tell my daughter every Christmas tree deserves, or every tree deserves a Christmas.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
No, that's cool. If you can do that, that's I'm down with that.
So you take an
Yeah.
ugly tree and you try to make it a beautiful tree.
Yeah, and you have no. I mean, like they come out awesome, but when we first bring them in the house, it's like, oh my god, they have like 3 needles on them.
My wife tells the story of my father-in-law. They were 9 kids and a huge family, and they'd get like a lesser level tree, and my father-in-law would get a drill, very handy. He would remove branches from the back of the tree, drill holes, and put
It's like a hair replacement for men.
Basically, is what he was doing, and fill out the tree.
All right.
And so they would get the tree up to decorating
I love
level,
it.
and it looked great.
That woman, Amber, said something that I think could be turned into a Christmas story. Every tree deserves a Christmas.
Yeah.
I think that could be a kid's book, don't you think?
Or the loneliest tree at the lot, the one that doesn't.
Yeah.
Right. That's overlooked all the time.
But then a wonderful thing happens. It gets thrown into a wood chipper.
Right.
It's like a turn.
Then a wonderful thing, like Jimmy Durante.
Yeah.
But then they chucked it into the wood chipper.
Yeah. They start with its feet.
Oh, dear God! Make it stop!
You see its little animated head with its mouth gaping open, and it's the last to go in.
Branchy was the last tree.
Branchy.
He was all dried up. Hardly anything left on him. But then Bill, the kindly owner, slowly fed him into a wood chipper.
If someone has the animation capabilities to turn that last little segment into a animated short, I would greatly appreciate that. Because I don't know about you guys, but I had a vision in my head of what that looked like. Branchie.
Does it look like your year this year, Branchie?
That had happened on, Christmas Day.
But I got you a surprise. A brand new Fuji wood chipper. Well, what am I going to do with this?
Oh, my God.
Just go to sleep.
All right, so I have another. Would you guys? So I have a story of a mathematician, and while I was thinking about it, is that really considered science?
Yeah,
I mean, it's used in science, but it's its own subject.
Let's
as
take
well.
that angle. It's used in science.
The reason I bring this up is because Jacques Tits died.
Oh my God!
The mathematician behind Tits Buildings, the Tits Alternative, the Tits Group, and the Tits Metric
Stop it. Yeah.
has passed away at 91.
Why'd you pick this story?
Well,
he's a
because he was an
mathematician.
important man.
Oh, all right. That's why.
Belgian-born mathematician Jacques Tits.
This is wild because he died in the same week Heinrich von Butthole died.
Oh, no. Oh, what a loss.
Who revolutionized calculus.
What a loss.
We lost Tits and Butthole in the same week.
I know.
Oh, my God.
What was his name?
Heinrich von Butthole.
Heinrich von Butthole. Well, Tits
Visionary, that guy.
Tits passed away on Sunday, leaving behind a legacy.
He's left an opening.
Why'd you pick this story?
Leaving behind a legacy of research in group theory and geometry, his tendency to name his contributions after himself suggests that he knew his tits' power. By the way, what is group theory? Because it sounds reminiscent of, no, that was governing dynamics, of the guy in Beautiful Mind.
Oh,
and I've forgotten his name.
Let's call him Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe, Miranda Otto, who is in the Lord of the Rings realm.
Preston, it's time to get up and to tell people of Philadelphia that Miranda Otto's birthday is today.
Yes, I think it was in the third film. She plays a princess who disguises herself as
So she can fight.
Yes, as a soldier.
Is she not the daughter of the king as well?
I believe that is why she had to hide herself. Because
I have to see that movie again.
You do. They did really good.
How
with
did
you.
I come out?
You came out
Was
wonderful.
I good and heroic?
Of course you were.
Good.
You were eventually you were Gandalf the Grey, and then you became Gandalf the White, and
Then Gandalf the retired.
everybody's
And
happy.
finally Gandalf the mobility scooter.
She is 54 today. What?
Okay. I'm just looking at a picture of her. I know her.
Yeah, you know
I
her.
love her.
You know her, Casey?
Yeah, personally. She used to clean my house.
What the hell is happening?
He's riffing. He's going.
I'm not riffing.
She really used to clean your house?
Yeah.
Damn. That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty wild, man. You'd think she'd have some money from Lord of the Rings.
Well, no. I mean, she used to. Now,
Right.
she's,
She's fallen on hard times.
Meteoric rise.
Word has it that she gives handies for fivers.
It was tenor for me.
I wish
She's very
this would
popular in the Shire.
Well, the conversion from pounds to dollars.
Okay. Miranda Otto is 54, and she gives handies for $5.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Kristen Ritter has a birthday today. It's a big one for
Hey.
her. She's 40 years old, so a milestone birthday for
When
her.
we laugh at stuff like that exchange that just occurred, is a good portion of that laugh the knowledge that we're in the Broadcasting Hall of Fame?
Sometimes, yeah.
That's the level that got us into the Hall of Fame.
It is. This gentleman is announcing his retirement.
Yes.
And we were all just jumping in going, oh, my God, I can't believe it. Blah, and it went on and on and on.
It felt like a tectonic shift.
It did. And but the news is being broken now, and we're going to ease into whatever emotions we may have with this gentleman hanging up.
It's like that joke where they say when the guy says, your mother died. You can't just tell me the news like that. You got to tell me, your mother was on the roof. And,
Right, yeah. He's into
you have
this
to
a little
parse
bit.
it out a bit.
So he's easing into it, and we're sad to hear the news, but looking forward to seeing him for at least the next year.
Yes.
So let's get him on now. Ladies and gentlemen, over 40 years he's been at this. Please welcome Jim Gardner from on the show. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, well, you know what? Listen, I'm gonna start with saying congratulations to you because retirement is something that I think should be celebrated. When somebody is ready to go ahead and put the career to rest, it's obviously people are not going to be happy about the fact that you're leaving, but still, I think it should be celebrated.
Well, yes, I absolutely agree, and yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a different life experience, but I've got another year or another 14 months at Channel 6, and I look forward to every day. So it's a bit of a strange experience because there was, a lot of talk yesterday and a lot of emotions yesterday, but meanwhile, I've got another year and
right,
yeah.
On the 6 o'clock news. So, what is it that we're really talking about?
Is that by design to let us, your viewers, down in an easy way, or is this for yourself?
No, yes, it's a way, that I can sort of transition to, a different situation. To tell you the truth, back in 2009, Dave Roberts retired from Channel 6, and this is how he did it. And I remember very clearly that he was working on the 6 o'clock news. He was taking the 11 o'clock news off. So when this whole thing came up a year or so ago with our general manager Bernie Brzezinski, I reverted back to I call it the Dave Roberts model. And I thought it worked very well for Dave. And I think it worked very well for Channel 6. And it was a sort of an easy or a graceful transition that I think benefited both the station and Dave.
It makes complete sense. And I think, obviously, the station is going to want to do things. The city, I'm sure, will want to do things in acknowledgement of this. I think this is a perfect way to do it. You were very sweet in your commentary last night, announcing it. And there is something that happens to people who have schedules, as have we, that are off the 9 to 5 rail. And and you were saying you have had certain things in your life, or have not had certain things in your life for 4+ decades that are quite common for a lot of people. And I thought that was a sweet way to frame it. And I was nodding to my wife because she puts up with an askew schedule, and that it was very very sweet the way you phrased everything.
You're very kind. Yeah, I mean, I look forward to that. I'm not complaining that I haven't had it for 46, 47 years, but it is an opportunity for me to experience a more normal rhythm, a more normal rhythm of life, and to be able to linger over dinner with my wife, would be something I haven't really experienced in my lifetime. And
God.
It's something I look forward to.
Jim, can I ask how you approached your team members, your 11 o'clock team members, Cecily and Deuces and the like, and did you call everybody together, or did you do an individual meeting with each?
I didn't, although they've known about it for some time.
Okay.
We've had conversation about that, so it was no surprise to them.
Okay.
In fact, we're done with traffic for the day, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time giving some love to our friends at Chico's Vibe. And Ryan, you can bring the music down because you guys have some gigs coming up. But I want to point out who is in the band and who plays what.
Yes.
On lead vocals, the man out front, the Chico, Mr. Dennis Chico. Playing keyboards and singing with the voice of an angel. We know him as the Drunk Mummer. Please give some love to John Gabby Gebhardt. I always said he looks like a teamster.
He does.
With the
voice of an angel.
With the voice of an angel. Playing saxophone, Ed Gucci Mound. On trombone and some pretty high-pitched vocals, please give some love to John Panky Pankinson.
Awesome.
Playing trumpet, we got Dr. Ed Jakubowski. Yeah. Also on trumpet, Tony DeSantis. Shredding up the lead guitars, Mr. John Yedish.
Yeah.
And for today, the meat behind the beat, on drums, Brian Farr. And the newest member of the band, playing bass guitar, Shane Asarud. And that makes up Chico's Vibe. And Chico's got some events coming up, by the way. Chico, this thing, the final Festival of Lights, that's at Stu Soli's Normandy. It says D4, or no, that's December 4th, sorry. D's nuts.
D's nuts.
With Chico and Gebby, it's going to be a 20-year tradition coming to a close. This is going to be the last one you guys are doing? Oh, wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but you can go to chicosvibe.com for all the information. They also said, remember the Lily Walker Fund. You can turn on your green lights, facebook.com/megan.d.walker. But also, they want you to check out the Vibecast, which is the official podcast of Chico's Vibe. And you can find that on iTunes and Spotify as well. But Chico's Vibe has been a part of the Camp Out for Hunger. I mean, ever since they're probably the first band we ever had at Camp Out for Hunger.
I want to say, yeah.
As a house band.
Yeah, so Nick and I had worked an event years ago, and these guys were the band at the event, and we were like, these guys are amazing. And then when we brought the idea to you guys about having a house band like The Tonight Show, Chico's Vibe was the very first name that came to my mind.
Yep, and they've been a part of it ever since. So we thank these guys. We love these guys. Thank you. Yeah. Let me see. I do want to mention my music news is at the bottom here, Case, if you can grab that.
I like how it looks like you guys play patty cake every couple minutes.
I know it does. This hour's sponsor is Subaru of our Camp Out for Hunger, and they're a proud partner of the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger, and they're one of our main sponsors and, of course, main contributors as well. Love, it's what makes a Subaru, so we thank them very much. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question, and Nick, I'm going to have you supply that if you don't mind. We're going to give away a case of Victory Brewing's new 6% hazy IPA Brotherly Love beer, and it's a beer with a purpose, by the way. So the question that we go with today is as follows. Nick, what do we have?
For Steve Morrison, which reality show was a lot like the 2022 season for the Phils? Which reality show was a lot like the Phillies 2022 season?
Ah, okay. Sorry, I was confused.
There seems to be an issue.
Well, that music is not coming from here. It's coming from back in the studio. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to. I'm like, nothing's happening.
There's nothing on it.
I'm fading these things down. I want the music down a little bit, and it's not. All right, so
There's no words on it.
I didn't even hear the question. Why don't we do the trash? How about that? All right, call if you know the answer to whatever Nick said. 215-263-WMMR.
Sounds about right.
And we'll do the trash while you call in now. Hit it, Ryan.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by Monster Mania. See the biggest names in horror at Monster Mania Con 52 at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center this weekend in Oaks. Tickets are available online at monstermania.net. What's happening, Steve?
Well, Gayle King revealed one surprising item that her longtime best friend Oprah Winfrey always has in her purse. King says Oprah never leaves home without at least one barbecued turkey leg. Selena Gomez is opening up about her recent wardrobe malfunction at the 2022 Emmy Awards, saying it wasn't as bad as it felt in the moment. For those who did not see it, Gomez was taking the stage to present an award when her gown completely ripped off her body, tugging at her midsection, causing her to projectile defecate onto Greta Thunberg.
Oh, wow.
And finally, Kourtney Kardashian has revealed She feels mom guilt for leaving her 3 children for lengthy periods of time. The 43-year-old reality star says she can't help but feel that a good mother would be able to remember their names. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. All right, we'll go to the phones with an answer to this question.
For Steve Morrison, which reality show was a lot like the Phillies' 2022 season?
All right, we are going to go to caller Adam and see if we can get him on the line. Hey, Adam, are you there? Adam, can you hear me?
Adam, can you hear me?
Wait, I thought I heard a little something there.
Come on.
Adam? All right, well,
hello.
Yes, there we are. Adam, I can hear you now. All right, Adam, what, Nick, what was that again?
Which reality show was a lot like the Phillies' 2022 season, Adam?
Flirty dancing.
Flirty dancing.
There we go.
Hang on a second, man. We're going to set you up. You have just won yourself a case of Victory Brewing's new 6% Hazy IPA Brotherly Love, a beer with purpose. Now available in 6-packs and 12-packs at a retailer near you. You can learn more about this beer and its mission. Visit victorybeer.com/brotherly love. Cheers. All right, let's get to music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by the American Red Cross, proud supporter of Camp Out for Hunger. Make a difference in the lives of others. You can give blood through the American Red Cross to help hospital patients. Visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. So Saturday, it was a night to remember with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inducting its 2022 members at LA's Microsoft Theater with an edit version coming at the event on November 19th at HBO. So this year's Rock Hall inductees included Duran Duran, Pat Benatar, Eurythmics, Dolly Parton, Lionel Richie, Carly Simon, and Eminem. The Musical Experience Awards went to Judas Priest, along with producers Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. Early Influence Awards were awarded to Harry Belafonte and Elizabeth Cotton, with Ahmet Ertegun Awards going to recording engineer, producer, and executive Jimmy Iovine, R&B singer and Sugar Hill Records founder Sylvia Robinson, and attorney Alan Grubman. Sadly, 3 inductees could not attend, with co-founding Duran Duran guitarist Andy Taylor revealing he's suffering from stage 4 prostate cancer. I was really bummed out to hear about that.
Yeah, this is very bleak.
Carly Simon, who is currently in mourning after losing her 2 older sisters within a day of each other last month, also did not make the ceremony. And the great Harry Belafonte is 95 years old and a little too frail to travel to the ceremony. What do you mean? Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Now, did we have a clip?
Tally these bananas.
Did we have a clip of Duran Duran?
We should have a clip of them announcing and reading a little bit of a note from Andy Taylor.
All right, Ryan, if you could play that, please.
It is devastating news that to find out that a colleague, not a colleague, that's the wrong thing, a mate, a friend, one of our family, is not going to be around for very long. It is absolutely devastating. We love Andy dearly, and I don't. I'm not going to stand here and cry. I think that would be inappropriate, but that's what I feel like.
Well, that is just terrible. That sounds like he's definitely he's at the end.
It's unless.
Oh my goodness. What a great guitar player, too, man.
Sensation. What was the
Power Station?
Power Station.
He was the guy playing those guitar solos on Some Like It Hot and Bang and Gong. Great guitar player, underrated guitar player. So sad to hear that. The evening was an all-star gala with several surprise guest appearances, including Dave Grohl performing Easy with Lionel Richie. Steven Tyler and Ed Sheeran appeared with Eminem, along with Pat Benatar, Simon Le Bon, and Rob Halford, all performing with Dolly Parton on her signature tune, Jolene. And appearing with Priest were former members KK Downing and drummer Les Binks, as well as sideline guitarist Glenn Tipton, who's been battling Parkinson's disease. Inductors Bruce Springsteen and John Mellencamp saluted the late Jerry Lee Lewis with a show-closing medley of The Killers, High School Hop, and Great Balls of Fire. The performances included Duran Duran being inducted by Robert Downey Jr. They performed Girls on Film, Hungry Like the Wolf, and Ordinary World. Pat Benatar was inducted by Sheryl Crow, and they performed All Fired Up, Love is a Battlefield, and Heartbreaker. Eurythmics were inducted by The Edge, and they performed Would I Lie to You, Missionary Man, and Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. Lionel Richie was inducted by Lenny Kravitz, performed Hello, Easy with Dave Grohl, and All Night Long.
Wow.
Carly Simon was inducted by Sarah Bareilles, and she performed Nobody Does It Better, and Olivia Rodrigo performed You're So Vain. Eminem was inducted by Dr. Dre and performed My Name Is, Rap God, Sing for the Moment with Steven Tyler, Stan with Ed Sheeran, and Forever and Not Afraid. Like I said, the Musical Excellence Award went to Judas Priest, who was inducted by Alice Cooper, and they performed You Got Another Thing Coming, Breaking the Law, and Living After Midnight. Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis were inducted by Janet Jackson. And they did video salutes for Harry Belafonte and Elizabeth Cotton.
Janet Jackson wouldn't have a career without those guys.
And Ahmet Ertegun the Ahmet Ertegun Awards were inducted by, Jimmy Iovine was inducted by Bruce Springsteen. They did a video salute for Sylvia Robinson, and John Mellencamp inducted Alan Grubman. Dolly Parton was inducted by Pink. And Sheryl Crow and Zach Brown Band did 9 to 5. Dolly Parton did Rockin' and Jolene with other inductees. And then the Jerry Lee Lewis salute was done by Bruce Springsteen, John Mellencamp with Roy Bittan, and they did Great Balls of Fire.
Did you mention that it was? That she also announced that she's working on a full rock album?
No, I'd heard that last week.
Yeah.
That she was going to do that, but did she talk about it at the ceremony?
Yeah, she's going to do a full rock album, Dolly Parton.
That's cool. All right, and then one final story from music news. Paul Stanley took time out to salute Foo Fighters drummer Taylor Hawkins while on board a Kiss cruise. Stanley was quoted as saying, "The beauty of a great band is the chemistry between at least of the people," it says.
Yeah, he was seasick.
I think there means two people. And Foo Fighters, that's Dave and Taylor. Taylor
I'm going to throw up.
Was as close to Dave as a brother, and Taylor, besides being a phenomenal drummer, I remember when I saw him with Alanis Morissette, I was like, Jesus, who is that guy? And he was also super, super nice guy. One of those people that really, really love music, and it's a tragedy and a terrible loss. Regarding the photo showing them, he said, "I'll remember that forever. We did a couple of things together. We did Do You Love Me? And we did Detroit Rock City, and Taylor kicked it in the ass." Taylor was a big Kiss fan, and again, nobody loved music like he did. So speaking out a little bit about that.
Artists are Kiss fans. I mean, there's just seems to be one of the... Just every band you hear has some sort of love for Kiss.
Yeah, they were larger than life.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you grew up in that time, they were just the biggest thing around, period.
Their philosophy, they had a definite way they approached both day and night, Preston.
Exactly. All right. And that's it in music news. I do want to mention that Bimbo Bakeries USA is our tent sponsor. And they make a daily donation. So... today, they do a special donation. Today, it's 500 loaves of Arnold 100% whole wheat bread. It's delicious, good nutrition for your balanced life.
It is.
We don't collect perishable food items at Camp Out, but when they arrange bulk donations ahead of time, they can do that with Philabundance.
And they've been doing it every year, and it really makes a difference.
And they distribute that immediately. So thank you to Bimbo Bakeries for donating 500 loaves of bread to Philabundance. We appreciate that. And also, the Camp Out for Hunger Games. We did play a game earlier, and I want to mention that is brought to you by Thomas's English Muffins and Bagels. From English muffins and bagels to swirl bread, Thomas's Baked Bread makes a delicious breakfast, snack, or meal. You can visit your local grocery store to pick up your favorite Thomas's product and wake up to what is possible.
Are you an English muffin fan?
Oh, very much so.
I love them.
Peanut butter on a toasted English muffin is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll use English. I will use them occasionally for a burger roll.
Yeah, for
That's
sandwiches.
not a bad idea, but you can't go wrong with some butter and some fresh cinnamon from Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Yeah.
Real cinnamon, not
real cinnamon.
Oh,
Yeah.
wrapping it right
Wake up
at the
and
beginning.
smell the Sri Lanka. All right.
Is that Sri Lankan cinnamon?
It's real.
All right, we have one final break to take, and we're going to come back and hand it over to Pierre Robert as we're wrapping up day number one. Chico's Vibe, did I give you the days off? What the hell's going on over here? Come on. Now, we got Chico's Vibe for one more. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Camp Out for Hunger on MMR.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That it was appropriate for everybody to hear it from me. And So I wrote this memo, and shortly thereafter, the station made the announcement. And, today we've got news to cover.
That's the way you approach it, yes.
Jim, this is Nick. We've had an opportunity to chat a couple times about travel that you've had over the last few years when you've come down to Camp Out, and thank you for being a part of Camp Out over the last few years. I'm curious as to what's on top of your bucket list once you have retired of where you're going to go. What are you going to see that you haven't been able to get to yet?
That's interesting. My wife and I were just talking about going on a tour of Scandinavia. My son is taking his second semester of his junior year in he's in college, and he's taking his second semester in Copenhagen. So we're going to go to visit him at some point, but it's still going to be chilly there. So I think we're going to put off a tour, until it gets warmer and there is a more leisurely opportunity to really take in that part of the world. So that seems to be number one on our bucket list, and there'll be many more to follow, I believe.
Jim, I was curious if your timing of this, of you finally hanging it up, was so you wouldn't have to go through another election cycle again.
Well, it's funny you say that because this was supposed to end a number of years ago, actually, and there were two extensions. I asked Bernie if it would be all right if I could extend a couple of times, and not the last time, but the time before that was so that I could be here for the last election cycle. And I wanted to very much be present during the Trump phenomenon. I just thought it was an extraordinarily compelling political story, and I am something of a politics nerd. And, you can say what you want about your personal feelings or your political preferences, but from a journalistic standpoint, obviously the whole Trump era, and who knows if it's over or not, has been just extraordinarily compelling, and I wanted to take part in that.
Okay.
And then the second extension was, in the formative stages of the pandemic, and I just felt very strongly that I wanted to be here for that story. It was, and continues to be a unique story that really covers every facet of, our human endeavor. It's on one level, it's very personal. On another level, it's very societal. We go from a story of people's fears and anxieties, fears about their own health, and whether they're going to, escape the fate of hundreds of thousands of their countrymen. And on the other hand, it's, an extraordinary public health story. It's a story where people are hoping that this economic crisis doesn't affect them. People have lost their jobs. People have, suffered real economic dislocation. On the other hand, it is an extraordinary economic story on a national and worldwide level. So, there's so many different aspects to it that really touch all of our lives, and I just wanted to be here for that. And, the story continues to unfold.
There's a scene in the great the Patty Chayefsky movie Network where the William Holden is talking about his plans, and he goes he's gonna I'm gonna write a book. He goes, everybody writes a book, but I honestly would say I would love to read a book about your life. If you if that's in the works. You talk about being a political junkie. I am as well, and I'd love to get some insight over your many decades dealing with everything as it has progressed.
Well, you may have to wait a while.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Just include a lot of pictures because I'm not very smart.
Yeah, it's funny. I had a very, very nice email from Bob Iger, who's the former CEO of the Disney company. He's still, I think, chairman of the board, and he was very, very generous with some of the things he said. But I recall talking to him at a Disney dinner in New York, and it was shortly wrote his book,
Yeah.
which was very, very good and very informative, and I really enjoyed writing it. But I had the occasion to say, "Hey, I read your book." he said, "Here's some advice, Jim. Never write a book." he said it was easily one of the most difficult and arduous tasks of my life, and my advice to you would be, don't do it.
Okay.
So,
Well, we don't want to cause undue stress. If it's something that floats your boat later on, yes, so you would definitely. I would definitely purchase a copy. That's all I'm saying. I also want to say, and we were talking about this earlier, is that listen, the same way we have Pierre Robert here at the station, who is an icon in rock radio, and
his 40th year is this month.
And you know, we were saying you are. There is, having lived in different markets, there is none smoother than you and more competent on the air. I mean, you're
the best I've ever seen.
The best we've ever seen.
Yeah,
so
and he's the standard that I hold everybody else up to. So
Right.
whenever I travel to another city and I'm in that hotel and I turn on the local newscast, I'm like, not Jim Gardner.
ain't happening.
Nope.
Yeah. So does that create an extra onus and weight on you as you depart, or is it, you know, how do you? Or, I assume you're not walking around with the "I'm number one" T-shirt on and all that stuff. So how do you process all this?
It's. I have always thought that 85-90% of my job takes place in the newsroom, not in the studio, and I've always felt very strongly about that. I think probably there are some people in this business who see it the other way around, where they identify most of their their work and what they're being paid for is the actual newscast.
Yeah.
And that may well be. I've just never identified things that way. I work very closely with producers, and I'm very, very engaged. Some would say too engaged in the evolution of every newscast. And so what happens in the studio is almost like putting a period at the end of a task that to me takes place elsewhere. I have never thought that I was, and I'm not, being falsely humble. I've never thought that I was particularly skilled as an on-air anchor person. I've never spent much time trying to cultivate, a presence, a personality. I just read the news.
Yeah.
And maybe that serves me well. I don't know, but I've often, or most often, thought that my work in the studio was left a lot to be desired, and certainly wasn't as developed as my work in the newsroom. So, if you guys think that I've done a good job in that part of my job, then I'm grateful, but I've never seen it that way.
Right.
Oh, I absolutely, and I think part of what it is, I absolutely think that, but I think it's your delivery and the comfort that you give to your viewers. Whatever, is happening in this world, and whatever your, information that you're imparting to us, it's you deliver it in a way that makes us feel comfortable and that it's going to be okay. I mean, at least that's what I experienced when I watched Jim.
I appreciate that. That's terrific, and I'm glad that you feel that way. It's never my intention to make a news story more comforting than it deserves to be. Unfortunately, or whatever, the reality is that we're talking in the news business mostly about difficult subjects.
93.3 WMMR. Came off 100-day number one of the President Steve live broadcast portion of the day. About ready to come to a close. And Chico's Vibe once again Our house band tearing it up again, year after year. These guys come out and make it a big part of the energy that we have going on here in the tent.
It's so cool. It's essential.
Yep.
We missed it for a couple of years.
Yep, we're happy to have them back as always. So
Kathy was just playing her zither for those past 2 years.
she can tear it up.
The same.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's nice, but it's not the same as Chico's vibe.
not.
Without question. Let me see. Quickly, I want to thank Neumann University, who is a proud sponsor of Camp Out for Hunger. And they, again, are the video partner of the Preston and Steve Show, Camp Out for Hunger. And so you'll see a lot of results of what they do online. And also when we do events and we need to do like a live video somewhere, Neumann is handling that. So thank you to Sean and the gang there. The students provide the morning show and the audience with visuals happening on site as part of their hands-on learning experience. So these are students that are doing that stuff.
And they're top-notch.
Yep.
Honestly.
And Neumann University discovered the new you. Do I need to know that? No? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right, so we're going to talk to this guy? Yeah. Okay, so Casey saw a gentleman that was standing and is holding a sign. What did it say, Case?
Well, something about chomping something. Can you hold the sign up so I can read it?
I was trying to read it.
Can I preface this with, I just did it for sensationalism. I don't actually mean it. It's just a joke.
Okay.
Love my wife very much.
All right, and it says, yoo-hoo, today is my 42nd birthday. Yeah. I'm trying to holla at Sniffles. I want to power chomp her love Wookie. Okay.
There you go.
Very good.
You guys remember that at all?
I
from
do
years
remember.
And years ago.
I do remember power chomp the love Wookie.
I'm very familiar.
And then the other side was.
Oh, it says, you guys want to see my new Preston and Steve tattoo I won.
Yes.
Yeah, what'd you get? Let's see it.
So I have to give a shout out to Marissa. She hooked me up with the artist, and he gave me the pencil drawing of it.
Yeah.
But I got the Garbage Pail Kid tattoo illustration that you guys got a couple years ago.
Dude, that's great.
That's incredible.
I'm going back in 2 weeks to get it finished, the coloring, like the guy, like I sat forever. But I got this much done, and I'm getting the rest done in 2 weeks.
What's the name of the artist? Do you remember?
Brian. It's Brian. I don't know his last name. Brian from Floating World Tattoo.
Yeah.
Amazing. Like if you look at it, like he's even got the crease marks in Preston's pants. So it is. The detail is just incredible.
That's amazing.
Awesome. And that callback is pretty wild that you went all the way back to the Love Wookie. Yeah.
Listen, I've been holding on to that forever. I love you guys. I've been holding on to that.
And your name is Eric?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Eric?
I live in Sewell now, but I'm from Philly, and I've been around for 20 years.
Well, thank you for listening to the show and for being here. We appreciate that, man.
Thank you guys for doing everything you do. I love the fact that it's not lost on you, the position you guys have, and you guys utilize it for good. I wholeheartedly
thank you.
support you guys as much as possible.
We love you. Let's hear it for Eric, guys.
Thanks,
buddy.
Preston, as you said, on Monday is usually a slow day, and we've got a walking group down here.
Dude, you know what? Part of the reason that Pierre Robert ended up doing a broadcast from here in the first place was we came down, we did a show, it was on a Monday, and nobody showed up. Like, next to no one was here, or some did, and we're like, oh my God, this is going to tank. This is going to be horrible. Nobody's going to be here, and we need help. Call Pierre. Get Pierre here. We need the power of Pierre Robert.
You remember when he was out in the parking lot, like trying to wave people in one year? He was literally in the street.
Yeah.
I think it was in Broad Street.
I went out with a live microphone on Broad Street, and I was stopping traffic.
Did that work?
Not really. It really annoyed a lot of people, a lot of motorists that were on Broad Street, but I didn't give an F.
A for effort, though.
You called, you put the bat signal out, and I came flying down. And I said, you must pull in, give money, give something. We'll take a tire, and...
if you put gravy on it, it's still chewable.
Still chewable. It's good for the motor functions of the mouth.
Yes, yes, we'll strengthen that.
Yeah, but I think it was the very next year that after that we staggered it for a while, and we just said, F it, let's just have all of us.
No, you would do like a Tuesday, and then Jackson would do Wednesday, and then all of you on Thursday, and it was that type of thing. But now it's like, all right, everybody, come on down.
And then Matt Cord would even do the evening show on Thursday night.
Yeah.
That was great fun. That turned into a wicked party.
It did.
It became like insane.
I don't know if we're doing that this week or not, because it also tended to wake you guys up because you would try to go to bed.
That's the issue.
And then we'd just be carrying on, and someone would bring out a few beverages, and we'd be firing guns into the air.
Yeah, it was fun for a while.
And then it was not funny.
I thought it was always
I
fun.
loved it. I mean, it was,
I
dude.
loved it.
People would bring up just cases of beer, and we'd hang out in here and we do a little bit of that. We shut it down a little earlier than usual, but nonetheless, we are so happy you're here, man.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ah,
the John Rickles theme.
That's your intro music now.
It's a little late, isn't it?
Well, you didn't get official intro. You started talking, and when you get to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, Pierre Robert."
They're your people, Pierre.
What?
They're your people.
They are your people.
Oh, my people. God bless you.
They're your penis, Pierre.
Vote for me tomorrow. Just write me in.
You might win.
But I did want to mention, in terms of voting, not only is tomorrow Election Day, and every vote counts, so please get out and vote for the candidates of your choice. It's so important. Tight races, you want to talk tight baseball, football games, tight election right here in Pennsylvania, so get out and vote. But your vote also counts here. We've heard, this morning I've been listening all day. I've been hearing these amazing, gigantic donations from some of the great corporate sponsors that have made this Monday already a huge success. However, don't let that dissuade you from thinking that you don't count, that your bag of food or one can of food counts. It absolutely counts. To me, it's even more important. To me personally, it's the individual donation that makes the difference, makes you feel better. Because in this crazy divided world, the one thing we can all agree on is you can't let anyone go hungry. And so it's a point of that everyone can just get behind.
Oh, absolutely.
Come on down.
Yeah, Pierre, Preston brought it up early in the morning, and I think it was very valid, is that this began as that grassroots, bringing actual physical food down, and there's something very tactile and wonderful about that. We want to encourage people to do that as well. There's many options if you want to come down here and pay, and Acme has all sorts of different ways for you to take care of that. But if you want that general experience, there are people out there ready to take your food donations, pack them up, and send them out. Those are immediately turning around.
Right. Do you have the food store that you can get with Acme?
Acme is here. Yep. And you can pick up food here and buy it and go drop it directly in the box over here. It's wonderful.
So you spend a little amount of money, you get a bag of food, you bring it over, you drop it in.
Yes.
So even if you didn't have food, you could come down here and buy food. So that's amazing.
It's called the Acme Donate and Go Tent, and it's right outside those doors over there.
Excellent.
So Pierre's going to be here, and then Brent is going to be here later on. So you can stop by and hang out for the afternoon. We got food. Wilson's Secret Sauce is offering up. Or wait, they're doing dinner tonight.
Dinner, yeah.
Jersey Mike's is lunch today.
Right.
So there's food and reasons for you to come and hang and be a part of this whole thing. We do need to do the letter of the day because we got a prize. You ready for that?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Ryan, if you will.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
F as in food.
All right, that's perfect. And we will give away on Friday we're going to give you beer for a year from Victory Brewing Company. They're giving you 12 cases of Brotherly Love Hazy IPA aimed at giving back to the city of Philadelphia. You can drink beer and do good with Victory Brewing Company. So we will give that away on Friday. Do you have some cool stuff planned for today? Man, it's flat out warm out, so it's an outdoor day.
I have a light coat on, which I don't need at all. Yesterday, Brent and I came down for the Fill a Trunk thing, and people were driving like maniacs all through the parking lots here because they had a little sports course set up. And as Jeff mentioned earlier when he was on, they brought so much food, all those. We had a huge early contingent of volunteers, thanks to the Sunday volunteers that came out that were unpacking all those car clubs. They did a great job with that. But on this program today, we will have Incubus, we will have Tom Petty, we will have Foo Fighters Block, and we will also, I think probably the highlight of the program will be when I interview some of the 76ers.
Flyers.
Yes. That's
Actually, you know what, Pierre? There's a guy named Tony D'Angelo who's coming over, and he's a new acquisition, but he grew up in South Jersey, grew up listening to MMR. He knows all about the Camp Out for Hunger. He's really excited to be here today.
Oh,
so
cool.
it'll be cool to have a fly. You'll be able to relate to Tony D'Angelo of all the guys.
When are you going to help me? Come and help me with
and I'll be here.
Yeah. We'll help you.
And Pancake will be here too.
Okay, good.
Nice.
I can do it, though.
He can. He can do it one-handed.
He just doesn't want to show off.
Yeah.
I just don't want to show off.
All right, well, let me thank our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Campbell's Chunky Sex Hunger, proud sponsor of Camp Out for Hunger. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Horizon Services, same-day plumbing repairs, or it's free. You can get up to $200 off of repairs. Book fast at horizoneasybook.com. We'll be here throughout the day, Steve and I, the crew. So if you stop by, maybe we'll be in or out of the tent. We'd love to say hello to you. Tomorrow on our program, though, we will have G Love here. Yeah! And he's going to be performing live. Scotty Hartnell and Danny Briere of the Flyers will be here. Plus, voice of the Flyers, Jim Jackson, will be joining us. And we have a game called Meltdown. It's this gigantic inflatable game, and that's from Betty's Party Rentals that we're going to be playing around with
great.
tomorrow.
It's awesome.
So we will have a good time. We hope you'll be able to join us. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. Thank you again to Chico's Vibe for being here. And we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye. Yay!